and the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfolds. Almighty gods of old, gave us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty gods of old, gave us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
Pro Tour Sunday is finally here. The biggest day in Flesh and Blood is upon us. And what a top 8 we have for you today. My man Herndon could not be any more excited to be bringing you maybe the most ridiculous top 8 in Flesh and Blood history. A Rhinar, a Teklovossen. Are you kidding me?
I want to see anyone's sweepstakes that got this top 8 right. I'll tell you what, it certainly wasn't me that got this one right, but there is no better feeling than being here on Pro Tour Sunday. You know, for the players, might be a little bit nervy, I'm sure, on the biggest stage here, but for us, we get to have all the fun.
Yeah, checking the stats, there were no perfect brackets submitted. Turns out absolutely nobody unblemished thus far. It's been a wild ride to get here, to say the least. Why don't we go ahead and check in at how we got to this point? We, of course, played a whole host of our dual format Pro Tour rounds. We started the day off with 5 rounds of Classic Constructed. The games were immediately of the highest quality, wrapping up the day with those Silver Age Swiss rounds. And we started to see some people go ahead and distance themselves from the crowd, but of course day 2 is where the money is made, where the pressure mounts up. Some of our format leaders fell behind as we moved down the stretch. We saw a lot of great runs crumble out of nowhere and new superstars rise to the top, but one person who did convert after a perfect day 1 was Eugene C, able to get the job done in the end and make it to our day 3 here on Rhinar, of course, but so many other narratives developing. Of course, we saw one of the greatest, most high-stakes showdown in Flesh and Blood history as Michael Hamilton took on Maximilian Klein to see who the first 4-time Tier 4 top 8 competitor would be. And it is, in fact, Michael Hamilton, who now gets to also go for Pro Tour victory for the first time and that second Tier 4 win, certainly getting back into that conversation as the best of all time. And in fact, is already there. It's a matter of debate, but I think if Michael Hamilton goes ahead and equalizes with Pablo here with that second Tier 4 win, tide swings back in his favor.
He's definitely chasing it, right? And you could see what it meant to Michael Hamilton on his face when he clinched that game against Maximilian Klein. And hey, Max in his own right, what an absolute run this weekend, and we're going to see more of him in the future.
Oh, without a doubt. It's certainly, I think you talked that GOAT conversation. Max Klein very much in that mix as well, regardless of the outcome of that match. The stakes are not only about glory, not only about history, they're also about that sweet, cold, hard cash, $50,000 at stake for the first place winner. Of course, that gold foil legendary, a PTI to keep the train rolling, and World Tour points. Hayden, the winner here is going to be in position to start putting together a run. It doesn't really matter who it is. It could be one of our lesser known competitors in this top 8. Could be a Eugene C, who now all of a sudden decides he's headed to every single event. Oh wait, he already does that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But he will be there competing with potentially as many as 35 World Tour points in his back pocket. I want to talk about someone like Tommaso Viscido. What happens if he picks up 35 points here? Does he become a globetrotter, start heading all over the world in chase of this extra prize bump? Because his performance has been so consistent over the past 2 years.
Yeah, chase down someone like Jacob Clemens, who's currently in the lead. But yeah, those points can be a start, or they can be sort of the springboard to a chase down in one of those regions.
Jacob Clemens, of course, playing in the calling this weekend, receiving one of these tournament packs, as all of our players in this event will be doing. Some absolute bangers in that tournament pack, but nothing quite on the level of the Champions Prize card. Who will have their name etched in history? I thought we would carry around the Teklovossen Pro Tour Champion card forever, just moving it from event to event until eventually 30 to 40 years from now, Teklovossen hit LL and we could finally retire the card. Now it's a very real chance that Chanon Puttaree will be leaving here with that card in his back pocket.
Yeah, and we may not have a first-time Pro Tour winner from a player standpoint, but from a hero standpoint, we will this weekend. We will crown a new Pro Tour champion hero.
Fantastic call out, Hayden. It could be Oscilio, could be Arakni Marionette, could be Teklovossen,
could be Rhinar.
Could be Rhinar, which I think no one had on their possibility board as we headed into this weekend. We talked about those Player of the Year points. This race is just starting to heat up a little bit. You see there, we look at the Americas, Brody Spurlock, Christopher Alley not in the mix here. Plenty of top names. You know who is in the mix here, though, Hayden? Evan Herndon and
Michael Hamilton.
Yuki Lee Bender and Michael Hamilton. All of these folks sitting on this board right now with a chance to go ahead and get into the mix, get into striking distance and going ahead and putting their name into the race here. And obviously, it's not the only race. There's 3 races going on simultaneously. We mentioned Jacob Clements going ahead and playing the calling. Not seen as quite as much representation here amongst these players, but you pick up 35 points, you're just right there in the mix. You're in second place already. So the tides change very quickly when we get to these tier 4 events. Over in Asia, a pretty tight spread here, and a winner of a Pro Tour like Chanon Puttaree can just go ahead and start pacing this field, really set himself up well to go ahead and take this title home. A lot of Japanese players on this list. Unfortunately, no conversion here in the home country, but a really strong performance from Japan in general, and one that featured a lot of Japanese representation and not the same folks we've seen time and time again.
New names.
The Shomi Yamamoras of the world, who also did very well in this event, but many, many new Japanese stars going ahead and rising to the top here in Yokohama. Then we get to the overall race. As we mentioned, Jacob Clements right now pacing the field, playing the calling over on the other side of the room. But somebody like Yuki Lee Bender would move to 55 points with the win. Okay, then I'm starting to think I can catch this guy. If I just get a few more events on my schedule, I'm in the mix. Michael Hamilton, sitting at 18 points right now, would move to a nice 53, just a win or 2 behind Jacob Clements. And if that dude gets interested in going ahead and going to every event, it feels like if he's at a calling, he's probably in the top 8. He doesn't do the exact same travel schedule as the Jacob Clements, Brody Spurlocks of the world, the Michael Fungs. But maybe we could talk him into it with the win here. Certainly have a little bit more cash in the pocket to go ahead and finance that play the game, see the world lifestyle. And that's part of the dream. You go ahead and snowball these things, and all of a sudden your life changes very dramatically as far as what your goals are.
Definitely. And what I love about looking at those leaderboards there is we are represented across all 3 of our regions in the top 8 here on Sunday, which means we, as you say, we can see massive shifts as we head towards national season, Pro Tour Vegas, and many callings still to come.
Yeah, all the region's going to get shook up a little bit. We keep mentioning this top 8 bracket. Why don't we take a look at it now as we set you up for one of the wildest Sundays in the history of the game. We will start at the top of that bracket. We're going to kick things off with an Evan Herndon, Tommaso Viscido showdown. What a match of superstars there. I also want to point out just a little bit about the texture of this bracket. Not only good diversity across the CC space. Of course, Oscilio story here is getting solid representation in the hands of some of the best players in the world. I think this deck has absolutely proved the haters who said, what was it called? No Skillio? I think they were saying.
That was a new one to me this weekend, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I don't buy that.
I don't buy it for a second.
People like Michael Hamilton and Yuki Lee Bender earned those W's all along the way as they contributed to this diverse field. And I also want to talk about the diversity represented in Silver Age here across our top 8 players. 7 different choices. Only Florian showing up as a repeat choice. And we're going to get into those Silver Age decklists in just a little bit, but I do want to go ahead and move through this whole bracket first. Our second matchup, it is potentially the GOAT, Michael Hamilton, taking on Bartosz Dobrowolski and Arakni Marionette. Hayden, what do you think about that matchup? Is this the Oscilio killer? We're going to see it 2 times. Is this the best chance from keeping these semifinals from being absolutely infested with Oscilios?
The matchup is close. The matchup is really close, and these are two of the best decks in the format coming into this weekend, as seen by many of the players in our room this weekend. And it's not clear-cut. I do believe that going first will benefit our higher seeds. As you see, that both the Oscilios are higher seeds in this upper bracket in this first two matches. I think that will benefit those Oscilios, but typically it is slightly Marionette favored, so we'll see if the play versus second offsets that, and what plans each of these players come up with, because you don't come into the room this weekend playing against either the number two, 1 or 2 deck in the format and not have really robust plans and have tested that matchup a lot.
Yeah, if there is a deck that you expect to have good game against the Oscilios in this bracket, it's probably Victor. I think well set up to play that matchup, but there's a big hurdle, a big green hurdle in the way of that Victor in the form of Eugene C and Rhinar Reckless Rampage, and we saw Eugene absolutely dismantle Victors throughout the weekend. Hayden, is there a prayer for Victor in this matchup?
I think Eugene's going to be feeling pretty confident. He's played this matchup a lot. He's won this matchup a lot this weekend, and he's ready with those claws. But as we know, Rhinar and the way that Eugene likes to play Rhinar, only ever kind of a moment away from disaster with the wrong Scabskins roll potentially. So we'll see how Eugene fares into Nicolas. And I'm sure Nicolas would have gone away and thought about how he wants to play. Particularly, you might think about how you want to play into Rhinar, but how are you going to play into Eugene as well? That's what you got to think about, and the way that Eugene approaches this Rhinar list.
For Nicolas Jamoulle, I think it's very much about finding places to punish Eugene's playstyle, which is high risk, high reward. However, Eugene's been hot all weekend. He's been rolling well on those Scabskins, and he rolls those Scabskins a lot. They start turning up ones, I think there's not really much he can do. He is very much willing to put his tournament life in Fate's hands. Fate can't be on your side forever. Or can it? Thus far it has been. And frankly, Eugene only needs it to be on his side for 3 more Rhinar games. When you've played 30 or 40,000 Rhinar games...
Yeah, what's 3 more?
3 more doesn't sound like that many. So I do not count anyone out here. And then we get to the absolute wild card here, the final match of our bracket. Typically, I would say Teklovossen is not going to sit back and fatigue an Oscilio, just not possible. But Chanon Puttaree plan, as his friends know him, and as you will all start to know him, he doesn't play typical Teklo games. He has a boost strategy. He has Teklo Foundry Heart to go ahead and blow people up, and he did so against Sam Sutherland very effectively. And if you want to talk about a deck that can compete with Oscilio's Burst, Dash.io is kind of one of the first ones to come to mind. So if he can do that against the Dash, why can't he do it against an Oscilio?
Yeah, I think it's certainly what we're going to see from Plan in that top 8. And I think a game that everyone's going to have their eyes on is one of the most exciting in this quarterfinals.
Now, I think there's no question that Yuki Liebender has an edge here. But when you have a plan like Plan, you can go ahead and make magic happen. And there's so much magic to unfurl here in this top 8. I can't wait to see how this all plays out. There's no foregone conclusions when it comes to a Pro Tour Sunday. We've been here 1,000 times. You can talk matchup percentages. You can talk, who's going first, who's going second. You can talk past history. You can talk about player accomplishments. You can say Michael Hamilton, the greatest of all time, surely just going to go ahead and march through this top 8. No certainty on Pro Tour Sunday. And we see new superstars, new stories made all the time. Anything in particular that you're particularly excited for in these first 4 matches we can't wait to watch or cast?
I mean, it's hard to go past seeing Teklovossen in Plan against Yuki Liebender in that quarterfinals match. But all of these quarterfinals match have something special about them, whether that's a storyline with someone like Michael Hamilton, like you said, and what he's chasing, whether that is the matchup in particular and the heroes that we're seeing, Rhinar, Teklovossen, or whether it's someone like Evan Herndon, who has been on the precipice of making a top 8 at one of these tier 4s, a US national champion in his own right. There is just so many things happening on this Sunday. And as you said, you don't know which way it could go, because you can talk percentages. Oh, it's a 70-30, it's a 60-40, it's a 90-10, it's a 70-70, as we love to say on some matchups. But at the end of the day, it's one game. It's just one game, and how that breaks, how the players decide to play it. Maybe they've come up with a plan that's a little bit atypical for what the opponent might expect, catch them off guard, and all of a sudden they turn things on their head.
I'll tell you what I'm actually most excited for. Oscilio dominance. I want to see 3 Oscilios in the top 4. I want to see these players absolutely stomp because Oscilio to me has been a deck that has always been there. What this hero offers is so unique for Flesh and Blood. It seems like it should have been just constantly winning tournaments this entire time. I'll be frank, a lot of what motivated that book burning, that mass banning of draw cards that we did years ago, it was not the heroes that were present at the time.
It was the ones that were coming.
Future, and particularly Oscilio's presence in the future. This has been a deck that we knew was extremely high risk to release into the player base's hands from the beginning. And we were just sitting back and waiting. When is this going to manifest? When is this hero going to start winning? And it was always present, always in the mix, but never quite converting. Finally just got its first calling win in the recent weeks, and now it feels like a Pro Tour victory is almost inevitable with such high quality representation across this top 8. And Oscilio is going to change in the future. We know there's some bans sitting there on the horizon. I have some news though. I don't think Oscilio is going away even after all of those changes. And I'm not talking this new Brocilio that's showing up. I mean this OG Oscilio. There are many, many tools lurking out there in Omens of the Third Age that will certainly have influence for that hero as well. So maybe just getting started with Oscilio's run of dominance, but this could be the real, last showcase for this form of Oscilio. And by form, I don't mean shift new hero. I just mean the cards presently
what we're
played.
seeing today in this top 8.
Absolutely. So we've set up these CC games a lot, but that is not the only thing going on this weekend. There, of course, were 6 rounds of stage that were so important for determining who would actually be here in our top 8. And I think it would be doing a disservice to not actually check in on the Sage decks our top 8 players played. Not going to be playing it here in the top 8, but I do think we as players want to know which of these Sage decks can I pick up, which can I bring to my armory, and I want to start with Bartosz's list because it was the hero that absolutely defined this particular tournament. It was Ira showing up in large numbers, 28% of the field, I believe, choosing Ira as their Sage deck. Now, only one of those decks went ahead and made the top 8, and we will unpack the stats, look at the win percentages as we move through the coming days. But for this moment, Ira was the story of this tournament. It feels like the story of Silver Age changes on a week-to-week basis, but this is the deck I would be prepared for right now. Hayden, what stands out to you about Bartosz's list here?
Well, we've seen this Mask of Many Faces life of the party combination come in and out of vogue a little bit over the last few weeks. And it seems like Bartosz, a big fan. And actually, this weekend, I think a lot of players had gone back to that life of the party sort of plan. The other thing as well, we knew Kano was back on the rise, and I think this is something that sort of favored Ira this weekend as well, is having access to the Swarming Claw mask as well, so strong against our Kanos. And I know even Herndon's one loss in Silver Age on Kano was against an Ira, but I think other than that, fairly standard list from Bartosz, but just so strong right now. And I think if you're looking for a list to pick up and go and play perhaps an Armory this weekend, this is the list I would probably be looking at right now.
If you want to target the metagame a little bit more with your choice, I want to go ahead and point to the plans list. It is an Icelander list, and I think the reason this became viable over the coming weeks was very much the rise of Briar. Going ahead and punishing that red line style of play means Icelander has a place in the metagame once again. Hayden, what do you see here about this Icelander list that looks intriguing to you?
Well, we saw Damien Riggins on stream yesterday playing his Icelander build, and Plan is a little bit different in his approach. He's actually got more of that arcane damage. He's got Aether Ice Veins, for instance. We know Damien Riggins was a lot more on those attack actions, while Plan does have some of those. We see the Look Toughs there, the Findle's Fighting Spirits, the Chest Puffs, the Wounded Bulls, does also have some of that disruption in the form of incarceration, Arctic Incarceration as well. I really like this list from Plan, and I think the one thing that's quite cool as well that I really like is the one of Time Snap Potion as well. I think is really nice for being able to do something like that Arctic Incarceration plus an attack action.
A couple interesting cards here. Something like the one of Save the Thought also standing out to me. I mentioned Briar as a deck you could target with Icelander, but we saw Icelander also defeat Eugene in our feature match area. And Eugene, of course, was playing Dash. Let's take a look at his list. And I do think this is one that could be effectively targeted by Icelander as well, simply because there's little points of vulnerability and you have to spike hard and fast. And if you're Icelander, you're very comfortable playing a slower paced game, walking someone down. And we saw Eugene just not really able to ever find purchase in this matchup. Hayden, do you think this is a deck that has legs going forward? Eugene, the only person to bring Dash to this top 8. Dash not wide represented in this field, but it's hard to argue against the result he found here.
I love Boost Dash in a 20 health format or a young hero format. It's something that I really enjoyed in Blitz as well, and it's a hero that I often recommend to players who are starting out that want something quite aggressive, but also teaches you some of the fundamentals of our game around how to look after your deck as a resource as well. And I think Eugene's list is somewhat unique. You know, we see Boom Grenade there. It's not something we've seen out of a lot of these Dash lists. Pen Script is, of course, for those more fatigue-based matchups. But I think Dash definitely has legs. You know, it's super explosive. It's on its day is maybe the most explosive damage-dealing deck in this format right now as well. So I think it's a nice pickup, and I really enjoy that sort of switch weapon option with Plasma Barrel Shot and the Talishar.
I would be remiss if I didn't point out those last two decks, the Icelander deck, the Dash deck. Both of those decks available as Silver Age precons. Obviously not one-to-one with these lists, but those precons will get you about 95% of the way there. You grab a couple more rares and commons and you're ready to play with a Pro Tour tested deck and go ahead and dominate your local armory. We'll move now to Kano. Kano ebbed and flowed in this format, was hit with a targeted ban, but it was one designed to just take a little bit off Kano. Unquestionably still a top-tier choice in the Silver Age metagame.
Yeah, and even here with a very, very straightforward list, exactly what you've seen from Kano's basically since that world premiere in London and the showdown where we saw two Kanos in the finals on that Sunday. List hasn't changed too much. Of course, we saw the banning of the Spindle, but other than that, you know, we've quickly replaced that with a couple of other burn spells. Cindering Foresight is a card that has really cemented itself in this deck, and even making the switch after top 8ing on KO in Shanghai last weekend, moving back to this Kano that he loves so much, and went 5-1 in Sage. I think this list is really nice. You'll see the 6 copies of Emeritus Scolding, super important to what Kano wants to do in the Silver Age format.
We've looked thus far at a couple of aggro decks in Ira and Dash, a couple of Wizards in Icelander and Kano, which makes our next deck really interesting because this was a choice from Michael Hamilton, very much pointed at a different point of the meta. Florian, known as the Guardian Killer, but in fact, these decks have been tuned to such a honed edge that you've got decent matchups elsewhere. You're not just dead to something like Ira anymore. Hayden, talk me through Michael Hamilton's Florian approach.
Yeah, the first thing I noticed is for Michael Hamilton, Scepter of Pain. He's only on the Scepter of Pain, so he's really on that true stack Florian plan. You can see as well that he's got access to some really nice sideboard options like Fertile Ground Red, really nice against decks like Ira, which can be a challenge for Florian to sort of gain up on that life and deal with those Kodachi swings as you look to stack up those rune chants. You see as well, Michael actually favoring the Amplify the Arcanite Red as well in his list. Typically, we just see some of those, just the blues in lists, and that's kind of your last attack that you play after you've done your big stack of rune chants. But Michael has gone with Amplify the Arcanite here in this one, and he actually has access to Rune Flash as well. So Michael can play a little bit more of, instead of just that one big stack, can do a couple of bigger turns thanks to some of those attack actions.
Michael, not the only Florian in this top 8. Nicolas also picked this one up and piloted it to this top 8 berth. Any differences that stand out to you immediately here from these two deck lists?
Yeah, a lot more of the traditional true stack list for Nicolas here. You see no access to the Rune Flash, for instance, isn't playing the red Amplify the Arknights, but does have a few more of those earth attacks. For instance, has the Cadaverous Tilling there. And actually seeing that Battleground as well, not a card I've seen from all of these lists. Some lists I've seen been playing it, but not all, and quite cool to see that here from Nicolas. A couple of copies of Arcane Polarity there as well.
Yeah, Battlefront Bastion, a nice pickup to go ahead and challenge these Ira decks, I think, that really showed up here this weekend. So we talked about the Guardian Killer. We got to mention the Guardians that we're trying to target. It felt like Valda was the focus coming into this weekend, but Tommaso Viscido went a different route, piloting Oldhim here, and I think this is actually one of the scariest decks in the format. If Oldhim is played well, it puts you to the test from turn 1. You have to play perfectly to get over this fatigue hurdle that Tommaso Viscido presents you.
Yeah, I think, you know, coming to this weekend, conversation was KO, conversation was Valda. No KO, no Valda represented from our top 8 players here. And as you say, Oldhim, I also agree. I think the best position Guardian, especially when you see the amount of Iras that ended up showing up. And you can see here, Tommaso, also respecting the Wizards, has access to Arcane Barrier 5 in this list has a copy of Arcane Polarity. Brush Off works really nicely into both your aggressive decks, your physical damage decks, and your arcane damage decks. And you can see one copy of Steadfast, plus just a whole host of cards able to block out. The other card I want to point out is Blessing of Patience. I think this card is very good. Whether you're using it to just defend for 3, whether you get that space to actually develop some life gain, you can get out of reach of some of the wizard decks thanks to cards like Blessing of Patience.
Yeah, and finally we come to the deck that really threw us for a loop as we headed into this weekend. It is Yuki Lee Bender's Briar list, inspired by Chris Ayali's victory over at the Calling Shanghai. Said she was not on this list until she saw the victory, and then all of a sudden it clicked for her, and I believe went 6-0 across our Silver Age rounds. Yuki played out of her mind. We covered a match she played into Valda against Cody Williams that was just perfectly navigated, and it takes someone of that quality to succeed at the Pro Tour level. You're not going to get easy wins, but Yuki proved she was absolutely up to the task. Hayden, walk me through what's going on here with this list and the interesting evolutions that Yuki has made here.
Yeah, just quickly in terms of what we saw also from Chris Ayali this last weekend and what I think has propelled Briar back into the spotlight. The 4 Sigils of Suffering, and you saw how effective those are in a couple of matches that Yuki Lee Bender played on stream. Chris, in the previous weekend in Shanghai, he was playing Evergreen as his sort of anti-fatigue tech, but only with access to 2 blues and those 4 yellows were in Chris's list. Yuki has 5 yellows. Yuki decided to do away with those evergreens and instead has gone with things like a copy of Malefic Incantation and has gone with a slightly different route into those fatigue decks. And ultimately, you know, you saw her play perfectly, honestly, to beat that sort of fatigue by damage strategy that Cody Williams had. And that came down to just great use of all cards within the deck and knowing exactly how to use them. No, I guess don't need Evergreen if you know exactly what to do with each and every card in the deck.
Yeah, I think also when you're sitting across on the other side as a Guardian, you're preparing for Evergreen. You know that's a possibility. And I think you nailed it when you talked about fatigue by damage. That is the thing that makes just sitting there with Evergreen. Maybe that's fine into something like Tommaso Viscido's Oldham deck.
For sure.
It's way harder to do into Valda, which was the flavor of Guardian that everyone was focused on as we came into this weekend. So many smart choices amongst these Silver Age decks. And Hayden, I understand my position at the desk is a little complicated. I have some incentives that you may not have. But this format feels like it speaks for itself, man. You're looking at 7 different decks across the top 8, and the 2 heroes that were the boogeyman of the format weren't represented there. There's no KO. There's no Valda. If just those 9 decks are viable as top-tier options, this is a good format. This is a great format to head down to your local armory and get some games in. And that says nothing of things we saw like Arakni solitary confinement that can come out of nowhere. So I think there's still so much to explore in Silver Age. But that's it for Silver Age on the weekend. We are locking in now. It is Pro Tour Sunday, and we are about to bring you 7 matches that will determine the future of the history of Flesh and Blood. So many narratives to be written, so many superstars to be made, so many legacies to be cemented. We are just going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with all the action here from the Pro Tour. Do not go anywhere.
Championship Sunday, the Flesh and Blood tournament always hits a little bit different, and this time at Pro Tour Yokohama, well, it's much the same case. We have world champions, we have national champions, and a smattering of dark horse prospects in our top 8 here in Yokohama, all ready to throw down for your viewing pleasure. That's right, welcome back, of course, to the coverage desk at Pro Tour Yokohama. Mitch Leslie here with my esteemed colleague Pankaj Bhojwani, and we started this tournament just extolling the virtues of a really wide open meta, a diverse meta, one in which any hero felt like it had a shot. And frankly, all the way through to our top 8 here in Japan, that has held true.
For sure, it has coalesced maybe just a little bit with Oscilio showing up over here, but a Rhinar in the top 8 of a Tier 4 event in 2026. OG, welcome to Wraith Hero, by the way, and a Teklovossen of all heroes. That was not on the bingo card for sure. I love how specialists are being rewarded in this wide metagame that we have so far.
I feel like it's a trend we're seeing in Flesh and Blood continues to propel those willing to put in the time, the effort, and the reps to take their beloved hero all the way to the top. Let's have a look at our top 8 bracket here heading into this Championship Sunday. And like you mentioned, there's some degree of coalescence here, with Arakni Marionette being represented by 2 copies and 3 copies of Oscilio Constellar Intelligence. Outside of that, though, we've got the Teklovossen, we've got Rhinar, Victor also in the mix here. It's going to promise, I think, to be quite compelling top 8, pardon me. However, in this top part of the bracket heading into the semis, we have 2 Araknis and 2 Oscilios that we need to reckon with.
2 of the same matchup back-to-back, which is what we will be starting the day of. And this is the matchup of this metagame. We saw this in the finals of Calling Memphis just a few weeks ago. It was piloted by Jacob Clemens on the Marionette side against Michael Hamilton, who we're seeing here again on the Oscilio side. They played that. Jacob Clemens came out on top. It is debatably the favorable side of this matchup. It's a reason to bring Marionette into this metagame. However, though, in these matchups that we have for our top 8, the Oscilio is the highest seed, and that confers a little bit of the advantage. Is that what they need to overcome this disadvantageous matchup?
With 2 decks that really want to be going fast, and with one of them having access to some of this arcane damage that can really make a dent in their opponent's life total on that turn 0, Evan may well be served by trying to go first. But before we get to the brass tacks of the matchup, I think it's worth just to zoom out a little bit here and look at the run, because I mean, Evan also brought Kano into Silver Age, right? A deck that we knew was achieving some level of notoriety, but had run into some countermeasures in terms of arcane polarity and just any sort of anti-arcane damage sort of forces. He's able to find success, and I want to hear exactly how he's managed that across both formats. So let's listen in to 2024 United States National Champion, Evan Herndon.
I'm here with Evan Herndon just before his top 8 game here at Pro Tour Yokohama. Evan, first of all, congratulations on making your first Tier 4 top 8. I want to ask you, how does it feel morning of before you play your match?
I'm fired up, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't get the best sleep last night. I think I woke up about like 5:30, 6-ish and couldn't fall back to sleep. But I'm fired up, ready to go. I've practiced a bunch, so dialed in.
What do you think about this top 8 match? Of course, you're on Oscilio this weekend and you're paired into one of the boogeymen of the format in the form of Marionette. I'm sure you've played many games in the lead up to this event. How are you feeling about your top 8 match?
I feel very good about it. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's we'll see if the deck blesses me. We'll see if we find some Ganon flashes, but I feel very prepared into Mario. I've played a lot of matchups. I think I understand like the ins and outs of it. I also saw he's only on 2 bells, which makes me excited.
For us watching, here in the booth and at home, what are some of the keys to this matchup? What do you have a specific plan? Does anything change from what you've been doing in these first rounds into the top 8?
Honestly, no. With Oscilio, I feel like into the majority of your matchups, you're kind of on like either this like full combo aggro plan, which is like essentially what you're doing in Mario. So I just hope his disruption doesn't line up well into me.
What will you do? Play or draw?
Play.
Yeah, go first.
Go first.
Set up.
Go first. Hopefully play like a Sigil of Brilliance or something.
Get
Make an
rolling.
embodiment of lightning. We'll see.
Of course, you are a former US national champion, now making a breakthrough here into a Tier 4 top 8. What would winning a Pro Tour mean to you, Evan?
It would be like a dream come true. I remember when I like first started playing, one of my locals, Alex LaPlume, was like, "What's your goal in the game?" And I said I want to win a Pro Tour. So I'm 3 games away. Let's see if we can do it.
Well, here we are. Evan's entering his first seed on the cusp here. Top 8 and first Tier 4 here at Pro Tour Yokohama. Evan, I wish you all the best in your top 8 match.
Thank you.
Great to have Hayden there interviewing a teammate, and also Evan. Pretty laid back, I think, considering the stakes are extremely high and higher than they've ever been in his career today.
Laid back, definitely the term to use here. I'm reminded a lot of his interview when he won US Nationals a couple of years ago. And I was also getting vibes of Michael Yasker, our current world champion.
It's Zuma coded for sure.
The two of them are very close friends, by the way. Actually, funny story, I was walking to the venue this morning, and the players obviously were allowed to come in a little bit earlier. The venue wasn't open yet. Evan Herndon was there, and so was Michael Yasker. I was like, Michael, what are you doing here? You didn't top 8 this event. And Evan was like, the two of us are a package deal.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at a world champion and national champion in this game? Okay. It's great to hear that the camaraderie that we've had developed amongst so many of our players is so fun to even just be a fly on the wall in witnessing. His opponent, though, Evan's opponent, rather, a calling champion, won a calling in his home country. Still hasn't quite taken the top prize at the Italian national champion, but I'm quite sure Tommaso Viscido has his eyes set on a Pro Tour win first and foremost. Let's listen in and see how his journey has been.
Welcome into Championship Sunday, folks. It's the best day in gaming, and I am joined by one of the masters of the Assassin class, and until very recently, one of the masters of 9th place, but no longer, Tommaso Viscido. This is so earned, and it's well-deserved. Congratulations, my friend. How you feeling?
Thank you. Yeah, long time coming. I feel amazing, of course. It looked like even this time I was gonna get 9th, so I was like heartbroken, but in the end I managed to get really lucky and squeezing out the 8th seed, so it's amazing, man.
Yeah, man. It's pretty incredible. For those of you who don't know, our friend over here, it's 9th, and 12th at the last 3 tier 4s?
Lost winning in for the top 8 at the last 3 tier 4 events, like London, Singapore, and Philadelphia. And the last 2 got actually 9th, so for breakers, so heartbreaking, but now we made it, so all good.
But to be very clear, that's an unbelievable run at 3 tier 4s in a row to be 1 win away from a top 8. One more win, and all of a sudden we're talking about the greatest 3-run stretch in potentially FleshandBlood history. So that's so much to be proud of even there. But what does it feel like after being so close to finally just squeak the way in at the 8th seed and be looking at your first FleshandBlood tier 4 top 8?
Yeah, it feels amazing. As you said, the achievement is already good. The consistency is, I'm very proud of it. But actually playing on Sunday is feels so good. The day before, knowing you're gonna play the top 8 of the Pro Tour is an amazing feeling that I was looking for, and I missed it barely the last time. So. Feels very good, man.
Incredible, dude. Incredible. Well, talk to me just a little bit before we get ready for your match about your journey in FleshandBlood, kind of how you got here, who helped you along the way. I mean, what you're most well known for is the game that brought new to Living Legend, right? So that happened live on stream. That's your greatest achievement so far, but you have another one potentially that you're on the precipice of. So just tell me kind of how we got here.
Yeah, I started playing around Dynasty Uprising. And after that, I became a little bit of a assassin one trick. It's the class I'm known for, and I really enjoy the disruptive playstyle. And yeah, Nu was probably my favorite hero. So getting there to the finish line was also an amazing feeling. And now I'm rocking all the other assassins. I played some Sleepy. Now I'm playing Mario, which I really enjoy, and I also brought it to Worlds. So yeah, I feel really good about the archetype, the class, and hopefully I can make it today to a good finish.
Well, how do we feel about the matchup? Looking ahead, 1/8 seed, Evan Herndon on Oscilio. We know the accomplishments there, right? Ex-US national champion. But talk to me just about, I'm sure you've played a lot of games against Oscilio.
Yeah, it's one of the decks you had to prepare for this tournament. I had one very close friend of mine which is really good at Oscilio, so I had the opportunity to test against it. And it's a really scary matchup. Oscilio can blow you out out of nowhere. So, but I know the matchup. I think I can play it to my best. Then whatever happens. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, man. Well, it's an incredible accomplishment not only for you, but for all of Italian FleshandBlood. We know one of the most passionate, badass communities in the game. Anything you want to shout out there? Talk about the Italian community, your team, the Emperors.
Yeah. Shout out to the Team Emperors. Without them, actually, I wouldn't not have been able to achieve this result for sure. They helped me a lot in the preparation. Even the players that didn't come to Yokohama. And also for the Silver Age portion, we all brought the same deck list, and that really helped because the time is limited to prepare. So having the possibility to share with other people ideas and deck list and mashup knowledge is super important with the level being so high at this tournament. So yeah, big shout out to Team Emperors.
Awesome, dude. Awesome. Well, congratulations again. It's a great accomplishment. I wish you luck in the next round, but it's time now to send it back to the booth. Get ready for the game.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yeah, basically collecting the infinity gauntlet of 9-play finishes. Callings, Pro Tours, World Championships. Tommaso's kind of seen it all now. Finally gets to see what is on the other side of Saturday night at a Pro Tour. Obviously, as a big new enthusiast, I'm sure, you probably have a kindred bond a little bit with Tommaso, seeing him take her over the finish line.
For sure. He said assassin aficionado as well. I do have a little bit of familiarity with the class as well. I do want to point out the demeanor of both our first quarterfinalists that we're going to watch today. Fairly laid back, fairly relaxed from the two of them. And I think, they're probably going to need it in their first match. Going to be an explosive one for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe it's just belying the fires that are churning inside the two of these guys. Let's have a look, though, at what they're working with in their 80s. Deck profiles for you all now. Let's start with Tommaso Viscido. The one thing I think was mentioned by Evan in his interview is there's only 2 copies of Amulet of Echoes. I'm not sure how you feel about that, whether you feel like that's sufficient or not, and what else is sort of reaching out to you here in this 80?
So the 2 Amulets of Echo is definitely going to be something Tommaso wants to find as soon as possible in this matchup, if possible. What else I want to point out is the 2 copies of Command and Conquer that Tommaso has chosen to run in his Marionette list, which isn't common. We know players like Jacob Clemens, for example, are on the 1 of Command and Conquer, and Lucas Oswald as well. Tommaso going up one more piece of that very important piece of disruption, especially in this matchup, where the opponent's going to try and park a Gone and a Flash in there until they draw the perfect hand to combo off with. The other card I want to point out is 2 copies of Take Up the Mantle. That's another spicy pick that Tommaso has chosen to bring into this Arakni Marionette deck list. Again, not very common. Ever since Bonds of Agony was banned, we saw Take Up the Mantle get reduced in the number of copies. Most lists actually are on 0 copies of the card, but Tommaso, with that very powerful attack reaction, might be able to suddenly sneak in disruption on a turn that Evan isn't expecting.
What is he trying to actually sneak in with this card? Because obviously, Kiss of Death is a viable target. Obviously good if you want to try and close the gap or race here, but what else are you looking for to sort of take up?
Mark of the Black Widow. So Take Up the Mantle lets you swap out the stealth attack that's on the combat chain with one that's in your graveyard if your opponent's marked. And so if they're marked, you switch into Mark of the Black Widow. Now suddenly you have an on-hit that makes your opponent banish a card from hand. And Oscilio is a deck that scales off of the number of cards that they are allowed to keep in their hand as they go into the combo turn. So that could be a very effective piece of disruption that Evan isn't expecting.
Very important, of course, to mix in some disruption with your racing potential. That's the 80 for Tommaso Viscido. Of course, his Arakni Marionette list. Let's have a look at Evan Herndon's list here, of course. He will be on Oscilio. And, of course, the game plan across all Oscilio lists is pretty darn similar. Is obviously to go for the throat. And in this matchup, you're really trying to go for that blowout combo turn. Couple of interesting inclusions in the list, I feel. The Seduce Secrets is nice. There's also Cloud Cover getting thrown in here to the 80. What else are we looking at?
The first thing I want to point out is the copy of Cap of Quick Thinking. Now, that is something that a lot of Oscilios were running back in the day when we were expecting a lot of Syndras in the metagame. That card, very, very powerful to prevent the flicks, to prevent the Mask of Momentum triggers. Might have a place in a Marionette matchup, although I do think he'll probably still prefer to go for the Flash of Brilliance to have a much more significant combo turn. But Cap of Quick Thinking can also stop the Flick Knives interaction against the Marionette, who so desperately wants to mark you to get the disruption online.
Yeah, it could be important as well. It's just a discard of that instant and a draw card, obviously, on the other side of it here. Now, as Evan sort of discussed, being able to go first in this matchup seems like it's going to have some importance to start to push ahead in that race a little bit here. Again, it's the strategy to go for sort of one of those big shock and awe turns, because we've also sometimes seen Oscilios try and go for 2 smaller combos, one with the Greaves, one with the the bindings of the Third Age, for example.
A fair amount of it is kind of how the cards line up. If you draw a decent combo turn and your opponent isn't disrupting you, I think Evan will just go for it. And we saw him do this yesterday as well, where he went for a fairly smaller combo turn because he against Felipe's Gravy, because he realized in that matchup he was fine just doing a little bit of a mini combo when he got the chance to, so still leak a whole bunch of damage in and just close the game out afterwards in a post combo turn. One card I want to point out in Evan's list that we haven't yet spoken about, Mitch, 2 copies of Temporal Wobble. That is a scary card in this matchup. You can counter something like an Orb Weaver Spinneret to prevent the Graphene Collision from being generated. You can counter something like a Codex of Frailty, counter something like a Saber Bloodshed even. These overrate plays on Arakni Marionette's side. Evan Herndon, if these Temporal Wobbles line up, could be absolutely so incredibly impactful.
Yeah, none of those non-attack action cards are safe when there's a temporal wobble in the grip. One of the first real sort of viable, we'll call it counter spells in Flesh and Blood, and Oscilio is more than happy to make extensive use of it here. This is not the only Oscilio versus Arakni Marionette matchup we're going to be watching in this top 8, but they can all look vastly different. They are extremely volatile, and a lot depends on that balance of tempo in the early rounds. I'm excited for this one. I absolutely can't wait. If I had to ask you to make a prediction here, based on knowing that Evan is top seed, what would you say?
I had a feeling you were going to do that, so I actually had an answer prepared already. I knew you were going to put me on the spot, Mitch. Of course you would. So, two things at play here. Evan, higher seed, so has the advantage on that front, but there's one consistent trope that we've been seeing in Tier 4s of Flesh and Blood, 8th seed advantage. Especially when you have the main character energy that Tommaso has, a draw in the Gravy Bones final Swiss round that got him his 8th seed place here. He might be the anime protagonist this weekend, Mitch.
Well, folks, there is a blank plaque in the Hall of Heroes waiting to be inscribed with yet another name in Flesh and Blood history. So it's time to head down to our feature match area for the first of our top 8 games here at Pro Tour Yokohama. It's Italy's Tommaso Viscido and Arakni Marionette versus the United States' Evan Herndon on Oscilio Constellar Intelligence.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the runs that our players have gone through to make it to the top 8 of Pro Tour Yokohama. Starting with Tommaso, of course. Started the day off with a loss against Samed on the Arakni Marionette mirror. 2 losses overall in the CC rounds as he entered his Silver Age rounds and got looks like 5-1 in Silver Age, and then just won out the rest of his CC rounds.
Yeah, obviously a real smattering of different opponents that Tommaso's had to go up against. We've seen Marionette mirrors. We've seen him run into Chanon's Icelander in Silver Age. I think Tommaso was on Oldham in Silver Age, so that obviously can be quite a tricky matchup to navigate. And yes, avoiding the dreaded bubble, the Italian has made his way into a top 8. Let's have a look at 2024 national champion Evan Herndon. What are we working with?
Also started off with a loss. Both our quarterfinalists here had started their Pro Tour runs with 1 loss. It just goes to show the amount of resilience they need to have to make it to the top 8 of such an event. And Evan Herndon, first seed no less, only picked up 1 loss the rest of the tournament after that first round one. That was in round 9 against an Ira in Silver Age.
Okay, let's now take a 10,000-foot view of this matchup once more. Arakni Marionette is a deck with velocity, a lot of damage. Dagger focused, wants to play reactions to pump them up, but the timing and the manner of getting those marks is important. Flipping into an Orb Weaver to get a Chalistra early after flicking one of those claves is usually the game plan.
Marionette, in many ways, has exactly the tools you need to beat a combo deck like Oscilio. You are fast, which means you put them on a very fast clock, and you have Disruption to supplement the speed at which we are reducing the Oscilio's life total. And remember, Oscilio starts at 36 because they do deal damage to you on your turn, so a little bit of a balancing factor there. On top of them having so many instants in the deck that makes it very difficult for them to block. On the other side, though, Evan, if you give him 1 turn where you miss Disruption and they have it, you're just going to get blown up from 40 to 0.
Arakni Marionette needs to find those discard pieces, maybe threaten the arsenal with some of those Command and Conquers that Tommaso has packed in. Let's waste no more time. We're heading now down into the game. First player will be Evan Herndon here on Oscilio. Flip of the equipment suites here and nothing out of the ordinary. Eyes on that Mask of Deceit that's going to have to be potentially used early to get Tommaso the flip that he's looking for.
Immediately going to take a look at what Evan Herndon has managed to find on his turn 0 over here. This will dictate the pace of the game. Does have 1 permanent so far, the Channel Lightning Valley. I see an Electrostatic Discharge, Somersault as well. Could go ahead and use Oscilio to discard it to find a critical board state piece. Looks like it's just a Lightning Press. Not exactly what he was looking for. Wanted to try and find a Sigil of Brilliance. Ideally, it would be a very strong start if he gets Sigil of Brilliance plus Channel Lightning Valley. Looks like he's just going to be able to set up the Channel Lightning Valley and not much else for his turn 0.
Yeah, Channel Lightning Valley played, and Evan was reaching for a pitch card to make sure that the flow counter would allow Channel Lightning Valley to stay in play. Volsar obviously pitched to, so that is 1 amp and an Etchings of Arcana deployed as their arcane spell.
Coming in for 4 damage to Tommaso's only AB1. Looks like no AB is a call from Tommaso, liking the entire hand. Doesn't even want to prevent 1 damage on this turn 0, and we see why. He's got an Amulet of Echoes. 2 copies in the list, and he's managed to find it on turn 1.
Evan was very pleased, crowing in fact that Tommaso was only sitting on 2 copies. Well, he has found one in his first grip of 4 cards.
Watch Evan's expression here. I want to see how he reacts to the Amulet of Echoes being found immediately.
Also, what else are we working with in the hand? Was that a Spinneret, maybe? Okay, we're going to have Amulet of Echoes here flashed here to the hand. We're not going to quite see it yet. Save a Bloodshed is going to be the opener. Again, the next time a marked hero is hit with a dagger, there is going to be a card drawn. Evan not yet marked, but marking him up is a pretty trivial issue.
This is an incredible start for Tommaso. Here we see exactly why he didn't even want to AB1. He's got Amulet of Echoes, and he's got Orweaver Spinneret.
He's got everything!
On turn 0. He's going to be able to set up the Kallistra immediately without even using the Mask of the Sea. Not to mention this the card he's going to draw off the Save of Bloodshed as the Flick Knives comes in, marks the opponent. Now this dagger will hit.
This is perfect.
Save of Bloodshed sees a dagger hitting a marked opponent, lets him draw. Evan Herndon remains marked as well.
And a cut from the same cloth to set up a next turn, get a look at Evan's hand, and obviously pump that first dagger. Orweaver Spinneret comes down. This is going to create a Graphene Chalicera. Oh, sorry, excuse me. It's the cut from the same cloth. So we get a peek at the hand now.
And that's a grand total of 2 block in Evan Herndon's hand currently. Can, of course, activate Oscilio to swap out one of this instance for maybe a blocking card. Oh, he's already activated Oscilio this turn. Excuse me. Null Shock was the card discarded to Oscilio on this turn. So that's 2 block remaining in Evan Herndon's hand as he sees the Spinneret come down. He cannot be happy about this, but little does he know there's going to be an Amulet of Echoes after this as well.
Okay, Graphene Chalicera here going to be following up. So there's +4, +3 on top of the Chalicera. And we're coming in for a total of 9. Go again.
+1, of course, conferred by Arakni Marionette's hero ability because the opponent is marked. Now, this will remove the mark effect of Evan Herndon.
Which is relevant, I guess. Tommaso doesn't need to flip into Orweaver because he found a Spinneret in his first hand. So leaving Evan marked at the end of the American's turn doesn't matter. This is about as good as it gets. 15 damage, established an Amulet of Echoes. You've got a Chalicera. I mean, Tommaso better get a lottery ticket after this.
This is the 8th seed buff that we were talking about, Mitch. Evan Herndon facing down Amulet of Echoes as he's already 15 points lower than his starting life total.
Flittering Charge is the opener. This will get go again with one of the many instances in Evan's hand. But obviously there is a Channel Lightning Valley in play, so threatening a card draw on hit here is Evan.
And Tommaso, of course, knows that there's a plethora of instants available to Evan Herndon to give this Flittering Charge go again.
Man, I wish I was that good at Flesh and Blood. That's crazy, Tommaso.
That's what you need to top 8 a Pro Tour. A little bit of luck and a little bit of skill as well.
I will think about it.
Tommaso is seriously considering this block. There are a number of defense reactions in the deck here, including a Tarantula Toxin to hand right now for Tommaso, which might not easily find application in a matchup where Evan is pretty disinclined to block.
Often in a matchup like this, Tarantula Toxin's either just a 3 block or just a 3 damage pump on a dagger. It's quite difficult to incentivize an Oscilio to block you out.
Tommaso knows what's in Evan's hand. I think he knows that maybe there's not a ton of attack actions. He spotted, I think, Flittering Charge, the only one in Evan's hand. He did see, though, the instants that were there.
Saw a blink, a Sigil of Lightning. Now, of course, Oscilio hasn't been activated on Evan's turn yet, so he could swap out one of those cards. So Tommaso has most of the information, but not all of it. Of course, the Arsenal, also a mystery here.
Yeah, Evan has access to, potentially 2 cards from the top of his deck. Via Oscilio activation and a draw effect from this hit. Reaching for a 2-card block.
So at this point, while Tommaso had a very, very strong start, have to point out that the Tunic isn't coming back online and he isn't in Arakni's Orweaver form, which means the Kallistra does cost a full card to actually attack with, which does make it a little bit awkward. Typically a Tunic on 3 is when Arakni Marionette can do something really, really strong, or if they're in the Orweaver form. I think that's potentially why he was maybe reaching for the Mask of the Sea, not only block out the on-hit, but maybe get a little bit of a lucky break and flip into Orweaver to get the free swing, or even one of those agents to get some disruption going, potentially.
Yeah, obviously, Final Web lets him go after the Arsenal. Black Widow lets him go after the hand. So there's probably 3 out of 6 options that Tommaso would be happy enough with. We put the Mask of the Sea back. Okay, it's going to be Tarantula Toxin and Incision. Getting in front of this Flittering Charge. Electrostatic Discharge here, of course, to satisfy the condition to give Flittering Charge go again. No card draw yet, though. There's the other attack action. Gone in a flash there. So Evan was working with an attack action in the Arsenal.
Question is, does Evan Herndon have a spell? I don't believe I see one currently. He's got a blink in hand and a Sigil of Lightning. What is the draw here for Evan? That is a Temporal Wobble. Can activate Oscilio. We might just see the Wobble being discarded. Of course, no Sigil established yet. And now he drew a Sigil of Brilliance. So no Arcane spell is still representing the potential amp on Volzar. You have to do that. You psych your opponent out a little bit. Make them think there's a spell coming at the end of this turn, even though we know there isn't.
4 damage being threatened here. Tommaso really feels like he's done all of his blocking for the turn. Wants to make a 2-card play, work towards that Tunic turn, like you mentioned, Punkage, and try and blow Evan out. 6 amp on Volsar here with a Sigil of Lightning thrown down at instant speed. And God on a Flash will return to the grip.
Now, of course, this is the second time God on a Flash has been played on this turn, so Amulet of Echoes is actually available for Tommaso Viscido should he choose to pop it. He could, of course, wait for God on a Flash to return to hand first, which is probably what he wants to do. Now, he can activate that to get rid of the God on a Flash.
Sigil of Brilliance deployed and priority passed.
This is an interesting spot for Tommaso Viscido over here. You can pop Amulet of Echoes. You won't get 2 cards discarded because Evan Herndon only has 1, but the 1 card you are discarding is gone in a flash. So quite tempting to pop that item, and that's exactly what he's contemplating here.
It is the card that unlocks what Evan is trying to do. Not only would Tommaso keep him off an arsenal, but yeah, getting rid of that glue piece.
Especially with the setup that Evan currently has. Sigil of Lightning and Sigil of Brilliance on the field right now. The God on a Flash on the following turn would be incredibly strong, but keeping the Amulet means you can just use it on the following turn, potentially discard a spell from Evan Herndon's hand.
Okay, and so the play here for Tommaso is simply Meat Madness, an attack action that we saw in the Slippy Armory deck, which has a bit of randomness stapled to it. 3 potential on-hit effects.
And that's another reason to let Evan Herndon keep the arsenal. Meat Mana's 2/3 chance of disrupting your opponent if they have an arsenal. If they don't have an arsenal, then it's just a 1/3 chance of disruption. So Tommaso's saying, cool, keep your arsenal. Here's a Meat Manas. What are you going to do about it? I could be holding a reaction for this. Something like a Tarantula Toxin can be used on a stealth attack like Meat Madness should Evan Herndon try and block it. Also has the ability to mark the opponent at reaction speed off the Flick Knives if he wants to go to 0 claves, which would be quite risky, but it would mean Meat Madness gets +1 and can potentially guarantee the on-hit as well. So Evan Herndon in a little bit of a bind here.
Feels like it's very hard to make the correct blocking decision when you're in this spot against Arakni Marionette in general, especially for decks that don't pack a number of defense reactions.
And Evan Herndon has an incredibly offensive hand to go with the God on a Flash in his arsenal. This is exactly what you want. 3 instants and a spell. With Sigil of Brilliance going to be popping on his turn, Sigil of Lightning as well. Now, of course, he's facing down Amulet of Echoes, so this is a combo hand, but it'll be a little bit muted by the Bell and potentially even by this Meat Madness.
I think this is telling Tommaso everything he needs to know. Evan Herndon reaching now for 3 pieces of equipment to cover this over in its entirety. Lightning Greaves, Ether Bindings, and Flash of Brilliance being put in front of this Meat Madness.
So Flash of Brilliance will trigger over here. Discarding the CLV, probably going to put the Sigil of Brilliance back in his hand and draw a card off of it. Let's take a look at what the card draw is, and it's another instant, Mitch. Sigil of Aether off the top for Evan Herndon.
Even with an Amulet of Echoes, can you slow this down enough? I mean, I digress here. We are going to be flicking to get this mark up on Evan Herndon.
Tommaso sees it. He's seeing the writing on the wall. He realizes Evan Herndon has a massive turn. He knows that God on Flash in Arsenal. Evan Herndon blocked with his equipment. Is he going to get the 2/3? Is he going to get the Arsenal disruption? That's what he wants the most from this.
Yeah, Evan Herndon's hand is full of instants, but it's like gone in a flash that's going to tie the whole darn thing together. Probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. He needs a 4 fall.
Top
No!
card of the deck!
The worst mode for Meat Madness.
That's the thing. We said 2/3 chance of disruption. Now wait, this does have go again. He's holding a Codex. He could Codex, go send the Meat Madness immediately again. And this time, I mean, what are the odds that you go that you whiff twice? Right? That's like literally impossible.
Oh yeah, literally couldn't happen. All right, let's see how this plays out. I think it's a 1 in 9 chance to whiff both times. If my math is correct.
Yeah, but I mean, the first time whiffed, which means the second time it cannot happen. Actually,
Oh,
that's
okay,
how the
sure.
probability
Yeah.
works. I'm pretty sure.
All right. Here's Meat Madness yet again. Evan's like, yeah, can I block this thing? Is this...
His only 3-block is the spell that he needs to finish off the combo. Hasn't activated Oscilio yet, but you really don't want to be Oscilioing away instants when you have a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. It feels so bad to do that, to try and fish for another 3-block.
He's doing it! Woo! I mean, again, yeah, he can sort of dig for this, and so Evan's going to take the safer line. Doesn't even want to reckon with another dice roll for Meat Madness. So Tommaso's able to draw the etchings of Arcana out of the hand.
Now, I wonder whether we'll see an Oscilio activation to try and fish for a spell, or is he just going to be content with sending Gone in a Flash again and again? Because when you send Gone in a Flash, say, 6 or 7 times, you don't necessarily need a spell to end your turn. That's still plenty of damage going your opponent's way.
Remember, Amulet of Echoes is still in play. There's obviously a large number of timing considerations around this card. When at instant speed Tommaso wants to pop it, obviously we need to see Gone in a Flash played twice. Then he'll get to force Evan to discard.
I can't believe this is turn 2 of our first quarterfinals of Proto Yokohama.
What's turn 2? Wow,
so
okay.
explosive. Both players had incredible starts. Tommaso with the Orb Weaver Spinner, the Amulet of Echoes, and Evan Herndon with an almost picture-perfect Gone in a Flash combo here.
Orb Weaver Spinneret less necessary now that we already have a Chelicera. Although a second one maybe wouldn't hurt to be able to flick it. That's going to get in front of this Gone in a Flash. Tommaso wants to preserve some life total, get to the point where he could pop this Amulet, still have a decent amount of cards to crack back with.
I have to point out, though, Tommaso's decision to flick the Clave, which I think he had the soul read on Evan to go ahead and do it and try and get some disruption, and did draw the spell eventually.
Kind of paid off, right?
Has left him with 0 Claves.
Is that an up sticks in hand?
That is an up sticks in hand. So he did find the Clave retrieval immediately, but it was a little bit of a risk that he took. Did get paid off for it. You're in a matchup like against Oscilio. You know they're going to combo off on you. You have to take these risks. These are the sort of lines that Proto top 8 competitors realize they have to take. Sometimes you have to play into the variance. You cannot play the safe line, and he's being rewarded for it here in our top 8.
Amulet of Echoes in the layer step, being activated. 3 cards in Evan's hand.
And Evan just empties the entire hand in response. But it does mean that this Gone in a Flash doesn't get returned to hand because the Amulet was popped in the layer step before the Gone in a Flash text was active, which means for Tommaso Viscido, he knows this is face up. This is the last amount of damage that's coming from Evan Herndon on this turn. Tommaso says, all right, that's fine, I'll take it. But Evan didn't pop any of the equipment. He blocked with them, but the Lightning Greaves, Old Knocker, still there. That was the power of the Sigil of Lightning that was left behind on the previous turn cycle. The embodiment of Lightning gave him the go again, so he could still send in the Gone in a Flash again, but got to preserve his equipment.
Okay, importantly, Tommaso doesn't get blown to smithereens. That's what the Amulet of Echoes is able to do for him. And you notice that very important timing piece of activating it in the layer step. Something to remember for your games as well. Hunter's Clave here after the up sticks. Getting a buff, allowing for the retrieval. Tommaso seeking to mark Evan, who's activated Oscilio and discarded. Drawn up a Blast to Oblivion.
And this is a beautiful resource curve for Tommaso Viscido over here. Gets to pay for the retrieve and still has Tunic up for the follow-up Chelicera.
Yeah, getting to find a blue in his hand. Pretty fortuitous, not having to use it for anything else. Only AB1, so throwing a blue for that, not really worthwhile. Okay, Scar Tissue. Evan is going to be double marked. This pumps this attack up to 8. Tommaso definitely feels like he needs some velocity here. He knows that Evan is circling and looking for an opportunity to dive bomb him, so it's got to be quick. There's a Ponta token, and that's what the Arsenal card is.
And the clock is ticking for Evan Herndon over here as he falls down to 11 life. And Tommaso opts not to swing the Chelicera so that Evan remains marked, gets to transform. Redback, not the one you actually want to transform into, but more importantly, Mask of Deceit is online now. Evan Herndon is marked. Tommaso can use the mask to flip into something very disruptive, potentially Black Widow, for example, to make sure that Evan Herndon doesn't get the space again to find another copy of Gone in a Flash.
Tudikana actually being paid into Arcane Barrier here. As that Sigil of Aether sort of pops and looks to leave. Aether Bindings of the third age is activated now. So whenever Sigils leave the arena, we are going to be amping 1. That's on top of the amp that Volzar can provide with Lightning cards.
little bit of a tricky sequencing that Evan Herndon was representing for us over there. You can decide whether you want Aether Bindings Amp to happen first before the Sigil of Aether deals his damage. Evan Herndon decides he wants to save all that amp for something that's going to come later on down the line. And looking at his hand, he has an Etchings of Arcana. So that's why he wants to save the amp for later. Wants to ensure that he gets a surge effect on that card. Was willing to allow Tommaso to AB1 on the Sigil of Aether.
Okay, now we're into the tank. 2 copies of Blast to Oblivion. You mentioned the Etchings.
2 copies of Blast
Sink in the hand?
So that's a Sigil of Solace,
Sigil
I
of
believe.
Solace.
So no Sigil of Brilliance, which is typically what you want to bounce back and forth off the Blast to Oblivion, but Evan Herndon decides, he sees the writing on the wall. The opponent has 5 cards, you're at 11 life. He's saying, I just need to do something really, really big here. Pops the Lightning Greaves, which normally we've seen Gone in a Flash combos be the de facto way Oscilio opponents blow their opponent up. But Blast to Oblivion, another one of those combo lines that skilled Oscilio players can take.
Evan needs to try and end the game as soon as humanly possible. Tommaso might not have flipped into the most imposing member of the Brood here, but 11 life, you are certainly not safe. Here comes the Sigil of Conductivity now.
And this is an interesting interaction with Blast to Oblivion. When you play Blast to Oblivion, play an instant speed while it's attacking, you get to bounce back a Sigil of Conductivity, which leaves the battlefield generating an Embodiment of Lightning for your follow-up Blast to Oblivion, because this card does not have natural go again. You need to jump through some hoops to make sure that you can retain an action point after the attack is done. And very importantly, when you play an instant, bounce back a Sigil of Conductivity, Aether Bindings of the Third Age sees the Sigil leave the battlefield, amps one more time.
And worth bearing in mind that with Lightning Greaves is activated here, so instants are given go again, which is important. That means we're going to have no shortage of action points to play with. So the embodiments of lightning are great, but pretty superfluous in this kind of round. Evan is going to have all the action points that he needs.
Which means that the Etchings of Arcana, once it bounces back a Sigil from your graveyard into your hand, you can play the Sigil with go again, thanks to Lightning Greaves.
Okay, this is basically everything online for Evan now. Tommaso is still deciding how he wants to block this 4-power attack. He knows there's a potential of a big Arcane hit towards the end of the turn and needs to preserve a decent life total because he's on Arcane Barrier 1. That Etchings could come in for a large amount of amp.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Mask of Deceit here to flip into Trapdoor just for 3 more life. Your opponent's popped all their equipment. This is probably the last offensive salvo in the game. You can use it for Black Widow if you think you're going to survive, or if you think you just need to weather out this storm right here, flip into Trapdoor, get an extra 3 life from your deck.
This is heads up. Again, keep a high life total. Tommaso knows he is not going to have another chance to gain a resource off this Final Spring Tunic. Or at least that is the thinking right now.
Honestly, he's counting his lucky stars that he even got 1 resource off of it, that this game went 3 turns, given that Evan Herndon found Gone in a Flash that early, and that was because Tommaso found his Amulet of Echoes that early.
Yeah, it could have been over. I mean, we're in turn 3, folks. Barely 20 minutes into this game, but a lot of thinking over these last couple of turn cycles. And I'd be pretty terrified. When my opponent has activated both their bindings and the Lightning Greaves, I know they are trying to knock me out of the tournament this turn.
4 block presented without Mask of Deceit so far. Tommaso wants to leave that option available to him. Doesn't know yet whether he wants to use it for defense or for offense.
Sigil of Solace played out. We have the Sigil of Conductivity bounce back, creating an embodiment of lightning. Plenty of action points now, up to 3.
Etchings of Arcana right here. So this is going to get amped by 5. Sigil of Aether was prevented, I believe. So the 3 from the Aether Bindings of the Third Age, 2 from Volsar. This means he can find the Sigil of Brilliance that's in his graveyard, and now that is a Sigil that he can bounce back with the second Blast of Oblivion that's in his hand and find something even more explosive after this. Now, of course, Volsar Amp has been used. Aether of the Bindings of the Third Age, a bunch of its amp has already been used as well, so
yep, the dice
the
come off.
potential for a big spell at the end of this, a little bit muted, but still possible. Aether Bindings will still see another Sigil leave after this Blast to Oblivion, still confer at least 1 more amp.
I mean, Tommaso's at ace here. I mean, with Sigil of Brilliance giving Evan access to the top of his deck now, an opportunity to draw some of these cards up. Tommaso is in grave danger. Now, looks like we're reaching for this Mask of Deceit. Thinking about that 3 life buffer that trap could gain you.
This is some high-level Oscilio gameplay from Evan Herndon. In this match, in this 3 turns, we have already seen how you can play around Amulet of Echoes. We have seen how you can do a combo turn that does not involve Gone in a Flash. A lot of people see this hero as fairly one-dimensional. They think it's just a Gone in a Flash combo, but Evan here is showcasing what it takes to make first seed at a Pro Tour. You need to know all the lines available to you on this hero. It's way deeper than just a Gone in a Flash combo.
A couple of things had to line up. You need to draw 2 Blast to Oblivions, right? Be able to recur them to some degree.
You have to play around your opponent's Amulet of Echoes.
And of course, the Lightning Greaves smoothing out any potential action point restriction. But honestly, it may not have been needed with that Sigil of Conductivity coming in and out. But you kind of want to be flickering this Sigil of Brilliance now instead to be drawing.
Make no mistake, though, this is an act of desperation from Evan Herndon over here. We know he's just holding a Sigil of Conductivity in his hand. So this draw off the top, the Sigil of Brilliance, he's just banking on this.
Yeah, he's really hoping to find something to bookend it. Tommaso doesn't know what to be expecting.
No
in a flash
way!
off the top! What? That is ungodly from Evan Herndon, and he just sends it straight away. Tommaso, he's got to see the writing on the wall now. 4 damage coming his way. He knows Evan has the ability to bounce this back. He knows there's a sigil on the guy's hand. That is disgusting.
Small shake of the head from Tommaso Viscido. A little laugh from Evan Herndon.
All right, get in on blocks. Get in there. Send the troops.
It's still face up. You know, Evan Herndon just has a sigil in hand, so it's 4 into 4. But what a break for our first seed here.
And this is going to strip Tommaso down to his very bones.
And you have to wonder, that Black Widow flip, do you regret that at this point? Do you wish you were Trapdoor instead just for the 3 extra life? Because remember, Tommaso is at 6, but you're against a deck that has shocks. You're not actually at 6. If you go down to 2, you're functionally dead already. So he's effectively at 4. This Gone in a Flash, kind of in many ways, actually presenting lethal.
Oh, man. Yeah, Tommaso knows there's a certain threshold that he can't afford to drop to.
And he's checking, how many shocks have you used? It's barely, I think it was just a null shock. Just a null shock that was discarded.
1.
And Evan Herndon's list running 3 null shocks, by the way. A little bit of a point of contention amongst Oscilio decks. How many null shocks do you want to run? Evan Herndon running the full playset of all shocks that he's allowed to.
Take 2, go to 4. Gone in the Flash, coming off the top of the deck, being able to be converted to 8 points of damage.
4 is a scary life total. You still could die from 4. Looks like Evan Herndon, though, did not find too many instances. Did find a shock. But no lightning instance to amp on Tommaso's turn here. So, discards the Seduce the Secrets, draws a Sigil. So he could send a shock for 3. Tommaso's at 4, though, so that won't be lethal, and of course, might even have resources up to AB. Actually, not anymore. There's a Persuasive Prognosis on the field. That's his last card in hand.
Yeah, Tommaso knows there's like a risk, but he has to try and advance the game now. Evan is at a pretty massive 14 life. Remember, he played a Sigil of Solace last turn amidst all of that tomfoolery. So that only got him further and further ahead.
Whenever you see Persuasive Prognosis hit the field, you need to take a look at the colors in your hand, and I believe Evan Herndon has 3 yellows and 1 blue. So if he's lucky, you could just let this hit, and if it banishes a red off the top, there's no legal target for Tommaso.
It's risky. There's a lot of rainbow in Evan's deck. I mean, a lot of the time, Blast to Oblivion comes in many of those colors. You know, you have a ton of yellows in Channel Lightning Valleys and other associated spells. Sigils of Brilliance are yellow, and then a lot of your other smaller sigils come in blue. So Evan's like, okay, I don't really know what to expect from this. Could be anything off the top.
Could also just block this. Arakni Marionette doesn't really run many pumps on stealth attacks. Typically, the only one that could actually juice you if you put a blocking card in front of this is Tarantula Toxin, of which we have already seen 1 of. So decently safe block here. Evan Herndon looks through the yard, sees that 1 copy of Tarantula Toxin. Of course, if it is Tarantula Toxin, then you might potentially lose 2 cards from your hand.
I'm having flashbacks to actually watching Tommaso at Worlds, where he sends, it was probably a Bonds, but he sends like a 1 power stealth attack and then plays 3 just to nicks.
Oh my god.
On top of it. It was the most filthy thing I've ever seen. We're not going to see that here. I don't think Tommaso is on just to nick at all, but that would be nice. Take up the mantle, though, is going to be the reaction here. Now, He is marked. Evan is marked.
Does he have a mark of the Black Widow? Because that would guarantee
Failed to
disruption.
find.
Nope. So just using it for +3.
I mean, in fairness, Tommaso hasn't had the chance to go through
And that's
enough
a
of his
red.
deck.
That's a
Oh.
red. That's just a
Okay,
whiff.
here's Flesh and Blood with Miss Rachel. Is there a red in the hand? Nope.
That's one of the worst feelings in the world when you send a persuasive prognosis and you just don't hit the correct color off the top. Evan Herndon gets to go into his turn no longer marked, 5 cards in hand thanks to Surge of Brilliance popping. The world's his oyster at this point, and he had to go through an Amulet of Echoes. He had to go through some disruption to get here. He is very comfortable right now.
Sigil of Brilliance is going to be replayed. That's 1 amp here. Vols are up to 2 now with the Blast to Oblivion being deployed.
No go again. No Lightning Greaves in the field, so no way to get an action point. Currently, we'll need to find a blink either off the top or off the Sigil of Brilliance draw to continue sending attacks at Tommaso. But of course, the Arcane that he has access to on this turn is a shock. Doesn't need an action point to resolve that. Volzar is continuously amping up over here. Let's take a look at what the Sigil of Brilliance draw is.
Oh,
It is a blink!
Are you kidding me? Okay, well, there's your action point sorted. Blink played out. Volzar up to 4. Another Blast to Oblivion to follow it up.
And
Okay.
This shock is certainly lethal.
Yeah, it's going to get you there. We are up to 5 amp on Volzar.
It's going to go up to 6 once you play the shock.
Tommaso has 1 arcane barrier to speak of. Just the world is your oyster, Evan Herndon. An unreal start to this top 8. Everything you could have asked for and more. Magical Christmas land for your 2024 United States National Champion. And he gets Oscilio over the line in our first quarterfinal.
Those were 4 turns of just incredible high-octane gaming. I cannot believe that was only 4 turns. My heart was beating so fast, going back and forth in the matchup. It started off with Tommaso in such a strong
perfect 4
position.
cards.
The perfect 4 cards. Didn't even AB on Evan's turn, and then Evan Herndon had to fight through the amulet, had to fight through the Gone in a Flash being forced to block with a spell on his Gone in a Flash combo, and then finishes off with such a massive Blast to Oblivion combo instead.
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous. And on that turn, obviously, he's able to find basically the perfect card. He finds a Gone in the Flash off the top to squeeze 8 more damage out. I mean, this is a matchup where the smallest of margins make a difference. And he just so happens to find an action point off, off the draw of Citadel of Brilliance, leaving in the last turn of the game. Pretty absurd stuff, but both of those decks, of course, are subject to high amounts of variance, and it just happened that the deck was stacked in Evan Herndon's favor. Let's have a look at your top 8 bracket now with the conclusion of this first game. Evan Herndon advances into the semi-finals, awaiting either Michael Hamilton, world champion, not a Pro Tour champion yet, or Bartosz Dobrowolski, who I would consider to be on the Cinderella run of this top 8, alongside Eugene C on the other side of the bracket. That's going to be another Oscilio versus Arakni Marionette matchup. And if it's going to be anything like what we just saw, you'd be insane not to stay glued to this channel.
Yeah, I don't know if my heart can take another matchup like that, Mitch. That was so incredible, and we're going to be running it back with slightly different lists. Of course, Hayden will go ahead and walk you through the differences in those lists as we get into that game.
There you have it, of course, a lot to look forward to today, and of course in the coming months, because Flesh and Blood's next core booster set is just around the corner. You might have heard a little bit about it by now, but I'm here to tell you again about our Lord and Savior, Omens of the Third Age. May 29, 2026. That's pretty darn soon, folks. Next month is your pre-release with spoiler season kind of already underway, if I'm honest with you. We've got some great looks at what we can expect from this set package. It looks electrifying, it looks exciting, and of course, a very special hero makes her return to the tabletop.
That's right. It's a return to the Lightning talent. All the heroes in this set feature the Lightning talent that first debuted in Tales of Aria, and one of the heroes that's returning, Aurora, Legacy of Tempest, fan favorite hero, the first we saw in Rosetta, very quickly turboed to LL because of how popular she was, how strong she was, and here she is again in a reimagined form.
Yeah, we're stoked about this. Obviously, we see a Marvel treatment straight out of the gates. That Lightning Runeblade strategy returning to the game. If you love 0-for-4s, you're going to get them in so many different kinds of flavors. And of course, we've already seen some of her cards revealed, including the Quick Strike keyword, which is going to be conferring some bonuses, some buffs to her cards if they have go again.
I really like the design of Scorpio Comet Tail over here. It's giving me mini Rosetta Thorn vibes, which is one of the most classic Runeblade weapons of all time. I wouldn't be surprised if Scorpio enters that echelon as well.
Yeah, we love that split damage, of course, with Rune Blades. The idea that Dashing Flash Put could create an embodiment of lightning after, having go again is kind of insane. It means the fun keeps going for you Aurora fans. Now, we also have a new treatment for Oscilio. We've just seen what Constellar Intelligence is capable of doing. This is Oscilio Forked Continuum. Bro been forking those meals down because he is looking brolic indeed. 38 points of life, so a little bit more stout than the current Oscilio. And from what we've seen, Punkage, less spiky than the current Oscilio, but has some really interesting, maybe mid-range options as a Lightning Wizard.
Certainly looking at cards like Cosmic Suture that is coming out in this next set. Lightning Wizard instant here that has a prevention effect on it. Very interesting. Almost feels like the Wizard and Illusionist kind of swapping positions over here. You expect the Illusionist to be the one doing a lot of damage prevention, a little bit of pings here and there, but Oscilio now looking like it's going to take up that mantle in Omens of the Third Age.
Interesting to see like a lot of these instants that are intended to be played on defense. So a different take on Oscilio, maybe give you a different pace to play at. Of course, though, if you're feeling like you want to be fabulous, then Ziggy Starlight has exactly what you're looking for. New Illusionist hero with a new talent. The first time we've ever seen Lightning Illusionist in the game. Obviously, the Illusionist strategy, much beloved. So much so, though, Ziggy looks compelling that even Pankaj Vishwani himself is starting to think about picking up the Illusionist class.
It's also a very interesting interaction that we've been seeing with Ziggy so far. It doesn't seem to be as in line with the attacking with the permanents, but more about flickering existing permanents, bringing them back with a holo counter on it, and of course the new keyword fragment that are featuring on these Lightning Illusionist attack action cards, which put your opponent in a little bit of a bind. Do they want to block this to make its attack power reduced, but at the same time give you a resource to potentially play an instant like Auric Shards?
Yeah, and obviously Pulsing Cardia, if it's not blocked, is just a pretty nice 0 for 5. So a lot of different avenues, I guess, and a lot of forking, gameplay patterns at your disposal. Also, you get to try and sequence your opponent that you're very smart if you're playing Ziggy. That's what I'm expecting anyway. Lightning Flow, of course, is one of the new mechanics that's being added in Omens of the Third Age. Something that, of course, is, a factor in Classic Constructed, something that all of our heroes in Omens lean on, but also something that we expect to have a pretty central role in limited play.
Exactly, and Lightning Flow very akin to the gold tokens in High Seas, where we saw the macro Treasure Island allow both sides to create gold tokens, as in the limited environment. We're seeing that already in the macro for Omens of the Third Age as well, which allows both players to start the game with a Lightning Flow token.
Yeah, I suggested to LSS that they name the macro the fork that goes in the PowerPoint, but they thought that maybe that wasn't what they were really looking for. Both players fighting over those lightning flows here. Either way, I can't wait to see how that plays out in the limited environment. I really do feel like the addition of those macros has given something a bit extra, a little bit of more flavor, made it so fun, and I'm so hyped to see limited return to Flesh and Blood play. Of course, if you want to know more about this, or maybe you want to get your hands electrified, it's probably not a bad way of putting it, get involved, get your hands dirty with Omens of the Third Age World Premiere. We're going to be in Prague yet again. Guys, these events always sell out. I'm told it's like half sold out already. That's for legal reasons, that's just an opinion. But make sure you go and check that out. fabtcg.com, May 22nd through 24th, so not long now. Book yourself a ticket out to Prague. It's a beautiful city, it's a beautiful location to experience this beautiful game. And what a game it was in our first quarterfinal of our Pro Tour Yokohama Top 8. I've still got the jitters from that electrifying performance we got to see from Evan Herndon. Tommaso Viscido, unfortunately, his journey in the Pro Tour ends here, but it was an incredible run. He avoids the bubble curse. He doesn't place 9th this time and shows us some great gameplay. Thanks for being with us so far. The day is just getting started. More of the very best Flesh and Blood players on some fantastic different heroes right around the corner. You'd be crazy to miss it. This is Pro Tour Yokohama.
told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty that's a fool, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty that's a fool, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
This time last year, a player by the name of Pablo Pintor staked his claim as the greatest player of all time with a 2-time Pro Tour victory. But now this year, are we going to see an old face go ahead and take control of that title once again? We got Michael Hamilton coming up, y'all, in our next feature match. And at the end of the day, we're not really sure where will things line up. Will we still have a player like Pablo Pintor kind of de facto being considered the best of all time? Or will Michael Hamilton go ahead and take this whole thing down, change the story once again?
Why don't we just have 2 of the best of all time? We could go with that storyline.
Yeah, I like that. No, folks, we've got such a great weekend so far. I mean, the heroes have just been everything we could have asked for. They've left nothing to be desired. And the names on this top 8, man. I mean, we have just so many players who have put in so much time into this game with incredible achievements. Michael Hamilton, probably top of that list.
Yeah, his accolades just know no bounds at this point, of course. World champion in his own right, our first ever world champion. The amount of calling top 8s as well. Whenever Michael Hamilton seems to show up to a calling weekend, he's usually in and around the top 8, of course, recently coming second to Jacob Clements.
Yeah, just like 3 weeks ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
On the same hero, Oscilio, that he is playing here this weekend.
And across the table from him, a first-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor. We might be seeing a star be born before our very eyes. Let's take a look at the bracket, see where we are now, where we're about to go. Of course, our next match for you, that 4-5 matchup right below Evan and Tommaso. It's Michael Hamilton versus Bartosz Dobrowolski. And this is going to be potentially a similar one to the one we just saw. However, as we know, it don't always get drawn up as nice as Evan was drawing it up at the end of the game. That ish was looking clean.
Well, it was a game of 2 halves.
Yeah.
If I don't mind saying so myself. Sam, as you saw Tommaso come out of the gates, absolutely rapid, but then Evan returning serve and ultimately being able to get across the line. Now, you spoke about Bartosz there, first time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, first time Pro Tour competitor. This is Bartosz's first ever Pro Tour. Bartosz started playing in Rosetta. He showed up to his first ever calling, top 32. Second ever calling, top 16. Third ever calling, top 8. And now he is here at his first ever Pro Tour and has top 8'd.
Wow, that is, I mean, truly one of the more remarkable stories I've heard in Flesh and Blood. You just see a player go from, I think I'll just go ahead and give this a quick try, like this game. Oh, top 32. Oh, top 16. Oh, top 8. Can we continue from there is the real question. Before we hear from Bartosz, though, I do want to take a moment and check in with our very first world champion. He's been on a generational run ever since he picked up his first Flesh and Blood card, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Let's hear from Mitch and Michael.
Well, folks, I'm backstage here with the man who certainly needs no introduction. It is the one and only Michael Hamilton. Michael, on the morning of your latest top 8, how are you feeling?
Really good. I'm very happy. I mean, I know I've been here before, but it's still really amazing every time.
You're someone who kind of tries to dodge the spotlight, but your play brings it on you, if that makes sense, right? You're the kind of person that has found yourself in so many of these prestigious top 8s and with, like top finishes at events. But the Pro Tour is kind of the last infinity stone for you. It's the, you obviously got a world championship, national championship, you've dominated callings, but the Pro Tour's eluded you so far. Do you think about that coming into a top 8 like this? Like, but really nice to, complete the set?
Yeah, it's fun to kind of say it's like the last thing that I need to do, though I don't have a skirmish win yet. And they just added showdowns, which I haven't even played in a showdown yet, so I don't have that either. So more things on the list. Yeah, but it would be really cool to get a Pro Tour win. It is something that I have been dreaming of doing in card games for even before I even knew Flesh and Blood was a game. But as soon as Flesh and Blood was here, I'm like, this is it. I want to win a Pro Tour.
There's something special about the energy in a room in a Pro Tour. You can really see like the hours and months of preparation that go into it from everybody. It's written on their faces.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your decision, I guess, to land on Oscilio here? Because I know a lot of people are really happy to see you on a wizard, and you didn't. I wouldn't say you went straight to Oscilio, after Rosetta. So tell us how that discovery and that sort of journey to pick him up was for you.
Yeah, so when Oscilio first got released, I actually played a little bit with him, but I'm like, this doesn't feel like what I'm looking for. It doesn't feel powerful. I didn't really like Blast to Oblivion too much because it felt like it was only good if you had Sigil Brilliance, and then it just seemed like you were really action point gated with Gone in a Flash wants your action point, Blast Oblivion wants your action point. You only get to use your Lightning Greaves once per game.
Yep.
And I felt like the deck just didn't feel consistent enough for me as well. So I kind of put it down and worked on other things for a while. Eventually Gravy Bones came out and I had a good run with him. After they banned some cards from Gravy Bones, at Worlds, Oscilio was one of the decks that I didn't really consider until a few days before the event. Brody was like, Brody Spurlock and me were testing, and he's like, can you give me a couple games into Oscilio? I want to play against Oscilio. And we played 2 games, and he played an Amulet of Echoes in both games, and we went 1-1. And I was like, this Oscilio guy seems really good. I made a lot of mistakes in those games, and I still managed to win a game through an Amulet of Echoes. And I'm like, he seems really hard too, and that's something that's always appealed to me in a deck, is it being pretty challenging. And then I played a couple games of Syndra into him playing Oscilio because I was planning to play Syndra at that Worlds, and we went 1-1 again, and it's supposed to be a pretty Syndra-favored matchup, is at least what the story was at the time. And I kind of was like, I don't have time to learn Oscilio before Worlds. This deck's way too hard. I'm just going to play Syndra and lock it in. So I played Syndra at Worlds, and then I didn't do so hot with Syndra. I lost a lot of Syndra mirrors, which is rough.
He crumbles, yeah.
Then the next calling, I'm like, is it time to play Oscilio? But I had just watched Jacob Clements get second at the Battle Hardened with Arakni Marionette, and he lost to Alex Vore on Oscilio in the finals of the Battle Hardened. And I watched that, and I'm like, I think if Jacob had made some different decisions, he might have been able to win that one. So I'm going to try Mario. So I played Mario on my next calling.
Any excuse not to play Oscilio at this point?
Yeah. So I played Mario at the next calling. I either top 16 or top 32, a pretty good finish. I feel like a couple of my opponents maybe made some mistakes that allowed me to do as well as I did, which is part of FleshandBlood. It's going to happen. And then then after that, I'm like, no, I want to try this Oscilio guy. So the next calling is calling Columbus, and I start working on Oscilio, playing him online a bunch, and I don't have any of the cards, so I make a big order with Min-Max Games. I'm ordering like an entire Oscilio deck. I get there, I put it together, I go play in the calling, I go 4-3. And I'm like, oh. But I was thinking about those games, and the games that I lost, I felt like I either made mistakes in sideboarding or in play, probably both in all 3 losses actually. So I thought the skill ceiling was really high with the deck, and that's, like I said, that's something that's always drawn me to a deck, and I kept working on him. Then I took him to Montreal, where I made top 8, and then I took him to Memphis a few weeks later and made some pretty big changes to the list, adding in Twine Lightning, which I like 0 for Force with Go again.
Yep.
No Scar for a Scar, but it's good. And I got second at that, and I'm just like,
too many events, Michael.
That's it. I'm playing Oscilio for as long as I can, and some of the Third Age or Omens of the Third Age announcements started coming out. I'm like, Oscilio is going to be way too good when this set comes out, and then I'm like, oh no, they're going to ban something from Oscilio, and I was like, I needed to work on Silver Age for the event, so I'm like, hopefully nothing gets hit from Oscilio or nothing too drastic, and I just kind of put the blinders on, started working on Silver Age, and the ban announcement comes out, and I'm like, please, please, please. And it's all for stuff after the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my story about how I got to
You weren't max punished for like focusing on Silver Age, right?
Yeah.
Look, behind every champion, I think, of this game, there's like an army of people supporting, assisting along the way. Did you want to take the opportunity to just shout out some of the people that have helped you get to where you are as one of the foremost icons of this game?
Well, if I go thanking everyone that has helped me on my whole journey, we would be here forever.
Okay.
But for this event, I have some people that I want to shout out that really helped with this event. First, my wife, she actually traveled with me for the first time to this tournament. She's never left the country before, and she came to Japan, and it's been really nice having her here with me.
That's awesome.
I want to thank MinMax Games, of course. They sponsor me. They help me travel to as many events as I'm going to now. Probably wouldn't have gone to Montreal if it wasn't for my sponsorship with MinMax Games, so I really appreciate them doing that. Also, got me my whole Oscilio deck before Columbus. And I want to thank both the Super Armory guys, which mostly, the ones that I tested with are mostly Brody Spurlock and Jacob Clements and Michael Fung.
Yep.
And then I actually did a lot of testing with the Stroopwafels for this event.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Did a lot of testing with Yuki Lee Bender. She helped me refine the last few slots of the Oscilio deck.
You ran into her as well in Swiss.
I did. I feel like we both helped each other with Oscilio, so I'm like, oh, maybe I helped you beat me a little bit, but she surely helped me get to where I was, so it's all good, and I'm really happy that she's in the top 8 with me. And then I also want to thank Barrett Goss specifically. He's the one that got me on the Florian deck, because I was having a lot of trouble finding a deck that I liked in Silver Age, and then he was like, I really like this Florian deck, and he worked on it with me all the way into the event. We played, I think, 53 of the same cards. I think we were 2 cards off. I wanted to respect Kano a little bit more,
Sure.
but yeah, that's all my thanks for this.
Michael, it's always a pleasure to have you at these events and see you do your thing in the top 8 once more. We have Michael Hamilton in a Pro Tour top 8. Perhaps the last Infinity Stone about to be added to the collection. Good luck, man. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
One of our game's brightest stars, one of our game's greatest competitors as well. Just always lovely to hear from Michael, as Mitch said. And it's just been, honestly, even just like personally, as I've gotten to know Michael over the years, it's been cool watching him settle into some of these more public-facing, interviews and stuff. Initially, when we first met Michael, that very first Worlds, he was a little bit more of a private person, a little more shy, and just getting to see him more comfortable, sharing his story with everyone at home. It's special to see it on multiple counts.
And I think everyone who's been at these Pro Tours or has been around the World Tour for at least a little period of time now probably has a Michael Hamilton story. I remember, I have my own Michael Hamilton story. The first time we played way back in calling Orlando back in 2021 at the first US Nationals, and I sat down in my round 4. I'm 3-0. I'm feeling good. I'm like, I've got this event, sit down across some guy named Michael Hamilton, and he absolutely destroys me. And I remember walking over to Brendan Patrick and saying, that guy I just played is one of the best Flesh and Blood players I've ever played against.
Yeah, you were right.
It was like his 3rd week playing the game as well. Look at him now.
Yeah, look at him now. Well, we've got a player, like you mentioned, more new to the game, but putting together a remarkable run in recent tournament history. So let's hear from Michael Hamilton's competitor and opponent, Bartosz.
It's Leslie here with Bartosz Dobrowolski, who has made his first Pro Tour top 8. Thank you so much for the time, Bartosz. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Feeling great. Honestly, I didn't expect it, but I hope for it.
I mean, we're super excited to see you in this top cut today. Before this, you make a top 8 in Valencia last year, right? But you're telling me before this interview, you said, I've really not been playing this game for very long. Tell us a bit about your fab journey up until this point.
Okay, so my fab journey, as for many other people, started by hearing about the game from Machine Base YouTube channel.
Nice.
So I played a little bit of the Runeterra online card game, just on and off. And when that was basically shut down, I didn't play any card games for a while. Was doing some sports and then got injured, and I was looking for something to fill my time with and then put my passion into. And then I stumbled on a local event, like Learn to Play, and I'm a very competitive person. So it was like a Facebook event thingy, and in the information they mentioned there's gonna be a tournament immediately after for the people that just learned to play.
Awesome.
So I was immediately interested and went in. Obviously won the.
You won, of course. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I did.
We caught you on camera in your round 14 game yesterday. Just before the end of the game, you unfortunately did not win.
Yeah.
You sort of looked at your opponent and you said, I guess, 11 wins in a row is as far as I go. Now, tell us the story behind this, because you were X-2 going into round 3.
Well, yeah, that's what happened. So basically, round 1, I paired into Jacob Allen, world's last
Canadian
words.
player?
Yeah, pretty strong player. Top 8 worlds, I believe, last year. The variance wasn't really on my side, to say the least. Still cool game. I'm actually kind of proud because like turn 5 he's like still at 40 HP, and I thought to myself that my new objective for the game is just not to get tilted, to stay in the right headspace for the rest of the game. For the most part I managed to do just that. Managed to drop him down to 3 by the time he killed me, so that was okay.
Yep.
Then I check up the gem. My next pair is Majin Bay.
I got you into Fab.
Yeah. So that was cool. He's a lovely guy. Was nice meeting him. We had a cool game, lots of fun, cool interactions. My deck didn't cooperate, his deck didn't cooperate. He got there in the end, but it was fun. I start 0-2. A bit sad, obviously, because well, that's my first Pro Tour. I traveled far away to get here, but I kept thinking that I played well in those 2 games. This is just the nature of the beast.
Yep.
There is variance to it, but if I continue to play my best, I may be able to do it, and I guess I did.
Top 8 in your first Pro Tour is an incredible achievement in itself. You've already had to go up against Majin Bay. You've got another United States national champion waiting for you in your quarterfinal game.
Yes.
How are you feeling about that? You've had all night to sort of think about how you want to approach it and also maybe what it means to you to be in top 8. So I'd love to know what your headspace is right now.
Okay, so in terms of playing versus Michael Hamilton, honestly, I know what caliber of player he is. I know I can probably beat anyone in the world in CC if I play to my full potential. So that's what I'm focusing on. I will try to just play my best, and let's see. It's another high variance matchup. So the results obviously could be very, drastic, both ways.
Volatile.
Volatile, yes. And the other part of your question was, sorry, my headspace in top 8.
In terms of making a top 8 in your first Pro Tour,
I'm really happy. That's like a dream come true, kinda, because well, I never got to. I love competing, but since I never got to like start on an even playing field in like other areas. I was into martial arts, but I started really late.
Sure.
And before I knew it, I injured myself to the point I couldn't compete anymore. This like competitive card game allows me to actually put my whole spirit into this, and dedicate myself, and finally see what my ceiling is. And I believe, I do believe I can be the best in the world. So let's see if I make it.
We can't wait to see what you've got in store for us, Bartosz. Thank you so much for your time and good luck in your top 8.
Thank you.
Some great stories just seem to be forming all top to bottom in this top 8. You had a chance to catch up with Bartosz before his game, right? It was some interesting tidbits I heard from your chats with him.
I mean, I think you saw it come across there. He's just first of all, such a nice human being, but also someone who's so excited to be here. Someone who, he said it best. I love competing, and that's exactly what he is here to do. He is not fazed by having to play against someone of the caliber of Michael Hamilton. He's just excited to game and to push one further on this amazing journey that he's been on since he entered our beautiful game. Yeah,
it's exciting to watch. I heard, from Brian, who was also there chatting, that I guess he's a combat sports player. A little bit of boxing, a little bit of wrestling, right? And so he said to Brian, he was like, "This is just cardboard.
Yeah,
I have been in the real arena." So he's not fazed by this, and that's exciting for all of us. I think it's time to go ahead and check out these decks because the players are shuffling up. Let's go ahead and take a look at the decks we have got at our disposal today for this second quarterfinals of the Pro Tour in Yokohama. What do you want to take a look at first, Hayden?
Well, you heard Michael Hamilton in the interview there say, I worked with Yuki Lee Bender and a number of others in this event, and Yuki and Michael playing very similar lists. Michael has been a big fan of this entwined lining, not something that we've seen traditionally from these Oscilios, but Michael loves value. As we know, he loves his 0 for 4s, he loves attacking, and I actually think in a matchup, like against a Marionette, these cards can come in really handy because you do need to find that chip damage between your big turns. But I think the thing for Michael Hamilton in this matchup is trying to get a nice hot start with some of those aggressive cards, like we see the Entwined Lightnings, the Instants, of course. I'm going to be interested to see if we see something like Cloud Cover in this matchup. Is it something that he looks to bring in? I've heard differing opinions on whether this is a matchup for Cloud Cover.
Yeah, taking a look as well at a couple of cards from Compendium of Wraith that, of course, have made their way into these Oscilio lists. Glyph Power Spell, Temporal Wobble. Clearly putting in some major work. I wonder if we'll see a Destructive Aether Tide resolved with that Surge effect. That can be a random out of nowhere. Wait, what? My Arsenal too? You were coming for my hand with the Mind Warp, and now I have to worry about my Arsenal getting destroyed? You never know. These Oscilio decks can power up any one of these powerful spells. A couple Aether Spindles in the list too. Wonder if we'll see those resolved.
Yeah, especially you spoke about the Destructive Aether Tide, especially when these Marionettes only play AB1 typically, and we know that that's what we're going to see from Bartosz, Dobrowolski in this matchup as well.
Yeah. Taking a look as well, if we look at the reds on the list and we take a look at the Temporal Wobble, we notice there's 3 Temporal Wobbles in Hamilton's list, only 2 in Evan Herndon's. Can you speak at all to the decision on the 2 lists, you knowing Evan in the testing process well? Just like, Wobble actually ain't that good?
Oh, I mean, Wobble is fantastic and is particularly very good in this matchup, but I will use the words of Evan Herndon. Sometimes one of the best cards, sometimes one of the worst cards. It really depends on how it lines up into a hand, but stopping something like, for instance, an Orbweaver Spinneret can be absolutely massive.
Well, we've talked about Oscilio. Let's talk about Marionette, 2 of the biggest titans of our metagame so far. And we got a world champ on one side. We got Bartosz staring down his opponent. Anything interesting you want to call out here as we take a look at this Marionette list?
Take up the Mantle, I think, is something that we saw in that first feature match as well from Tommaso Viscido, but didn't end up having quite the impact that he would have liked. This card can be fantastic at making sure there's enough. What you need to do in this matchup as the Marionette is you need to disrupt.
Yeah.
And Take Up the Mantle just gives you extra opportunities to find something like a Mark of the Black Widow from your graveyard in the mid-game. The other things that I think are really important as we look into this list is the trap options that Bartosz has at his disposal. He's got that Inertia Trap you can see. It can be sometimes hard to get off, and Inertia tokens are very good in this matchup, but we know as well he has access to Codex of Inertia, which is not something that we see out of Tommaso.
And a little bit of more disruption there. Death Touch a one of as well. I wonder if it'll be coming in. I love Death Touch.
You love Death Touch.
I love Death Touch. Always love seeing it. And hey, that could also be disruption. If Michael Hamilton decides, listen, I can't be priced into blocking this Death Touch, there's another chance for an Inertia token that might be potentially devastating if it's not an instant in the arsenal.
Yes, and Amulet of Echo is the next card I want to focus in on here for Bartosz. This card, of course, as we saw on the feature match area multiple times this weekend actually, very impactful, but these Oscilios have worked out how to play beautifully around 100%. This card. You can't always do that though, and I'm really interested to see how early we might see an Amulet of Echoes from Bartosz, and then how Michael might be able to navigate that when Bartosz, or if Bartosz is able to find an Amulet.
I just love how many 1 and 2 ofs there are in the blue
it's really
count
interesting.
Here. Look at 1 of Overcrowded, 1 of Prognosis, 1 of Relentless Pursuit. It speaks to the Marionette and the Assassin class reaching into the inventory, grabbing the right tool for the right occasion. For Bartosz, he says, I want to have my options open when it comes to my interesting effects in the blue count. And we'll have to see if these strategies actually come into play, come into focus, and can bring Bartosz into the victor's column. Hayden, I'm going to ask you, who do you think's taking it down?
Michael Hamilton. I think it is just, I mean, there's 2 great stories from both these players. This is Bartosz's first time here in a pro tour, let alone a top 8. You know, that competitive spirit, we're going to see more from Bartosz, but the way that Michael Hamilton has been talking about the Oscilio deck, he just feels so confident in navigating all these crazy, complex play lines. And so, yeah, I'll back Michael. What about yourself?
Listen, you can't really go against Michael Hamilton in any position, let alone this one, but I think you put it pretty nicely. Bartosz has, at first it was a top 32, then it was a top 16, then it was a top 8, so he's already had the top 8. What comes next? Got to be a top 4, so we'll have to see which of these players can actually take it down. And from what I understand, the shuffle has begun. The players are met, and the game is ready to begin. Our second quarterfinals from the Pro Tour in Yokohama. 2 of the best decks in the meta and 2 of the best players in the room. Michael Hamilton, Bartosz Dobrowolski. Let's get into it.
Love the camaraderie down there on the floor, both smiling, laughing, having a good time as they get ready for this game. Michael looks super relaxed. Bartosz actually told me he felt a little bit nervous. He didn't want to, I won't use the language he used, but didn't want to make a mistake on camera. But it looks like the nerves aren't getting to him down there at the moment.
Taking a look at Michael Hamilton's run through this Pro Tour. 15 rounds, only 3 losses. Like we mentioned, a loss in the mirror to Yuki Bender as these two players tested together before this tournament. But taking a look, gosh, that's a lot of Ira that Michael Hamilton was able to take down with that Florian list. And that final, of course, all-important winning in against Maximilian Klein.
Yeah, interestingly, taking down a couple of Teklovossen,
Yeah,
but has
Teklovossens.
not actually played against a Marionette in the Swiss round so far. So this will be the first
wow.
Marionette encounter for Michael Hamilton in the top 8.
Yeah, you know he's got probably hundreds of reps on the matchup over many, many different tournaments, but that's a really good point. He ain't played against Bartosz. Let's go ahead and take a look at Bartosz and his run. We can already see a couple of the big blue boys up in the top, round 2 and 4, and he went 1-1, a loss to Majin Bay. We know he's pretty good at Oscilio, but the losing did not really continue. But look at that first round and that second round. Jacob Allen, world's top 8 competitor, Majin Bay, and he's got a Pablo Pintor story on our hands, 0-2 into a top 8.
I mean, he kind of said it, right? You show up to this event and you're so excited to be here, put a lot of prep in, you start off 0-2, and it is a mountain in front of you after that. But Bartosz did not let that daunt him, even after playing 2 of the world's best. Imagine that. Yeah. Someone he spoke about, having watched his channel to learn, you know, and look a little bit about the game of Flesh and Blood. Plays Majin Bay in round 2, but then goes on an absolute tear from round 3. Does not lose until he played Nicolas in round 14.
Yeah, 6-0'd Silver Age, a very impressive stuff. And then that winning in versus your friend Isaac. What an amazing run for both of these players. Of course, we've talked ad nauseum about both of these heroes throughout the ProQuest season, throughout these recent callings, but it's different in the top 8 of a Pro Tour. Anything you want to call out as we look at the head-to-head between these heroes?
It just feels so fitting that we have these two heroes represented so well in our top 8, and we're seeing them square off against each other in these 2 of these first quarterfinal matches.
Well, folks, we've had 1 quarterfinals. How about another? Oscilio and Arakni, a world champ and a first-time top 8 competitor. The stories write themselves. It's Michael Hamilton versus Bartosz Dobrowolski. Let us prepare for the game.
No surprises on the equipment side for either player here, as we see Michael Hamilton presenting that old knocker in the chest slot, and Bartosz with a fairly standard setup, Arcane Barrier 1, important to note. Now, Michael Hamilton is, of course, the highest seed here, and I would have expected that he... Oh, is Bartosz going to be going first here?
He put Bartosz first.
So Evan, speaking to Evan, he was like really happy about being the highest seed and getting to go first here. But Michael Hamilton actually has a bit of a different approach to this. He is, of course, the highest seed and has chosen to put Bartosz going first here in this match as we take a look in and see, can Bartosz get a nice start here? Maybe we saw Tommaso's start was absolutely rapid out of the gates. Will Bartosz have something similar up his sleeve? Of course, probably looking to flick one of these daggers early, get Michael Hamilton marked, and ideally transform pretty quickly. We'll be looking for that graphene Callisto as early as possible.
For Bartosz, a little bit of a luxury here. Untimed round, still to play, of course, at a reasonable pace, but get to really enjoy the extra time to think, as we're going to see a Codex of Inertia get pitched into a Hunter's Clave.
I need to know if that's Bartosz's dog. Great sleeves.
Great sleeves. Whoever's dog it is, he is surely a very good boy or a very good girl.
Man's
Oh,
best
you're
friend.
kidding me.
As we see Bartosz swing in, and it's met already with Michael saying, yeah, no, I've got enough cards that block in this hand, so...
But he's only got 2. You can see 2 sigils and a gun and a flash, so there's only 1 more chance for Michael Hamilton to turn a card sideways.
For now, we can always Oscilio and try and cash in and see what we can find here. Bartosz, I think, thinking on potentially a Flick Knives here. Depends how many cards he wants to potentially commit here as well. Of course, it looks like he has Incision in hand, so could push over a point of damage here, get Michael Hamilton marked early. It's really about whether he wants to flick one of these claves to immediately free up a spot for a Graphene.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the dance. How many blocking cards do you expect your Oscilio opponent to have? Can you go ahead and flick the clave?
Bartosz just looks a little uncertain. Maybe just taking some time to
definitely.
settle in. Maybe a little bit of nerves here, because this is quite a common play pattern for our Marionettes. So maybe Bartosz he's almost second-guessing himself at the moment. I'm sure he'll settle into this game. Ultimately does flick that clave and gets going straight away by marking Michael Hamilton.
Still in the reaction step, I have to imagine.
Yeah, I think Bartosz is working out what does he want to. So he's got Michael Hamilton marked. Job done. And and a dagger spot freed up for that Graphene. Now it's about the texture of the hand for next turn. So do we want to get a card out of the hand, perhaps an Incision here, so that we can, say, have something like the Stains of the Redback plus the Kiss of Death? Because that would be a fantastic 2-card starter for next turn.
This resolves. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take 1. 34.
Resolve the Incision and then no further reaction. So take 1 down to 34. Hunterclave takes the mark, remarks, pass the priority. Chain closes on the priority pass.
Cast the Sigil of Lightning.
Sigil of Lightning. Amp 1 on the Volzar. Now Bartosz can make some more thinking. Pass priority again.
Oh,
Sigil of
Sigil.
Aether, and now Bartosz has to think. There's only 1 card left in the hand.
Yeah, Bartosz does have the Kiss of Death, right? But if Michael has last card in hand that blocks, does Bartosz then want to commit the Stains of the Redback? Could push over the top to push some damage and punish Michael, but it's just damage early in the game.
Oh, that was really cool. Michael Hamilton placed down that Sigil of Aether, looked up, and just stared down Bartosz. Yeah. Truly just gave his opponent, not the evil eye, but the confident eyes. And you saw Bartosz just say, okay, pass priority again. That's all it's going to be. We are going to see this flip into the Orb Weaver
for Bartosz
right
there.
off the back.
Exactly what he would have wanted to have seen off that roll. Michael Hamilton doing the rolling for Bartosz on that occasion. What will we stick into the arsenal? I think the Kiss of Death is the nicest or the safest card to put in. But this is a nice start
It's
for
a good start
Bartosz.
for both players, right? We got a Sigil of Lightning. We got a Sigil of Aether.
And this is maybe why Michael Hamilton really prefers going second. You know, knows that the goal is get marked, doesn't really care about the life total too much, knows that they can't do a lot of damage, unless you're Tommaso Viscido, off of 3 or 4 card hands, and instead just says, well, I'll get established.
Importantly, the last card in hand for Michael Hamilton
was a Gone in a Flash.
Was a Gone in a Flash, right? So if you're Bartosz and you push the damage and you cause Michael Hamilton to have to block with the first Gone in a Flash of a game, that could have been an interesting predicament, but of course Bartosz didn't know that. Still flicking into the Orb Weaver.
If Michael even chose to defend.
Yeah, take 7 could be the call. As we saw last game, Oscilio, like many of these decks with potentially quite powerful combo endgames, happy to take a little bit of damage early if it's just vanilla without on hits.
And we see Cloud Cover in the hand for Michael Hamilton, so he has decided to bring in that card that we spoke about from Compendium of Wraith, which can have a real big impact in this game for stopping some of those flicks. But of course, Bartosz already got away that first mark.
Looks like we're reacting to the Sigil of Lightning trigger here.
Yeah, with the Oscilio activation. I think because Bartosz has already marked Michael Hamilton, as much as this Cloud Cover is in here for this matchup, I think now much less relevant, and we might see Michael throw it away.
Yep. And there you go. Right to the bin it goes, picking up a Channel Lightning Valley that can now go alongside the Sigil of Aether.
This could potentially be quite a large turn here for Michael Hamilton. Yeah, of course, he is responding to the activation, or the trigger of these sigils at the start of his action phase.
Oh, this is a great hand. Got a Sigil of Aether that can immediately threaten a draw.
I've seen worse, yeah.
You've got a Gone in a Flash and an Electromagnetic Somersault. You're going to draw a card potentially off the Channel Lightning Valley. You draw a pitch card, then all of a sudden you get to shock.
Yep.
Gone in a Flash will already have go again because of the Sigil. This is a great opening hand.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Bartosz wants to navigate this with the arcane damage coming his way as well. So will Michael Hamilton now respond to the Sigil of Aether with this Channel Lightning Valley? Looks like he's going to.
Sigil of Aether pops. 1 arcane damage. 1 arcane. Bartosz has to immediately think, can I stop this Channel Lightning Valley? Not by pitching a card. Not with the offense that is sure to follow. Down to 39. Card draw.
Yeah, it's so hard to keep out this Channel Lightning Valley as Bartosz without committing a lot of resources. And we know Bartosz has a really offensive hand set up with that Kiss of Death and Stains of the Redback. And of course wants to develop a Graphene Calicera.
Gosh, it's a Blast to Oblivion.
That's okay.
It's good for the arsenal. Doesn't mean that you're going to have an easy way of getting off that Comet Storm shock. Maybe it's an Oscilio activation.
Oscilio's been activated this turn.
Cloud Cover. Yeah. Cloud Cover's already gone.
So Michael wants to draw this up. Of course, there's no sigils actually on the table. That sigil is being held there to represent the AMP 1. That sigil is going to... And that's important because if Michael wants to keep around this Channel Lightning Valley, he may want to pitch something like that Blast to Oblivion or a different Lightning card to keep around the Channel Lightning Valley for next turn.
That's actually quite nice for Mr. Michael Hamilton. That
It's
the
really hard
Volzar
to-
currently requires a card pitched.
It's really hard to actually pitch and keep Channel Lightning Valleys
Yeah.
around a lot of the time in Oscilio. So when you can do it, you're often looking for lines to do so, keep it around for that future turn. And think about Bartosz's side. He pretty quickly said, I'll take the arcane damage. So hand down on the table there right now, but we know Kiss of Death, Stains of Red back. He's definitely going to want to make sure he gets that Graphene online this turn. So 3 cards already accounted for there. So play maybe potentially 2 cards to work with on defense, but
yeah.
hard to keep out of Channel Lightning Valley with just 2 cards.
I wonder, we'll see what the first line is. I wonder if it's Blast to Oblivion bounce the channel for a yellow pitch for your Comet Storm Shock.
I mean, there's so many lines in
Yeah.
front of Michael Hamilton here. That, honestly, so many different ways he could take this.
Yeah, it's not going to be the Gone in Flash. It's going to be the Blast to Oblivion that was found off the Channel Lightning Valley as we see Oscilio looking up deep within the stars, receiving an answer, and it changes the game plan immediately.
Yeah. Oh, and Bartosz has a Saber Bloodshed in hand, and of course, we'll be able to have a free dagger swing with that Graphene Callista that he's going to create, but doesn't actually have access to a blue, so won't be swinging that Hunter's Clave. But of course, Michael Hamilton is currently marked, so Bartosz looks like he has a pretty significantly aggressive hand. I wouldn't be surprised if Bartosz just says, "Send me the bill."
Yeah, dude.
On all this damage this turn.
I can, you until it's an effect that Bartosz has to care about. If the cards all work together quite nicely, yep, no blocks is the call from Bartosz.
I'm going to be really surprised if we actually see Bartosz throw cards down on
At this point, you've already got, the card's already drawn. The damage has been done from the Lightning Valley's effect. Have to see just what Michael Hamilton wants to do. I love how calm Bartosz is. Not a lot of card flicking. Just holds the card. He's very poised in the feature match area.
He is. There is that somersault.
Yeah, bring back the Lightning Valley. I wonder if we're going to see it just basically used as a yellow pitch here. We had Go again. So now you have options. You have an action speed Comet Storm.
He's got the value out of it, right? Why not get some extra value out of it from a damage standpoint? Lots to play with here for Michael Hamilton, but of course, no natural Go again right now.
Yeah, so you go Comet Storm, you can pitch away any of either of those are red cards for your Volzar. Establish a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. That means you're coming in for 8 Arcane. Comet Storm, yeah.
Looks like what we're going to see.
Here goes the CLV into the pitch.
I'll close the chain and cast Comet Storm.
It is Comet Storm, and it is the Blast to Oblivion for the Volzar. What a fascinating way through this turn.
Yeah.
That looked pretty self-explanatory once we were like, oh, he's got the Gone in a Flash. But the Blast to Oblivion changes everything and allows for Michael to establish the Gone in a Flash for later. Because as we've seen, it often takes a couple different times of going in a flash. It's not just the one Lightning Greaves turn at this level of competition. Sometimes you need to do it a couple different times. And here, Michael, he got some real chip.
Yeah, 9 damage, of course, because of the amp off of the sigil of Aether there as well. And yeah, Bartosz very keen just to take this turn and going to send back a 5-card hand the way of Michael Hamilton. But a very nice first turn for Michael Hamilton. You see the first versus second decision really pay off for Michael there, I'd say. Not that, Bartosz does look in a fairly nice spot. He'll be pretty happy with that first turn, of course, ending in Allweaver Spinneret.
Up 6 and run. Going to be the play. Any response?
Stains the Ruback there, discarded to create the Graphene Callista. I think Bartosz has access to double stains on this turn, so that's why you see him discarding one of the stains there.
Saber Bloodshed, and you can see Michael Hamilton just kind of leans back. Has to give this one a think.
You know it goes really well with Saber Bloodshed.
Would it be Kiss of Death?
It would be Kiss of Death.
Yeah, and I think where is that Kiss of Death?
I believe it's in the arsenal.
Michael Hamilton giving this a think. Currently, we take a look. No temporal wobble in the hand.
But he can't let Bartosz know that, right?
Does he go digging? Yes, he does.
Do we trade in this cloud cover?
Like Michael hates these cloud covers. Get them out of the hand, off the top.
Not
it's
a wobble.
blast to oblivion.
But also, they're not doing their job right now. Michael's marked. He's not in. He can't stop a Save a Bloodshed plus up 6 and run on this turn. So there's no reason to try and keep something like a cloud cover to block it out. But this is a big kiss of death.
This is a big kiss of death.
For 11. Headed the way of Michael Hamilton.
Let's see. So plus 4.
14, of course, because of
the
Orb
Orb Weaver
Weaver.
Spinneret.
It's just the next dagger. It's not Graphene Kalissa. It's the next dagger attack. This is huge. And of course, Bartosz's last card in hand is a Stains of the Redback. Pumping this up to 17. Going to get go again and will draw a card. There's no way Michael Hamilton can stop this attack.
Nope. No, he's screwed. He's taking this. Bartosz is going to draw a card. This is going to be 3 cards for up to 18 points of damage and a card, or excuse me, 4 cards, 18 points of damage, and a card draw effect on top of it. This is part of the powerful lines of plays that have put Marionette into such lofty heights recently in the meta. If there's one person that knows how to get through powerful turns, it's a player of Michael Hamilton's caliber.
Yeah, and we saw it in our last feature match, right? Tommaso quick out of the gates, and then Evan was able to stabilize. Will Michael be able to do the same here? As we see that Stains of the Red Black, like we spoke about, deployed. Attack goes up to 17, but of course 18 damage or 1 life loss will be added to this as well.
That's 18 damage in total, counting the lose life, so 16.
18 damage in total, counting the loss of life. Down to 16 in one fell swoop goes Michael Hamilton. It's not really a kiss of death. That's more like a big old love and hug of death. As 16 life is all that Michael Hamilton has to work with, and this Graphene Kalissa can come in for another 1.
Yeah.
Thanks to that free activation from the Orb Weaver.
And Bartosz is going to be left with a card in Arsenal. Of course, we'll get to flick this Kiss of Death for an additional 2 damage as well. 1 damage plus the life loss.
Wow.
This is a big, just haymakers back and forth to start this game off. Will we see it continue in this fashion, or will we see things start to slow down a little bit? I think that will really depend on the context of Bartosz's next turn, because Michael looks pretty intent on keeping this grip of cards to try and do a big turn of his own off the back of this.
4 cards, 21 points of damage. A little over 5 value per card deployed on this turn for Bartosz Dobrowolski, and it's what you're going to need when facing down the menace that is this Oscilio Constella Intelligence deck. Often considered by many to be the best deck in the room at this Pro Tour, and it's a reason when Michael Hamilton, Yuki Lee Bender, Evan Herndon, titans of our game, brought the deck. It's why they managed to take him actually to the promised land. We're seeing the Lightning Greaves get in right away.
Oh, that's a sign if ever I saw one, because Michael is just trading that in just for value of life here, which tells me we might see these Lightning Greaves deployed on this next turn.
I mean, Michael Hamilton's hand is really good.
Is
He's got a lot of action points.
very good.
He's got a Gone in a Flash. He's got a Sigil of Brilliance. He's got a
Kinda got it all.
Blast to Oblivion. What he doesn't have is the big blast at the end of it. He
Not
doesn't
yet.
have the big attack or the big spell, but he could find one.
We got time to find it. We will, of course, get a chance to bounce back that Sigil of Brilliance, so we'll at least find 1 card off the top. We can Oscilio Hero ability. We can go 2 cards deep.
I love Bartosz's demeanor. Most players, they come, they flick the cards, they're looking through them, they're touching everything. Bartosz, he just looks at his cards once, he holds them still, he assesses the situation, and he calmly looks up at his opponent. No blocks.
My hero's tapped has not been activated this turn. Then I'll use the 1 resource from this to activate Lightning Greaves. After this resolves, I'll play Sigil of Brilliance. This goes to 2. This returns to my hand. I'll create an action point.
You just see Michael down there in the feature match area so clear with all of his game actions that he's taking, and really off to the races now. We are on a Lightning Greaves turn here.
Lightning Greaves turn. This Sigil of Brilliance is coming back to the hand. It's going to power up a Gone in a Flash. We might be looking for a random assassin to join the brood for Bartosz here. As he reaches for that Mask of Deceit. I love when Marionette players decide, let's literally roll the dice.
I'm surprised to see Bartosz even thinking about that at this point. It's quite early on. There's definitely going to be more chances to mark Michael Hamilton in this game. Of course, we still have access to a Clave on Bartosz's side, and does quickly put back that Mask of Deceit. I don't feel, from what I'm seeing from Bartosz right now, he needs to commit to that, but he's down to 22
immediately.
And this is a Lightning Greaves turn.
Yeah.
We know this is going to be huge. He's already seen the Blast of Oblivion on the table. He knows that Sigil of Brilliance is going back up. We're digging for cards on Michael Hamilton's side of things. Of course, while Oscilio is tapped, that does not represent the hero ability being used. You do not have to tap the hero to utilize that Oscilio hero ability. So we can still go a card deep with Oscilio. We can go at least one card deep with the Sigil of Brilliance. Many more things to dig for, like that big burn spell that you spoke about, Samo Burn.
He's got a couple chances to dig for it. He gets to return the Sigil here.
Yeah, so I think Bartosz just thinking about this Mask of Deceit because he does need. He thinks he's going to have to block with it on this turn no matter what to just save life, and that means that why not start with it so you know exactly what the texture of the rest of your hand will be because you know what Agent of Chaos you will be, so you can craft your hand on defense afterwards.
Block 2. Michael says, "You want me to roll?"
He wants a
says,
6.
Sure.
Bartosz wants to see a 6. Michael wants to see anything else that's not that.
Well, we don't get to see what it is, but we'll see which assassin
We will learn.
joins the brew.
So big, you have to like make sure that it's.
Ah,
Tarantula.
Tarantula. Okay.
I think Michael's fine with that, and Bartosz probably not what he really wanted to see.
One
to be honest,
roll off.
not the worst. Not the worst.
Yeah, take 2.
I think what Bartosz really made sure he didn't want to see is he wouldn't have wanted to see a funnel web on this turn.
Blink.
Blink here.
Or this will trigger. I'll bounce.
Trigger the
this,
Blast of Oblivion back.
and this leaves, I'll
To the
draw
hand goes the Sigil of Brilliance. Let's see what the top of the deck shows.
It's another Sigil of Aether.
Sigil of Aether. So that continues this powerful, powerful turn.
But
We
isn't
don't yet.
it's not the arcane
have
damage.
The arcane damage. Is there a way to blink out the Sigil of Aether to amp that ping? I don't think there is.
Yeah, no, that's not going to do it. That's not. We are going to have to look towards an Oscilio activation here for Michael Hamilton and go one card deeper. This could be an absolutely massive moment in this game.
Activate Oscilio. Sigil of Aether. What's off the top? It's electromagnetic somersault.
Okay,
Can he still target the blast?
we can somersault the blast,
to try to.
and we've got the Sigil of Brilliance still.
If we cycle-
so we can play the Sigil of Brilliance.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think we can get one card deeper, right? If we found an arcane damage, if Michael Hamilton found arcane damage for the top there, this may have been close to the end of the game, though.
But Michael Hamilton was priced into this line because of how well this hand worked together just on offense aggressively with attack action cards. He needed the Lightning Greaves to power up this turn. Bartosz does not know what Michael Hamilton is working with, but he does know that this is starting to get scary, and so a card is getting turned sideways. It's the Take Up the Mantle getting in the way of the Gone in a Flash. Taking one is Arakni and Bartosz down to 19. They go. Michael Hamilton sitting at 14. 21 minutes elapsed so far in this second quarterfinals from the Pro Tour in Yokohama. Here comes another Gone in a Flash. Back to the hand.
Michael might just get basically all of Bartosz's hand here because Bartosz doesn't know that Michael doesn't have arcane damage, so he can only arcane barrier 1, so he has to respect the physical damage as much as possible, and this might just get all of Bartosz's hand here.
Yeah, I think it very well might. Because this is just an enormous amount of damage from the regular cards, not the funny ones that do the magic.
So we're going to see yet more attacks here from Michael Hamilton. This is all going to be all physical damage this turn.
Bulls
Sam.
are zapping up to 7.
Yeah, and I was thinking once he drew that somersault, could he bounce back the Blast to Oblivion, play the Sigil of Brilliance, and bounce that back? But of course, didn't have another instant afterwards in order to bounce back that Sigil. It was just out of instance in this case.
Yeah, because that would mean that the somersault that's in the hand.
Only had that plus the Sigil.
Yeah, so it's an interesting position here for both these players. Bartosz going to go ahead and give the graveyard a look.
Working out what arcane damage. You can see he stops on the Comet Storm Shock there. Just checking what arcane damage Michael has played. And not a lot,
Not
actually.
a lot, yeah.
You know,
from Bartosz's perspective, it's probably the worst outcome.
yeah, that's definitely what Bartosz was thinking. You kind of see it a little bit on his face there. You know, etchings of Arcana or and even just a shock, right? But this is how it be for Oscilio sometimes. Sometimes you have these crazy pop-off turns and you just cannot find that source of arcane damage. And that is going to mean that Bartosz is going to sustain in this game.
A little bit of emotion from our stone cold Dobrowolski there. Exhaling, still not looking at the cards in hand, just keeping it all in that steel trap of a mind.
What I think Bartosz is considering here is the fact of, if I use my hand to block out all this damage, can I win this game anyway if Michael has
100%.
the arcane damage? Because if I just throw my whole hand down here and Michael doesn't have it, what am I doing on my turn? I'm just passing back. And have I lost all tempo and lost my foothold in this game? Do I have to play a little bit risky and understand that, well, if the arcane damage is there, I'm probably out of this game anyway, and play for that more aggressive line and be able to come back and disrupt Michael on Bartosz's next turn as that tarantula? I believe that's what Bartosz is weighing up right now.
Has to be. And even so, down to 18, you don't know what the next turn is going to look like if you're in Bartosz's seat. So if you take any damage, try to throw it back, or even if you block it out all from here, you're still all the way at 18, and a good turn can come. The Whittle from Bone gets in the way of the Gun and the Flash down to 17. Bartosz looked like he was considering blocking with every single card.
Somersault here.
But we know Michael's going to have this Gone and a Flash set up for a future turn.
This to my hand, gaining an action point.
Getting an action point.
Attack for 4.
He's just doing
We're
it.
just gonna send the damage.
He's just sending out. He says, I'm priced into it. I committed so much on this turn. This Volzar, yeah, you can amp it up to 9, but it's not going to matter. Bartosz takes the 4 down to 13 as this second quarterfinals is starting to really amp up.
And you saw this, just a bit of reprieve there for Bartosz, a little sigh of relief there that he's not facing down 10 arcane damage off the back of that.
Tunic with Tarantula means that this Graphene Calycera can come in without a card.
That is important. We are finally
And
at...
we have a cut from the same cloth.
That is a great start.
Bartosz gets to see the hand.
Super important to understand the context of the hand here.
There's a temporal
Oh, there's a wobble.
Does he have the sigil? He does not. Does he have one on the field? He has the Sigil of Brilliance. Are we going to see a temporal wobble get resolved?
So, what I understand from Oscilio players is often they actually think that temporal wobble against cut from the same cloth is not enough value.
Oh.
So, the temporal wobble is there for the things like, you know, the Orb Weavers, the Codex. But we are going to see it used.
Is this our first temporal wobble we've ever seen on coverage? Temporal wobble resolved. Saber bloodshed in response.
And that's why.
What a blowout! Saber bloodshed after the cut from the same cloth gets wobbled is the perfect follow-up for Bartosz Dobrowolski.
Yeah, and Michael snapped off that temporal before I got the chance to finish my little insight there, which is exactly for this reason, that a lot of players on the Oscilio side don't see that cut from the same cloth is enough value. They will often just hold it and force the opponent to not be able to play something like a follow-up of a Saber Bloodshed or a Codex, and then at the end of the turn or on their own turn would then cash that wobble in to the Oscilio hero ability. However, here, Michael has snapped it off. Maybe it's the context of the hand, right? I'm not going to question one of the greatest players of all time on that decision. Could be the context of the hand here, and has decided, no, I'm getting enough value by starting this cut from the same cloth. I'm at 14 life. But ultimately, Bartosz has the follow-up that he needed here.
Wow.
And
that was awesome.
Is Michael now going to go digging for a second temporal wobble?
For the other one, well, he has one more copy than Evan Herndon, right? So he has a greater chance of drawing.
Yep, 2 more on the deck here.
Wow. Bartosz bringing such powerful energy to the feature match area.
I'm scared. And
I'd
I'm
be
like
scared.
I'm like 35 feet away from the game.
Yeah.
Plus.
Saber Bloodshed. Resolves is the call from Michael Hamilton. Tunic gets to power up a Graphene Calycera, and the Flick Knives plus the Hunter's Clave threatens the card draw and an extra point of damage on this Graphene Calycera. Oh no, we're not regular.
No,
Arakni.
but the life loss, of course, on hit. There is life loss on hit.
So the Flick looking good for multiple reasons, but I think we're going to go ahead and get 2 pieces of equipment. And a 3-block and a heavy sigh from Michael Hamilton.
Does have a nice flash of brilliance. It's actually going to block it out and force... because this effectively
back to hand,
effectively sort of ends Bartosz's turn, right? You kind of have priced into defending this if you can.
This is the one without piercing, right? Okay.
Michael just checking no piercing on the Graphene.
Return this to my hand. When this leaves, I'll draw.
Draw a card.
Flash of Brilliance there, utilized to bounce back that Sigil of Brilliance, drawing a card for Michael.
Not a bad hand.
Yeah, it's got some damage, that's for sure. We see a Comet Storm Shock, an Entwined Lightning, and a
Michael,
Sigil Brilliance.
with these Comet Storm shocks.
Yeah, which Bartosz can't do anything about.
I wonder if he's just going to send them. Like,
I'd seen the damage here, I think.
yeah, you
You've
go
just got
Entwined Lightning.
You've just got 9 damage in your hand. I mean, the thing is with these Oscilio decks, though, there's always different lines that you can explore with that hero ability.
Bartosz closes the chain. Doesn't want to flick the clave.
Yeah, of course, with Michael blocking it up, which he's priced into, no reason to flick the clave and mark Michael here. So this game starting to slow down a little bit, but we're on turn 3.
Yeah, cycles the Comet Storm. Let's see what he grabs. Another Blast to Oblivion.
Yeah, and this is what I'm kind of saying. It looks like you've got face up 9 damage, but isn't a Oscilio player happy with 9 damage off 3 cards? Michael says no. He wants more.
Yeah, let's see what he wants to do with it. We've got a Sigil of Brilliance. Let's see if it's what's resolved. No, it's going to fuse this Entwined Lightning.
Really like these Entwined Lightnings for exactly this instance, where sometimes you can find that your 3-card hands can be a little bit awkward and you actually want to do a bit of a setup on a turn as a Oscilio. And Entwined Lightning just lets you to go, okay, well, I've got guaranteed 4 damage. I've got guaranteed value in my hand. What are you going to do about this? And then afterwards, I'm either going to send more damage or I'm going to do a bit of setup.
Turn 3, folks. Turn 3 of our second quarterfinals game. It's 14 plays 13. 30 minutes basically have elapsed. And we have, after a pretty explosive start, as always in these important matchups, the pace of play declining ever so slightly as these players play for their tournament lives, their top 8 finishes, and their chance at $50,000. Life-changing money for either of these players. Michael Hamilton, no stranger to that kind of flesh and blood payday. Bartosz, I don't know what he's won in his life, but 50 grand is a unique sum of money to win at anything.
And you spoke there about the pace of play, and these turns have been super complex.
Yeah,
a lot
for both
of
players.
game actions for both players, a lot of defensive decisions, and now we see Bartosz having to make another decision on the defensive side of things. In his hand, we see there an up 6 and run. It looks like he's got a Kiss of Death in the hand as well. So he's got some cards to work with, but he's got 1 card pulled aside, which might be the card that he is thinking about defending with here. Needs to really think about the life total. And for the point of that, he thinks the game isn't going to go any longer than 2-3 more turns. Doesn't think he's going to get another counter or another use out of that final Spring Tunic and is going to cash it in just for life point value. I really like this view from Bartosz.
I looked at that Tunic. I said, yep, he got that counter. He got that resource.
Job done.
That thing is blocking. Job done for sure. Bartosz, you can see he's really stoic, but a little bit of consternation on the face. And he gives the trap door. He gives the Tunic. Block for a total of 4 is the call. Is this just a Blast to Oblivion for 4 damage? Looks like it is. Or 3, so it's a yellow. So yeah, 3 damage here. No blocks is the call. Bartosz happy to go to 10, taking 3. So Michael Hamilton will establish that Sigil of Brilliance in the arsenal. What is the 3-card hand from Bartosz Dobrowolski? His opponent is not marked. He is base Arakni Marionette form. What can he put together?
I believe we might have a bit of disruption. I think I saw a Meat Madness in the hand for Bartosz here. That would offer some nice disruption, of course.
Not a lot of cards in this hand block. Those are 2.
I think none of them.
There are 2 discharges, 1 Sigil of Lightning. Thought I saw maybe a 04 in the
Is
hand.
it a Lightning Press? I couldn't catch the other card.
This might be a Flittering Charge. Yeah, it's a Flittering Charge.
Okay, 1 card that blocks. There we go. But we're going to cash this in. And we found another cloud cover. We know Michael Hamilton seems to not love these cloud covers. However, not currently marked.
Not currently marked. And what does that mean for this cloud cover on this turn?
It might not get discarded to oh, of course, already discarded to Oscilio. So we might actually see it played here. And against the Kiss of Death, no less. But Michael with no equipment left on the defensive side and just the cloud cover and the Flittering Charge can't actually block this out here.
Can't block this out. Normally a cloud cover right in the face of something like the Flick Knives on a Hunter's Clave can stop the opponent being able to mark you. It would still work here to actually stop that Hunter's Clave in the reaction step, but it won't stop the on-hit of the Kiss of Death.
Yeah, Bartosz has some decisions here. If that is indeed a Meat Madness as the last card in hand, does Bartosz want to flick that Clave now? Utilize that last piece of mark to get the +1 on the Kiss of Death and go again? And would the cloud cover then be deployed?
Bartosz has to give this a think if he wants the turn to continue. He's got to either Stalker Steps or Hunter's Clave.
That would be down to 0 AB at 10
Oh,
life
you
if he does
gotta
this.
think, Bartosz.
However, it's all tall arcane damage, right, from Michael.
Yeah.
So, and if Bartosz
What is
thinks
AB1 real? When
Exactly.
are you ABing at
Yeah.
this point? Stalker steps come forward.
be bold or go home.
And not flicking here is maybe really heads up around the cloud cover.
If Michael indeed wanted to use the cloud cover for
Yeah.
that, he might have just held it for the next attack because he knows that it's being flicked for the go again. It looks like we're going to follow up. Yeah, it is a meat madness from Bartosz here. This is where the flick could come into play, though, because if Michael tries to block this, Bartosz, of course, could flick that clave.
We determine the mode, and then I get a priority window, right?
They're going to go ahead and ask about... Yep, this is a really important distinction to make. The Meat Madness, of course, a random on hit. Where are we banishing a card from? Hand, arsenal, top of deck, and Michael Hamilton just confirming, do I get to know the mode that is determined? When I know the mode, do I have a priority window?
Yeah.
That's what they're talking about.
Does the trigger then create a layer that Michael can then respond to, is what he's clarifying. I
that's
believe it does, because I think you...
A normal on hit effect would.
Yeah, so you on hit create it, choose one randomly, and then I believe that creates a trigger. So Michael would still have a chance to respond, is my understanding.
Yeah,
but the judges will clear that one up.
The randomness does add an interesting part, because is the on hit effect a random effect that then is just in the
Yes,
middle
are
of
they
resolving,
attached? Are
right?
they
It's
attached?
just all part of one resolution effect. Going to let our attendants and the nearby judges handle this one, but that's a really important distinction, because for Michael Hamilton, you play the cloud cover in response to the Hunter's Clave. That's going to prevent 3 damage, so 1 from the Clave, 2 from the Meat Madness, but 1 would still come through, so the on-hit effect would
Well,
still be
I think what
live.
Michael's thinking is, do I want to play that cloud cover, or do I actually want to do anything, or do I want to find out what happens? Because if it's a banish from the top of deck, Michael doesn't have to do anything. If it's a banish from Arsenal, he'll just play the Sigil of Brilliance out of Arsenal, right?
Yeah.
But if he has to play it beforehand, that's what Michael needs to know. But it sounds like we've got a decision down on the floor here as we go back into the game.
Let's go ahead and take a look and see what Michael Hamilton wants to do in the face of this Meat Madness. Bartosz Dobrowolski committed the Stalker steps. No more Arcane Barrier for the rest of this game. He is committed to offense, not defense. He thinks that's his path forward into a top 4 at the Pro Tour in Yokohama. Let's see if he's right.
I like it. Yeah, so Bartosz with a number of options here could, of course, flick that Hunter's Clave if Michael decides to commit a card to the defensive chain. Otherwise, Bartosz is definitely just going to flick that Kiss of Death for additional damage. So Michael has to work out what's the best value for him going to be here. Michael taking a look through the graveyard here, just working out, okay, what does Bartosz have to play with afterwards? If a Codex comes through next turn, what do I have to worry about, for instance? This is really getting down to the nitty-gritty of this game. Not much life left for either player. Not many turns left in this game either.
And from what we understand, there is a priority window once the mode has been chosen.
Yes.
So that is the ruling. Michael Hamilton able to, if he elects to let this hit, see what his fate is. Meet Madness itself and then make a decision. No blocks. Flick. The Kiss of Death, not the Hunter's Clave, because at this point, don't care about the go again. And I guess Bartosz is okay, because if the attack hits,
Okay.
and this is why.
Nice. Well played, Michael Hamilton. Yep. So, of course, Bartosz has already flicked, can no longer flick that Clave, will not be able to get the Meat Madness over the top, and Michael is spared from that on-hit effect, and importantly, is going to stay at 4 life here as well.
Yeah, so Michael made an interesting trade there. I'm going to trade the 2 life from your Kiss of Death to be able to block out your cloud cover, use my cloud cover to block out the Meat Madness and save myself from any of those on-hit effects. Really nicely played from Michael Hamilton. That's not a line I had considered. Bait your opponent into committing the Kiss of Death flick, and then you have all your potential to just take care of that attack.
So Michael found a Comet Storm Shock off of the top. Can he find enough arcane damage on this turn?
This is a really good turn all of a sudden. We've got the Sigil of Brilliance to give this thing go again. It's Comet Storm Shock, though.
So the shock. It's the shock. It's the
Consigned to Cosmos. Shock. The 0 cost.
It was consigned to...
Yeah.
It was. Sorry, you're right. It's the consigned to Cosmos Shock. It is the 0 cost, so it is kind of the perfect draw here for Michael Hamilton.
Because the Sigil will allow for the Volzar. So let's see how much damage this will be. This will be 7 into 4. Right?
5, rather. 5.
Amp 3. Oh, because you respond to the to the shock. Yep,
It's
you
5.
respond to the shock.
So this is 12 damage that we're
So
facing down here.
Bartosz has to block.
He's
on
got to
this
respect.
attack,
He's got to
or
respect the
he's
shock.
dead.
He's got to respect the shock. He's not seen He's just seen one Comet Storm so far in this game. He has to respect the shock capability from Michael Hamilton's side. However, Bartosz is only working with 4 cards in hand. It is really difficult often for these Marionette players to be able to find a way over, especially when Michael's still at 4 life with just 2 cards. Bartosz is really going to be trying to find a way to keep 3 cards if he can, so he can do something like, of course remembering, no more Tunic, no more free dagger swings. He has to actually pitch to attack with his daggers.
This is such a fascinating endgame state. Bartosz, he's going to be facing down a total of 12 damage on the turn. He doesn't know it, but we do. So if he gives that 3 block here, if it is a 3 block, looks like it is, it's going to be an under the trap door.
I think we do have a defense reaction in Bartosz's hand, potentially.
He's not going to use it if he does have one.
Maybe it was. I thought I glimpsed a lair of the spider.
Sigil of Brilliance, Amp 3.
And what I like here from Michael as well is, yeah, he's just going to play it out.
Here comes the shock. We respond to the lightning shock as the Volzar gets amped up.
I have an action point. I don't know if there's.
He's going to see about resolving the Consign to Cosmos part of Consign to Cosmos. Does he want to banish an instant or aura card from the graveyard?
Yeah.
I like it, though. You know, it's like, let's just go ahead and make sure that there's nothing I can banish.
I'm trying to think why Michael might want to do that.
If I meld this, it's still.
He's just
Okay,
going to go
he's
ahead and
gonna-
just
Still
get
one
something confirmed.
Yeah.
If I cast meld halves.
Looks like they're just asking about which lightning card. Is it just the one lightning
yeah, I
card?
think what he's trying to understand is if I play both modes, does it count as, is it just one card? Do
For
I get
amping
2
a Volzar,
triggers on
yeah.
Volzar? I believe it's a lightning card. But
Card.
also, it's just one. It's just one. But also the instant would resolve beforehand.
right to
But
left,
it's one
right?
card,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
actually matter.
He's zapping. He's zapping with the Volzar. Let's go ahead and see just how much zapping he's wanting to zap. As this potential win and live for both of these players, this potential top 4 competition on the line. Bartosz down to 1 and no AB means anything off the top of the deck that does arcane damage. And we're seeing the end of this game. Channel Lightning Valley. Etchings of Arcana is action speed.
No
Etchings of Arcana is action speed.
But no instant, yes, correct. No instant speed off the top of Michael Hamilton here. So can Bartosz get through this? But Michael just needs to keep 1 card. However, first of all, we're going to cash in.
What do we see off the top? It's a Sigil of Solace, which is good.
That is actually really
which
good.
is really good here.
Well,
but so is Kiss of Death.
This is for 7.
It might be a Scar Tissue in Bartosz's hand here.
It is a Scar Tissue
Yeah.
in Bartosz's hand.
So we would be going up to 10, which is an effective 11.
But Michael Hamilton with that basically D-react in the hand in the form of Sigil of Solace. Can he math this out?
So if we look at it this way, 2 block card, because we need to keep the etchings to present lethal. 6 block we can put on top. The 3 comes over the top, that'd be threatening 5. But Hamilton would go up to 7, would fall down to 2, would live, and could present that etchings is the math I'm currently at. We'll see what line Michael finds here. But there's also actually only a 2 block in the hand. It's a 2 block. So 12 effective life for Michael, and we're looking at 7, 8 plus a flick.
A flick which then powers up the Kiss of Death because we are Arakni
9,
Marionette.
10, and then the 3, 13. So a 2 block and the Sigil would not allow Michael to survive this.
So he'd have to give...
He'd have to give...
one of the etchings?
I think he might have to give all 3 cards here in order to survive this.
Let's see, so it's 2, 5 if you give one of the etchings, plus 3 is 8.
But that would buy him another turn. That would buy him
if you
another
just
turn
give
to find an instant speed
100%,
shock
100%.
or an action that he can then get through to his turn.
He's not...
Wow,
this is super interesting.
This is craziness. Because Michael has to understand. I think the thing at the end of the day is he knows that a 3 pump, a 0 for 3 pump is very likely, and he can do that math pretty quickly and work out what that looks like. I think that will leave Michael Hamilton to understanding that he will need to block with all 3 cards here.
But how badass is this line from Bartosz? Just
Very
making the
cool.
call. Listen, I've been in this position before. Sometimes you just have to force your opponent to have it. He is not playing to not lose. Bartosz Dobrowolski is playing to win. He didn't come here to top 8. He came here to become a champion.
100%. I love just look at Bartosz. He's just so stoic, so reserved.
Bartosz really playing the
Oh.
assassin,
Can I have
stealing
your
his
graveyard?
opponent's graveyard.
So, of course, Bartosz also won't know that Michael has the sigil after this as well.
Like probably the last turn.
Yeah.
You hear Michael say, this is probably the last turn.
Big decision. It's a huge decision here. I believe Michael is going to go ahead with the 3-block, though, because that is going to buy him the extra turn he needs. Bartosz, of course, doesn't know that. Will still throw the reaction over the top.
Wow, yeah, he's just got to commit it all. 3, 6, 8 on top.
Yeah. Because... Yeah, this actually blocks. This is the hand that blocks for Hamilton.
Flick the clave. Down to 3.
Kiss up
Kiss
to
of Death
8.
up to 8. Which is now perfectly being blocked out, but not for long.
Oh, and Bartosz actually doesn't need to... Okay, we are going to play the Scar Tissue.
Up to 11.
Yeah.
Sigil of Solace. You can see a smile from Bartosz as he played the Scar Tissue that he thought maybe was going to give him a chance to move forward into the top 4.
Over by 3 and then 1 from the kiss.
Over
Michael's
by
gonna
3.
go down to 2.
Take 4. Down to 2. 1 plays 2 as the turn passes to Michael Hamilton. Bartosz remains marked, so it's time for an Arakni Marionette flip into one of the members of the Brood. Michael Hamilton going to give the roll. Let's see if it stays on the table this time.
It's 1. It's a Black Widow.
Arakni Black Widow is the assassin that joins the fray for Bartosz Dobrowolski. Sigil of Brilliance pops. What's going to come off the top from the Sigil of Brilliance? I forgot about the sigil. What do we see? Temporal Wobble. You're just going to Oscilio that away
100%.
for sure. What a game in this second quarterfinals.
Okay, here we go.
Activate Oscilio. There goes the wobble. Off the top shows
Oh,
a
it's another
Sigil
Sigil
of
of
Brilliance. And if you're Bartosz, I think it's got to be a little sigh of relief as the card hits the arsenal. 4 more cards off the top of the deck for Michael Hamilton. A Pro Tour top 4 hangs in the balance with these 4 cards. He's taking a moment. He gulps. He swallows. Bartosz maybe deciding anything. We see blink, blink.
Oh,
Mind
no.
Ward, Channel Lightning Valley. There's no
3
instant
no
speed
blocks,
effect.
but-
3 of those cards don't block. It's going to be an Oscilio activation for the game.
As the Graphene Calicera comes in here. Remember the last time that Michael did this, he ripped off the top.
Against
Back and
Jacob,
forth.
against
Yeah,
Jacob
back and
Clemens,
forth.
he could not find the 1 instant speed arcane damage in a significantly higher stakes environment. Can Michael Hamilton find the instant speed shock?
No.
Is it gone in a flash?
It is a card that blocks, though. Can that allow him to survive this turn? But Michael Hamilton is down to just 2 life here. Oh my
And
goodness.
Bartosz, ever stalwart, ever stoic. He holds those cards figuratively and literally close to the chest. I live in the exact same suspense as Michael Hamilton as he stares down his Arakni Marionette opponent.
So, Bartosz is now without a dagger after this, so does need an attack action to follow this up. However, if...
But he can discard to the Black Widow.
Yes, exactly. So Michael's going to have to lay down both cards here. He has just hope that he can only pump it by 3. What does Bartosz have?
What does Bartosz have?
Is that an incision? That would do it. Plus the hero ability.
Bartosz gives a moment. He takes a think.
This
He
moment means
stares
so
ahead
much.
at our first world champion. He plays Incision. Target dagger gets +3. He activates Arakni. Black Widow. Meat Madness heads to the graveyard. The Graphene Calicera, the little dagger that could. Up to 7 Michael Hamilton already activated Oscilio. He checks the Sigil of Brilliance, he lays down the cards, and he extends the handshake as it's the first timer. Bartosz Dobrowolski taking down our first world champion. And as we've seen, not a lot of emotion from one of my new favorite Flesh and Blood players in the world.
I just imagine through Bartosz's head right now, all he's thinking is job ain't done.
Job ain't done, baby.
Wow, what a game of Flesh and Blood we had there. Michael Hamilton went digging time after time after time and just could not find the way to win that game. All the meanwhile, Bartosz, just stoic there, found the lines he needed, played so well, navigated that game, so as both players did. But you see there, with this, as powerful as this Oscilio deck is, and the lines and the complicated lines and the ways you can find to dig, sometimes it just doesn't come your way, unfortunately.
That was beautiful. That was a beautiful, beautiful game of Flesh and Blood. It just reminds me how lucky I am and we all are to get to watch this game be played at this level. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things have shaken out in our first 2 rounds. As I think second verse, same as the first in the semis, folks. We got Oscilio and Arakni in our semifinals, but we got 2 players who were able to come out of their requisite matches. I'm so impressed. Of course, huge shout out to Tommaso, Viscido, Michael Hamilton, stalwarts of our game. I'm so happy for both of them to make it this far. But Bartosz Dobrowolski, I've got my eye on him, my Polish brethren. I got my eye on my brother in that match against Evan Herndon. He's got to get that top 4. We said it at the top of the broadcast, and he's done it.
Well, it's a repeat of the matchup for both players, as Evan, who conquered over Tommaso Viscido in that first quarterfinal, is going to go up against yet another Marionette, and for Bartosz, who just, of course, we saw took down Michael Hamilton on the Oscilio. We're going to do it all again. We're going to run it back with these 2 players.
Oh, I simply can't wait. And of course, what does that mean for you folks watching at home? It means we've got some pretty interesting heroes coming up for you in our next couple of feature matches. We've got, of course, our very next match, which is going to be Yuki Lee Bender versus Chanon Puttaree. Goes by Plan, his nickname Plan, against Plan Puttaree on, of course, that Teklovossen deck. That is just going to be, I'm excited.
It's so awesome to see a Teklovossen in top 8 here at Pro Tour, and I just had to take a breath after that game. I was almost out of breath, so excuse me for that.
That was spectacular. We also, of course, our final quarterfinalist, it'll be the People's Champ, Eugene C. And I'm actually hearing we have a live look at Eugene C in one of our feature match areas. Just getting in the zone. Look at this. Are you kidding me? Just literally getting in the zone. A little bit of gold fishing, working through the matchup. Oh, great. He's making a gold. He's drawing a card. Are you joking? You can't not love this guy.
Scabskin's luck. This is how you see you get through 30 to 40,000 games this way. Just gold fishing through, working out all the lines, seeing all the lines ahead of the time for Eugene. I'm excited to see him down in our future match area.
It's a top 8 for the ages, folks, as we take a look at Eugene C, making sure all these cards are the same ones he played yesterday, and they're going to hopefully work out in the same way they worked to get him here. I just love to see it. You just love to see it.
We're missing the Scabskins role, though, from Eugene. And
he doesn't need it.
I expected a few more
His opponent's
dice.
not putting up much of a fight. His opponent's not putting up much of a fight. Oh, my goodness. It's just been such an unbelievable weekend so far. And if our first 2 games, any indication, our next 2 are going to be I call them a chef's kiss. And I'll do that one for you, Nicolas. That's a chef's kiss for you in our final game. Do you like how was it? How's the accent? Is that right?
We've had some great games down here in our feature match area already, and I'm excited to see our final 2 quarterfinals because, as you say, if they are heaters like that first 2, well, I'm going to need to sit down at some point.
Folks, 2 more quarterfinalists to go. We have got our incredible compatriots here on the screen for you. Michael Hamilton, Bartosz Dobrowolski just took down one of my favorite games of Flesh and Blood I've ever had the pleasure to watch. And at the end of all things, the world champ in the losers bracket, Bartosz Dobrowolski, moves on.
land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty Teklovossen, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty Teklovossen, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
We are 2 games into our Top 8 Hero Pro Tour Yokohama, featuring 2 Oscilio versus Arakni Marionette matchups with 2 very distinctly different results. If that doesn't show you just how close it is between those 2 top decks and the rest of the field, and I don't know what is. Welcome back, of course, to our coverage desk. I am Mitch Leslie, joined by Punkage, and my goodness, yeah, we've had 2 incredible back-to-back matches between the Lightning Wizard and the Chaos Assassin. But now we look to start introducing some of these Dark Horse decks into our top 8 matches.
That's right. We have our first pair of semifinalists, but now we need to figure out what the other pair will be. And I'm not going to lie, Mitch, this is perhaps a matchup I was most interested in looking at a full top 8 bracket. We've got Teklovossen in the top 8 of a Pro Tour against Yuki Lee Bender on Oscilio. The third Oscilio that we're going to be seeing in the quarterfinals, but it is going to be an electrifying one for sure.
Absolutely. I'm very curious on a couple of the finer points of this matchup, because one thing before we dive any further is that obviously the information flow in terms of what Chanon Puttaree on Teklovossen is playing has started to get around the room a little bit. We saw the element of surprise at work against Sam Sutherland earlier on, but I don't know if that's going to be a factor anymore.
Was a really cool story, actually. So Yuki Lee Bender tests a lot with Peter Budenzik and Michael Hamilton. And as we get into her list later on, you'll see there's so many similarities between her Oscilio list and Michael Hamilton's list. And here's the fun thing. Peter Budenzik was the first one amongst the team to play against Chanon Puttaree in the Swiss rounds. He actually lost because he was expecting a more fatigue-oriented Teklovossen, so he brought in the whole full fatigue package, like we saw Sam Sutherland do as well, got punished for it, told the team about it. Then when Michael Hamilton played Chanon in the Swiss rounds, managed to get there because he knew this isn't a fatigue-oriented list. And now we have Yuki in the top 8, has the information from her 2 teammates. Is she going to be able to repeat what Michael Hamilton did? Or maybe Chanon has a plan. We're going to have to wait to see.
That's your teaser for that upcoming match. But before we get there, of course, let's have a look at the field as we progress through this top 8 bracket here at Pro Tour Yokohama. We've obviously just seen these 2 Oscilio versus Arakni Marionette matchups now on this bottom side of the bracket. Later on, we'll have Nicolas Jamoulle taking on Eugene C. There is going to be a Guardian versus Brute matchup. It's a classic clash of classes. But before we get there, Chanon Puttaree has brought Teklovossen, esteemed magnate, into the tournament, and it's a different look than the Teklovossens that we saw in Memphis recently, which sent 2 into the top 8. Like you mentioned, Yuki Lee Bender here, who obviously has continued to show us why Briar is just so powerful in Silver Age now, and coming essentially out of nowhere, is on the Oscilio list. As part of Team Invasion, there's a very healthy infrastructure there for passing information around and getting testing. And Yuki's been able to benefit from that drastically, or at least that's what we surmise coming into this game. Suffice to say, she's not going to be anticipating a full fatigue approach from this Teklovossen.
Yuki definitely favoring the split damage archetype over here. Oscilio in her CC rounds, Briar in her Silver Age rounds. And on the other side, Chanon, I mean, my heart's with him for quite a bit. I mean, he brought Icelander to the Silver Age rounds, and, you know, that's a hero I was looking at for sure.
Now, one of the most successful players out of Canada is Yuki Lee Bender, and we had a chance to catch up with her heading into these top 8 games.
All right, y'all. I am here with national champion, calling champion, world's top 4 competitor, and first-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, Yuki Lee Bender. Congratulations. What a run so far. How's it feel to be in your first Pro Tour top 8?
It's amazing. I've been working so hard to get here, and it's sort of funny. I think I was putting a lot of pressure on myself the last year and a half, and this one I was like, oh, life's been busy. I'll lower my expectations. I'll just play my best, play decks I like, have fun, and then the results came. So I don't know if that's coincidence or not, but yeah, no, I'm super pleased and stoked to be here.
It's a good message to all of you out there. If you're having trouble in your tournaments, just vibe a little bit. Just vibe a little bit harder, and you too could get a Pro Tour top 8. No, but so it's a long and storied and very successful Flesh and Blood career. You've established yourself as not only one of the game's most successful players, but a very trusted, well-regarded content creator, written articles mostly, a lot of deck guides. But now to find yourself here in a Pro Tour Top 8, this is not a deck. You say yesterday you've been on it for quite a while, but you're not necessarily known for this style. Icelander was not as combo focused, right? Lexi, a little more low to the ground. Look, these are some of the decks you've been known to pilot in the past. What is it about Oscilio, other than the fact that consensus kind of best deck in the room, that drew you to it, and how do you think you found your way in?
Yeah, I like that he has access to disruption. That's something that's like a characteristic a lot of my favorite decks have, and he's also assertive, so that combination of things is just like a huge draw for me. I also find like the Gone in a Flash, and I actually got Blast of Oblivion as my spoiler card, and when I had it, I was so excited because the kind of like bouncing cards, archetypes in card games and replaying your stuff has always been one of my favorites. And
you're gonna like Ziggy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really excited about Ziggy. But the card didn't work out in Aurora, but man, is it good in Oscilio, and so I've been having a lot of fun with him. I think it's that kind of, keep bouncing, replaying the same cards feels really good.
Well, I have to ask you, you're facing Teklovossen in the first round. Not only Teklovossen, you're facing Teklovossen with a Teklo Foundry Heart, in not a list that's, 1-to-1 at all, but you yourself wrote the guide on the Flesh and Blood website for a Teklovossen deck with Teklo Foundry Heart. How did you expect this at all? How does it feel to be facing this deck in a Pro Tour?
It's a little bit unreal. I think the deck is strong and has really good matchups. Like I wrote the article because I did believe in the deck. But Marionette, I couldn't figure out, and Oscilio seemed really scary to me, so that potentially bodes well for me, but I'm also trying to be, cautious. I'm sure that Chanon has put in a lot of reps and has some game plans in there. There's disruption in that deck, and I need to be, I need to navigate carefully. But it is kind of wild to see this Boost Teklo deck, and I looked and I'm like, this is definitely not the deck I built. He's innovated a lot. There's a lot of cool pieces and ideas in there, but it's not unfamiliar.
Yeah. It's an interesting position, a rogue deck, one you probably have some good experience with. So before I let you go, I just want to give you a chance to talk about, not a life, but a lot of Flesh and Blood's history you have been knee-deep in, right? And you have been a really central figure in the competitive scene, in the community, right? How does it feel just kind of looking back and looking forward, where you are now, where you expect to go? I want to give you a chance to reflect a little bit on how we got here and where you're looking to go.
It's kind of unreal, honestly, when I look back. Flesh and Blood started as a COVID hobby for me when I was teaching online, and I just needed like an outlet because I was kind of going crazy. And it was a good way to connect with people. I played my first nationals. I remember like playing the RTN in COVID, and like none of us had met in person, so that was bizarre. And then I played my first nationals. I didn't expect to take it down. I'd never won a big tournament in any card game. And then, just one thing led to another, had some strong finishes, and it completely changed my career path. I'm now doing content, and Flesh and Blood's my main thing. So, it's it completely changed the trajectory of my life in a really positive way. And I didn't necessarily think that this would happen, but I feel really lucky and kind of like I get to live maybe like a dream that I had when I was younger about either card games or esports or something like that. And I sort of, I was around like 30, and I was like, oh, it's too late, not going to happen. Wasn't meant to be. And then I kind of stumbled into the opportunity. It felt like kind of the last chance I get to do that. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, I'm so excited for you. As I've told you a couple times, the very first deck that I ever built in CC in Flesh and Blood was Yuki Lee Bender, Canadian Nationals winning Ice Lexi list. So it's great to be here alongside you. I'm excited to watch the rest of your run. Congratulations and good luck in the match.
Thank you.
Let's send it back to the booth.
Yeah, fantastic interview. It's safe to say Yuki's footprint has been all over Flesh and Blood history in the competitive sense for quite some time. And we hope, of course, that it continues because, you know what? 30 isn't the end of things. Just put that one out there. Now, talking about the run here, though, of course, Yuki is going up against Chanon Puttaree, someone who has always been a fan of these kind of rogue decks. And not just that, and not just in a gimmicky fashion, has taken them always to the competitive stage and found some great results too.
He's slowly becoming one of my favorite players, to be honest. I mean, he's the type of player that brings what he wants to bring. The vibe I get is he plays with heart. he wants to enjoy the deck
Yeah.
that he has brought to this event. We've seen that in Lyeth before. We're seeing that today in Boost, Teklovossen.
This is very punkage-coded
Iceland
behavior.
and Silver Age. Exactly. That's kind of why I'm secretly kind of rooting for him, but it's quite difficult because Yuki is also one of my closest friends. So
Yes.
it is a tough one for me. And let's go ahead and hear from our Teklovossen pilot with an interview with Chanon.
I am here with the Ghost Protocol architect, Thailand's finest, Mr. Chanon Puttaree, plan to his friends Teklovossen top 8. Congratulations. How you feeling?
Really excited.
Yeah. It's absolutely amazing. I brought one CC deck to this country, to this tournament. I brought Mr. Teklovossen, and I brought a Teklo Foundry Heart, baby.
Yeah.
When I saw you in the feature match with those two cards out, I lost my mind.
Yeah.
You are my hero.
Oh, thank you.
You are the
Thank
hero
you.
to many Teklovossens out there.
Yeah.
What is it about this hero that you love, and why did you bring it to the tournament?
Basically, I think it's like made into this meta. It's fatigue, right? So Teklovossen is like the top one is the fatigue style.
Yeah.
Can be like a Victor or
Yeah.
Huntsman.
Yeah.
But normally it's like they play full fatigue, so it's like against aggro deck it's quite hard. For example, Mario or Oscilio, so I have the plan to bring the Faudi Heart and play the boost, so we can pressure them, and if the boost is going well, so it's like can beat them. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
It's exactly what I imagined was possible, but I didn't honestly imagine it was possible at a Pro Tour, not even getting into the top 8. It's such an impressive thing to come to a tournament like this and bring a deck that nobody thought could do anything at this level. I ask you this because you got very close to top 8 with Lyeth Goldmane just a couple months ago at one of those recent callings. Do you like bringing these off-meta decks? Is there something more fun to you about succeeding with something that people have written off?
Yeah, I think I like to play off meta deck because like into the meta deck is like need to play need to practice a lot, and in our country it's like not so many people play, and I think comparing to other countries, so I would like to find some spicy deck to like I mean maybe we can get advantage by like they don't know what
you're doing.
Yeah, what are you doing?
We saw that against Sam Sutherland. He seemed to clearly be like, what is going on? Did you find that throughout the weekend that you could feel that people didn't know what to do into you?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, looking ahead, all right. I mean, or actually, before we look ahead, I want to just look back ever so slightly. We first met at the calling in Phuket. You're one of it was you and Vespa who really brought Prism into the world. Rob Catton had a little bit of success, but it was you two that really put Prism on the map. That was when we first met. I've seen you at multiple tournaments, calling Taipei, World Premier High Seas, a very high finish there. Tell me about your journey in Flesh and Blood and how you got here.
So I start play like 4 or 5 years ago, and mostly I play like off meta deck. So at first tournament, I think the first one is success is like a Battle Herndon in Singapore, like 3 years ago or 3 or 4 years. I play Icelander. At that moment, it's still like
old,
but I'm undefeated, and that at that moment I feel like okay, I can do it. I can play off meta deck and can succeed with it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so and after that I try to travel as soon as I can go. And play a lot of tournament, and I really fun.
Oh my God, that's incredible. So we've gotten here a Pro Tour top 8. What does it mean to you to be forever one of the few people that have top 8'd a Flesh and Blood Pro Tour? What does it mean?
It's very meaningful. I mean, it's like my plan is success. I mean, everyone can bring the off meta deck and can be the top one. If well prepare, and I mean, at this level I really I mean it's meaningful to me.
It's
because
beautiful.
like so many times it's like for example, last time in the calling is like 9th place.
9th place, We've got a couple people, you and Tommaso, a lot of 9ths, and then finally making it in.
Finally,
It's amazing. Well, You've got an Oscilio in the first round.
Yes.
And then potentially either a Victor or a Rhinar.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Do you just boost into the Oscilio? Do you just hit her hard?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to seeing it. Congratulations
Yeah,
to you.
thank
You
you.
are my hero, Plan. I'm happy
I
for you.
appreciate it.
Wish you luck. Let's send it on back to the booth.
Yeah, we're just going to hit the Oscilio hard is the game plan. I kind of get it, right? This is the kind of deck that, while we've seen some level of aggressiveness from this Teklo list, there's still a lot of emphasis on getting those Evos in play, trying to use them gainfully to block. And there's one deck that can be a little bit hard to block at times. Of course, it is this Oscilio list. Let's have a look at Yuki Lee Bender's list coming into this game, Punkage. Obviously, this is the list that Team Invasion have been working on, but definitely one that features a couple of differences to maybe the more stock standard lists you'll see out there.
So the first thing to point out is this list is so similar to Michael Hamilton's because the two of them did work together on this list. And actually coming into this event, before the top 8 even started, I saw the two of them heads huddled together, almost like they're conspiring to figure out how they can both reach the finals. And the few, not irregularities, but few maybe more niche picks in this list, 2 copies of Red Aether Spindle, copies of Entwine Lightning as well. We saw how strong that card was in Michael Hamilton's games. And these players have decided they want the full playset of Temporal Wobbles. We saw Evan Herndon with just 2 copies of that card. Yuki and Michael both opting for the full 3. But there is one card missing from this list, Mitch, which I do want to point out. No Null Shocks. We saw Evan Herndon with the full playset, 3 Null Shocks. Yuki and Hamilton, though, want 0 copies of that card.
Yeah, so it's just Comet Storm Shock and Consigned Cosmos Shock in this list. So in total, 6 of those, at least half Shock cards. Is that a factor really in a matchup against Teklovossen, do you feel?
It ends up being a factor towards the end of the game to close out. We saw Michael Hamilton in some ways perhaps lose that previous matchup because he couldn't find a shock.
He dug like 12 cards for it.
Dug 12 cards, couldn't find a shock while the opponent was at 1. That is the risk you take when you go down on the number of shocks. But it does increase a little bit of your block density. You could argue he might not even have survived by then if he didn't have that many shocks. But that's kind of where the balance lies.
And the Entwine Lightning is going to be interesting. Obviously, it's pretty trivially simple to get that fused. So having access to another 0 for 4 go again could be pretty big in those high velocity matchups when you need attack action. Let's move across and have a look at Chanon Puttaree's, this very interesting Teklovossen list. This one, it's very aesthetically pleasing here on the page. We have a number of these, these Evos, but because we have Teklo Foundry card, I guess sometimes you need to go down on the number of Evos in general in your deck.
Yeah, and the first thing we need to point out when we're considering the Oscilio matchup is how much AB is Chanon able to present, because these Evo cards don't have a lot of AB on them. I believe there's 2 adaptive dissolvers not currently being shown on the screen, but those are the AB pieces we're going to start the game with. That's just AB2, which isn't quite enough to survive, to even try and pivot to a fatigue-based strategy into the Oscilio. And we heard him say his plan is to just bash the Oscilio's face in. So Chanon's going to try and get up to 3 Evos in play as soon as possible so that the Terminator tanks and the War Machines, these disruptive pieces, are now online against the Lightning Wizard.
Yeah, Disruption, the name of the game here.
And there is one card here which I do want to point out. I was looking at the list earlier and I was very confused. Evo Facebreaker in the top right of the screen here. Chanon has chosen to bring that in. There are no hyperdrivers in the list though, so the additional text on that card effectively irrelevant. I think what it's doing in this list,
+2?
Instant in the type line over here.
Okay.
It just wants to turbo out those Evos as soon as possible to turn on the Evo payoff cards, Terminator tanks, War Machines, and even Steel Street Enforcement.
Yeah, so no value really in trying to get rid of the card under it to get a +2 on a boost attack maybe?
Could be that as well, but yeah, I think a lot of that is also just the instant aspect of it.
Now, obviously, we are missing the base arms here. Chanon, I think, is on an adaptive, equipment piece there. So no worries. He will be bringing some gloves into the game. Disruption, name of the game. One card I just want to ask you about really quickly. What do you think about Pulse Wave Harpoon here? It seems like it could be tricky to have any turn where Chanon gets wide enough, but that is also a potential source of disruption.
I think he's going to be relying on that. If he can get Pulse Wave Harpoon to 3 boosts, that will be the additional piece of disruption that he has access to while he's waiting to actually set up his Evo pieces to turn on the tanks and the War Machines.
All right, there you have it, folks. That is Chanon Plan Puttaree's Teklovossen deck. The last, of course, Teklovossen, probably, trying to think of how many made to really day 2. Not a whole lot. There was that fatigue-looking Teklovossen that popped up in Memphis, but this is a different take on the list. Is it going to be fast enough, though? Will it be able to race Oscilio down, or will it be Hatches battened and try and brave the storm as Yuki Bender brings the full force of all their preparation into the game? Let's head down to the feature match area for our quarterfinal number 3. Oh, buddy, we've been discussing this at length so far, but let's talk about the journey so far for Yuki Lee Bender. Gets off to a great 3-0 start, dealing with what we can presume is that fatigue-based Pleiades list, and also Tao Tao Chu, the quintessential fatigue assassin player, also falls by her hand.
Of course, Yuki ends day 1 at XN1 and goes into a day 2 and continues having a relatively unblemished record. Of course, we saw her game against Cody Williams, which is one of the best games of Silver Age. I have been able to spectate her Briar into that Valda deck where she came down to the final last card to overcome the potential for fatigue. Suffered a couple of losses towards the end of the day, but was already locked for top 8 when she suffered a loss into other fellow top 8 competitor Evan Herndon.
This is a murderer's row of opponents. Tao Tao, Brian Lorenz, Lucas Molio, Cody Williams, Eugene, Colin Erickson, Damien Riggins, and obviously it only gets harder as time goes on. That is spectacular to see Yuki Lee Bender make it through this absolute gauntlet. Certainly, no, she deserves to be sat in that seat right now. Let's have a look at Chanon Puttaree's road here as well. See a good start here, of course, with a win early on. But again, those Arakni Marionette matchups seem to have given some issues to Chanon as time's gone on. And you mentioned earlier that game against Michael Hamilton, where Michael gets to come into the matchup with a bit of information about what Chanon's deck is looking like.
Exactly, that was because of the win Chanon managed to achieve against Peter Budenzik in round 3. Information shared a little bit there. Want to stress a little bit about the Arakni Marionettes. Chanon said in his interview that that is the matchup he was quite afraid of. It's quite difficult because of the shredding the Arakni Marionettes can do. But looking at his record over here, went 50-50 into that hero, which is incredible when you have access to such a positive matchup into these other decks like Victor Goldmane.
Gaichi Yamada also, I would consider one of the foremost players out of Japan on Assassins. I mean, he's an insanely good player on a very good matchup for Gaichi, and Chanon is still able to find success there. So you know this guy is absolutely the real deal. Oscilio Constellar Intelligence looking to blast Teklovossen out of the game. Teklo obviously has the ability to block a lot of this, physical damage coming through with the Evos, but Punkage, we're going to have to find out if it's going to be remotely enough. Let's head down to our feature match area now and find our third semi-finalist.
And Yuki is the highest seed over here, so has the option to choose first or second. I'm going to guess she has chosen first. Both these heroes really want to be the first player to start the game off because they both have a lot of setup available to them. Chanon on that side can set up some Evos, and Yuki on her side can set up some Sigils, Channel Lightning Valleys, maybe even leak some damage with some tall arcane spells. And here we see her start off with an Oscilio activation, discarding one of those tall arcane spells, opting instead to perhaps try and find something that she can set up for the following turns.
2 adaptive dissolvers in the equipment slots for Chanon Puttaree here. So see on board some ability to prevent arcane damage.
And of course, with the signature Teklo Foundry Heart. I say signature, it's Chanon's signature, not exactly Teklovossen's.
Even though Sam obviously brought that along with his list, so okay. Some info off the top there as Firewall does get in a block. Evo Soul Steel Memory being revealed.
Which he will draw into, won't be able to boost into it because, of course, as a player going second, he's going to draw back up to 4. Will have the Evo in his hand. Could fuel the Synapse Spark Cap to create a Ponder token for him and put that card in the banner zone if he doesn't have anything else to pitch to. I have to point out that is a Terminator tank that's going to the graveyard for Chanon Puttaree over here. One of those very important disruptive pieces, though of course not yet, since he doesn't have any Evos equipped.
In theory, could be brought back later with Evo Soul Steel Controller, but that is looking far further ahead than we need to be right now.
Not the greatest blast rig over here before he's got any Evo set up. This one's just going to be a little bit of a measly 1 with Evo upgrade giving a grand total of +0 attack to this card.
Yeah, I like the vision of Boost Teklo. It can be very powerful, but as you mentioned in the case of Terminator Tank, we really need to do a lot of setup first. And that's the issue for Chanon in this kind of matchup. That takes time. It takes multiple turn cycles. We've seen plenty of games where, like turn 0, the Teklo has 2 Evos in play already, and that's obviously the high roll version of it. This one, though, this is a bit more of a conservative slant on Teklo's game plan. Foundry Heart here activation. We'll be pitching a Soul Steel Controller.
And both players know that Chanon is holding on to a Steel Soul Memory in his hand because that was revealed in the previous turn.
Yuki just checking the cards that were banished. One thing as well, we demonstrated the cards in Chanon's list there previously. Might have noticed that Singularity was maybe not on that graphic. Singularity certainly in this deck, and don't be fooled.
And we saw him use it as well to great effect yesterday in his game against Damien Riggins on the Fatigue Victor.
I had 30 Evos under it, didn't he?
Very fortunate Teklo Foundry hard activation over here, banishing 2 Evos for Chanon Puttaree, which of course he will be able to play via Teklovossen's ability. But here he's using his action point, playing the Evo out the old-fashioned way, if you will. Evo Steel Soul Memory now equipped on the headpiece, which means that Evo Recall that's sitting in the banish zone can go ahead and be equipped at some point later in this game to get the +1 intellect from Evo Steel Soul Memory as it transforms into something that has a different name from it.
Looks like Chanon here is past priority to Yuki. All right. That Sigil of Conductivity is in play right now.
A little bit of a slow start for both our players over here, for Chanon certainly. This is what you expect from a Teklovossen. Does want to take a couple of setup turns. Yuki continues to dig. I don't believe she has found a Gone and a Flash. Is holding on to a Sigil of Brilliance, though, and a Blast to Oblivion as well. So might still be able to make some fireworks happen. We saw how successful Evan was at executing a Blast to Oblivion combo turn. Although Yuki, though, in this matchup, currently not under a lot of pressure, so might just opt to do a little bit more chip damage at this point and try and set up a much bigger combo turn.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki has the leisure here, it feels, of sculpting the hand a little bit and trying to reduce that threshold of life for the Teklovossen player. Obviously, Chanon mindful that playing Evos to these arm and leg slots, that'll go over the top of the Dissolvers, so that's also carry some risk.
As he tanks up with physical block on the arm piece and the leg piece, he does lose access to an Arcane Barrier, which not only means he will be taking true damage effectively from Yuki's side, it also means Yuki gets to rely on a Surge Effects much more consistently. Surge Effects, say, from Mind Warp, which can disrupt the deck that's trying to bash your face in.
Yeah, it's easier for her to do the math on how much amp she'd need to guarantee that disruptive effect. That's the scary part. Evo Short Circuit, though, is obviously an Evo that still carries that Arcane Barrier. So it also pings when it gets equipped, but it's definitely not the draw of that particular Evo.
And a couple of boost cards in Chanon's hand over here, and I believe he did arsenal a Pulse Wave Harpoon, one of those pieces that will allow him to disrupt Yuki before he gets his Evos online. So we'll be able to get to 3 boost cards on the following turn cycle if he chooses to keep some of these cards.
Okay, here's the Steel Soul Memory and a Teklo Foundry hard offered on blocks.
A little bit of an overblock over here, blocking 5 on just 4. Noting, of course, Yuki Libenda currently does not have an additional action point to continue this turn. Of course, Blink going to solve that for her in multiple ways, because now the Sigil of Conductivity goes back to her hand, generates an Embodiment of Lightning, which means a follow-up attack will also get go again of this Embodiment of Lightning.
Won't be consuming that action point. Chanon obviously here very concerned about life total. So overblocking that Blast to Oblivion really does also, maybe doesn't want to risk like a Channel Lightning Valley as well, getting played at instant speed.
Oh, and that is a Gone in a Flash in Yuki Libenda's arsenal. So already the fireworks starting over here. Hasn't blocked with any of the equipment though. So maybe not looking to use that just yet, but this is still looking to be a very strong turn from Yuki Libenda. Currently, no arcane damage source to make use of the amp that is being amped up in the Voltar.
Yuki's sitting on a second Blast to Oblivion. We'll see that Sigil of Conductivity that just left play. And a Sigil of Brilliance. Chanon here. What is the turn supposed to be looking like? You mentioned a Pulse Wave Harpoon in Arsenal. Now, optimistic to think that you might get to that third boosted Chain Link in order to deploy it, but it's not out of the question. Looks like a Blast Rig in hand that'll help you get there.
And a Trebuchet as well. So it does have the 2 boost cards in hand. Pulse Wave Harpoon would be the 3rd boost card to have more of a selection from Yuki Libenda's hand to disrupt. Question is, how much damage is he going to take the rest of this turn?
Yeah, that Volsar is ticking up. It's looking pretty frightening. They've already got chest and headpiece on the chain. Remember, Oscilio really not breaking the chain very often at all, so it's going to be difficult for Chanon to cash in that block value on those Evos multiple times in a defensive turn.
Since Gone in a Flash once again. No action point, no go again on this one. Is holding on to that Sigil of Conductivity that was bounced back by the Blast to Oblivion. So that can ensure the Gone and Flash gets bounced back as well. And just holding on to the other Blast to Oblivion, it looks like, is Yuki Libenda, which means she's set up for an incredible combo turn on the following turn cycle.
I mean, it's two of the most important pieces that you need. And while, yeah, it might look like an intellect penalty, Yuki needs both of those cards. So one will be destined for the arsenal. There might be some deliberation about what should go on the arsenal, if there's any way Chanon can actually threaten that on his next turn. But with only one Evo in play, those Terminator tanks don't look that scary. The War Machines, nah, you can shrug them off.
Looks like Chanon activating Teklovossen on Yuki Libenda's turn here.
And we are looking for a beta base arms.
And that means the Arcane Barrier now available to Chanon just got reduced from 2 to 1.
Yeah, Yuki wants to check the pitch. Obviously, someone, as Sam mentions in the interview, Yuki writes an article on what Tekla could look like with the changes and all the cards coming into Compendium of Wraith. She, though, felt like against Marionette and Oscilio, didn't feel favoured enough to sort of risk stepping out into the Pro Tour with that deck signed up. But Chanon is no coward. Okay, so we have a Evo established here.
And the draw of the top for Chanon was yet another Evo. I believe it was the Evo Steel Soul Tower. So Evo for the leg piece. So can, if he wants to, get up to 3 Evos equipped on just turn 2 of the game for him, which would be fairly good. The question is, your opponent has a Gun and a Flash setup. He doesn't know about the Blast to Oblivion. We do, though. Yuki Libenda currently set up for a mean combo turn this early in the game. So you might be set up with your 3 Evos, but you might draw into your disruption as you're getting comboed, which is a little too late.
Do you need the Evos? Then you need to find the disruption before Yuki pops off on you. I do love Tekla Trebuchet 2000. So innocuous, but functionally a 0 for 3 boost card in blue is kind of cracked.
And it makes the breakpoints so incredibly awkward to block as well, especially in a deck like Dash.io that's running all those boom grenades. Trying to block 1 into 5 against a deck like that, it's just mean is what it is.
Yeah, it really messes with the math. This, though, does mean that Pulse Wave Harpoon is on for this next attack, presuming it is also boosted. There's the issue of paying for it. It's not free. See, it's a 1 cost attack action. Okay. Starting to see which way the wind is blowing now. Sigil of Brilliance was reached for and then returned. Yuki fancying an extra card here.
Also, bouncing back the Sigil of Brilliance can be very important when you are going into a Blast to Oblivion combo, because you want the Sigil of Brilliance on the field as you play the Blast to Oblivion. So if you leave it in the field now and without bouncing it back, it's going to pop at the start of your turn. You can't bounce it back and forth with Blast to Oblivion on your big combo turn. That's potentially what she's considering. But of course, this is the second boost card, and she knows one of the few pieces of disruption that Chanon has does include the Pulse Wave Harpoon. So is potentially doing the calculus right now.
And again, with a lot of these Oscilio cards not blocking particularly well, Chanon is going to have his pick of the litter in terms of Yuki's hand, especially on Chainlink 3. You basically get anything at that point.
What's interesting is that holding on to a Sigil of Brilliance actually insulates you a little bit to Pulse Wave Harpoon, because of course that card can only pull action cards from your hand. So if Yuki's holding on to 3 instants when that card gets resolved, she can just reveal those 3 instants and Chan gets
she
no
doesn't
pick
have
of
to
the litter.
show the action, that's right.
Opts not to, though. Takes the full 5 from Blast Rig.
We do be boosting here with some of these Compendium of Wraith Mechanologist cards.
Chanon now. A couple of options. Could activate Foundry Heart to play the Steel Soul Tower, but then you're giving up disruption into your opponent's Gun and a Flash. Doesn't feel so good. Evo Recall for +1 Intellect into your opponent's combo turn also seems to be a little bit tempting for our Teklovossen player.
One way or another, there's going to be some Evos that hit the board, but it's really a decision to be made on which effects that he is prioritizing. The Evo Recall, returning a card from Banish on top of the deck, may be less important than just getting that Steel Soul Memory trigger.
I've really enjoyed how complex these turn cycles have been across all our games in the quarterfinals so far. The 2 Marionette Oscilio games that we have seen, they were 4 or 5 turn games, but they were deep, complex turns, just like this one as well.
I saw that, the previous game, Michael Hamilton really really had to put the brakes on a lot of those rounds. Someone whose speed of play is usually quite fast. But the stakes for some of these players have never been higher. Yuki Bender finally breaking into that Pro Tour top 8 after coming close so many times and always, like we said, famed for amazing day 1 performances, then fading out in day 2.
Now, Yuki has to reveal 3 cards, but she's holding 2 instants, so she can basically decide which one of the 2 action cards she's going to be forced to block with.
Yeah. Still seems to be some deliberation on this Gone on a Flash reveal. Consigned to Cosmos Shock, and Channel Lightning Valley will be revealed.
So actually, correction there, Consigned to Cosmos actually is also an action.
Yeah,
so
it's both
Chanon
an
can
action, yeah,
choose between that and the Gone in a Flash here. Yuki Bender holding back to a Blast of Oblivion. The card she chose to arsenal in the previous turn cycle was a Gone in a Flash, and she drew into another one over here.
Yeah, so Chanon, I mean, there has to be alarm bells here. If your opponent is showing you a Gone in a Flash, you have to suspect there's some level of redundancy, especially with like a Sigil of Brilliance in play, and also with the fact that Yuki actually reached for a Flash of Brilliance briefly. These are all tells that could, give you an indication that sparks are about to fly. Take the Arcane spell.
I think Chanon has made that read, realizing if you're showing me Gone in a Flash, it means you don't need that here. Let me take your spell instead. Very heads-up play from a Teklovossen player.
And so, the Flash of Brilliance now will find a home on the combat chain. The trigger, Gone on a Flash being discarded. Now it's very clear that Yuki did not need that it was entirely extraneous to her game plan.
And she drew another Sigil of Brilliance. So holding on to 2 Sigils of Brilliance right now, has the Blast of Oblivion as well and a Gone in a Flash. Hasn't blocked with the equipment yet though, but if you're going to be sending, upwards of 30 damage, I'm not sure if you care that you haven't gotten a couple of life from your arms and legs piece.
Just take the value loss and get on with your life as you just turn your opponent to cinders. Right, here's a Teklo Foundry Heart Banish.
3 floating. Just enough to activate Teklovossen.
Sorry. All right. What's the plan with these 3 resources? We're sitting on another... It's like a beta base Evo?
Yes, the Steel Soul Tower was used to pitch for the Pulse Wave Harpoon and then the Teklo Foundry Heart. Holding onto an Evo beta base. Evo Recall, remember, will give Chanon +1 intellect on the following turn cycle, because Steel Soul Memory will transform into something with a different name. But you will be giving up a couple of block on that headpiece for that additional intellect.
Yeah, it's the temptation sometimes to quickly upgrade those Evos or put cards on top of them, but knowing that, you might need to just batten down the hatches a little bit more in this next turn, considering that the rest of the equipment suite for Chanon not exactly winning any medals for blocking.
Remember, of course, Chanon does have a fair bit of information here. He saw Yuki Bender discard a Gone in a Flash, saw her block with Flash of Brilliance, knows there's a Sigil of Brilliance in her hand, as well as a Gone in a Flash, very likely somewhere else as well.
Hand is gas. Absolutely. I guess there's a question of action points, right, for Yuki heading into her turn. So that's something that Lightning Greaves is very, very good at ameliorating, though. War Machine. 2 Evos equipped at the moment. Evo Recall going over on top.
So back up to Arcane Barrier 2 is Chanon Puttaree, because Evo Recall does have Arcane Barrier. Have to point out, though, not only is there a little bit of the downside of missing out on the block value of the Steel Soul Memory, Evo Recall is not a base piece. You can't transform this into anything else for the rest of this game. So that headpiece is going to stay Evo Recall for Chanon the rest of this game.
Yeah, you can't. That is okay. That is interesting. You're dead right. Chanon really has made a decision about what he wants to do with that headpiece. Evo Recall, triggered for the, bringing the War Machine back from Banish, but again...
Which he then drew into off of Teklovossen's hero ability, so that is what's sitting in Arsenal right now. But again, are we going to see time and time again the story of what it seems of this tournament, where you found your disruption, but just 1 turn cycle too late, because it seems that Yuki might be comboing off on you right now. She knows you have the disruptive piece in your arsenal, and she is quite set up right here.
Double Sigil, Blast to Oblivion. Yuki hasn't seen this card yet. She activated Oscilio. She has not gained any information yet. And there is now some hesitation about whether or not this is the card to be discarding.
Reconsidering whether she wants to do that before she looks at the card. Okay,
You want to do it?
Yep. It's not Oscilio.
Okay.
As you pointed out, no information had been gained yet. We move over to Yuki Bender's turn. Sigil of Conductivity on the board. 2 Sigil of Brilliance in hand. Blast Oblivion as well. Gunner Flash in Arsenal as well. Are we going to see the fabled Gunner Flash and Blast Oblivion combo?
Yeah, that's obviously when things really get quite egregious. With 2 Sigils of Brilliance, by the way. A lot of cards to be drawn here still. Gunner Flash will start things off for us.
Currently missing an arcane damage spell, which is, I think, why she was considering the Oscilio activation
Digging
there
for
on
it.
Chanon's turn.
Yuki can dig for it, though, with these Sigils of Brilliance, though.
And if the CLV hits, then that is another way where you just actually get a free card. And I think Yuki Bender is confident that at some point on this turn she will hit, okay, no activation of the Lightning Greaves here. She's just taking another setup turn.
Okay. Wow, what patience. We did wonder if Yuki would, crack the Greaves without actually using them to block here. And again, I guess she just feels like Chanon's going to give her that level of space. However, Chanon is up to 3 Evos. Beta base legs have been equipped. So these disruptive, overpowering attack actions, of which we know one is in Chanon's arsenal, could be very impactful here.
Is that a war machine, though? Because if that's a war machine, then Yuki Bender perhaps just made the read, I'll just put my CLV in my arsenal. You can try and disrupt it.
It is a war
but
machine.
I'll just play it at instant speed. And so she's banking on Chanon not finding a Terminator tank, which will actually attack the hand. She's saying, all you have is arsenal disruption. You're drawing 4 random cards off the top. Your deck is kind of mostly Evos and boost cards that I do not care about. So unless you find some hand disruption, you are getting comboed on, which is extremely heads up because remember, Chanon was on 5 intellect on that turn as well. She's saying, nah, don't want to combo off on you when you have an extra card. Show me that you find something actually disruptive. Otherwise, I'm going to come back at you with a checks notes 7-card hand, Mitch.
Oh my goodness. Yuki also says, thank you for playing a T-Bone. I was actually going to block with the Lightning Greaves this turn anyway, so this works out perfectly for me.
Don't mind if I do.
Double Sigils, my goodness. Yeah, she's going to have a huge portion of her deck to play with.
7-card hand plus a very likely Channel Lightning Valley draw as well. This could be an Oscilio combo turn of the likes of which we have yet to see in the coverage area. We've seen some fantastic Oscilio combo turns, but I think we haven't quite yet seen a 7-card one, which involved both Blast Oblivion and Gone in a Flash and the Channel Lightning Valley.
The Steel Soul Tower banished here, and that's what Yuki is looking to check. Obviously, Tower is going to give you the action point when you play it on top of the beta base legs. Not really that important for Chanon. That's one of the probably the lower priority effects that a boost Teklo is going to be hunting down.
Effectively just lets him play it and lets him play it with Go again, I suppose. But if you Teklovossen and then you go up to 2 action points, I just don't know whether he has the outlet to use these 2 action points.
Yeah.
We know of 1 attack in the arsenal.
Which was, as you mentioned, the War Machine. All right, more of these Evos into pitch now in order to play the Tower.
And it is a little bit of life gained as well, since Tower, of course, blocks way more than the beta base.
Yeah, 3-block temper piece of equipment, and we get that action point. Obviously, we're drawing off that Teklovossen ability.
And he draws a Terminator tank.
Oh, no way!
He's found some hand disruption finally. He has 2 action points.
can't send
but
both.
He can't send both. Can send a Teklo leveler, which actually does have Go again because of 3 Evos. So still not going to be able to use both action points, but did find the hand disruption that he needed. If he makes the read that, Yuki probably would have put an instant in Arsenal since a War Machine in his Arsenal was face up.
The Terminator tank follows up the Teklo leveler. Yuki Bender's face completely impassive, seeing this. And obviously, she has agency in terms of what card she discards.
Also, she's going to draw 2 more when the Sigils of Brilliance pop on her turn, so I don't know how much she cares. Okay, instead of a 7-card combo, okay, it's only 6.
Shrunk down a bit, yeah. And to put in context, this is kind of the best disruption that Chanon can really hope to put in front of Yuki this turn. Maybe another Pulse Wave on 3 links because you have some choice of what card to pull. And we did see that Arcane Spell getting taken away from Yuki, which we feel like forced her to take another setup turn. Oscilio activation being considered. It's like an electrostatic discharge headed to the bin. And we have...
Flittering Charge, the card drawn.
Okay. Ether Bindings will now get on block duty as well.
And looking like she might just discard the Flittering Charge, not exactly an essential piece of the combo when you already have Gone in a Flash and Blast to Oblivion.
Yeah. And you're going to have access to a lot of action points from your Greaves, so Flittering Charge is just not really that interesting as a card that gets go again.
Now remember, these Sigil of Brilliance will pop at the start of Yuki's turn here, so they won't be on the field to bounce back and forth off of Blast to Oblivion's effect. Sigil of Conductivity, though, like the likely target for that ability.
Maybe that means that the Greaves don't need to be cracked then. You're going to have action points from these embodiments of lightning. Means that Yuki can have another sort of mini combo maybe later on.
And that first Sigil of Brilliance draw, Mitch? Comet Storm Shark.
Okay,
so
we're
that's
good.
the
We're good.
Arcane's outlet that Yuki Bender currently already has access to. As we take a look at Chanon's hand real quick here, I see 3 reds and a blue Steel Street Enforcement, though, is a block 4, but it's the only blue in that hand.
One way or another, Chanon will be taking some arcane damage. Just how big a combo can Yuki put together? And this is, obviously, the context of this is that Yuki takes a turn off when 2 of those Sigils of Brilliance are in play. She had the opportunity to try and play into a Blast to Oblivion turn with those Sigils and decided instead just to cash them in for the 1 card each and let them leave play.
Which was extremely heads up because on that turn cycle, Chanon had 5 cards in hand to block with. So she's saying, it's fine. And she knew that the only disruption, at least the one that was face up, was Arsenal Disruption. And so she just put an instant in Arsenal there and was like, cool. Unless you find it, I'm going to have an Omega combo.
Now, we have drawn off the Sigils. Just want to remind everyone, as far as we know, it's a Channel Lightning Valley in Arsenal. Here's the Old Knocker activation. Get ourselves a resource. And then we will pop the Lightning Greaves. So all of our instants now are going to be played with Go Again. We're going to have plenty of action points. And we have enough instants here to start bouncing things back into our hand, i.e. those Gone in a Flashes. Here's a Sigil of Lightning.
This is the wrong card. Can I fix this?
Okay. So we might have a judge call
I
here.
went to play this card.
Yuki ends up playing a Sigil of Lightning. Maybe he was thinking like Gone in a Flash. Probably should have come down first.
I think she's trying to play a different instant and perhaps saving the Sigil of Lightning for her pitch card at the end for the Comet Storm Shock because, of course, that card does cost 2. So make sure you have a resource card for that. No information has been gained so far, but that is for the judges to decide how to resolve that. Shout out to our judges, of course, for allowing us to play this game as smoothly and as accurately as possible.
Yeah, it's been great to see them out here in force this weekend. Also, we had Joshua Scott as well put on a judge shirt and get out there yesterday and help out, and just to make sure that we had a massive calling. Calling had like over
700,
almost
800?
800 players. So yeah, even Josh Scott is getting pulled out of this area to go and put on a judge shirt. We'd love to see that. Some great games been played this weekend, and this one is still about to be underway. So let's jump down, because despite having a Sigil of Conductivity in play, what's something that you could bounce to get those embodiments, Yuki was wanting to play the Channel Lightning Valley instead of the Sigil of Lightning. That's been allowed to be rewound.
Now the CLV is face up on the field, but I don't know how much Chanon can actually do about this. Trying to block out this whole Lightning Greaves turn seems like a very tall ask. I think more than likely not. Yuki Bender will get an extra draw from the CLV after she already started this turn, drawing 2 cards off of Sigil of Brilliance.
So the use of... Educate me here, I guess. The use of the Lightning Greaves here, does that mean that Yuki's hoping to be bouncing the CLV instead? Getting cards off that? Because otherwise... you would just get a bunch of embodiments, right, of bouncing your Sigil of Conductivity.
So, yeah, so the Sigil of Conductivity got bounced back from the first Blast to Oblivion.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether she has multiple copies of Blast to Oblivion remaining. Oh, you're asking what's the point of an additional action point? Right, I believe it's the sequencing problem. You need to make sure you have action points remaining as you play your Blast to Oblivion.
Gotcha.
And right now, this has gone in a flash as well.
All right.
Because, of course, at the end of this, you want to make sure you have an action point for the Comet Storm Shock.
Of course.
Because you want to play the action of it, not just the shock.
That's it, both sides. Just to have that extra bit of arcane damage coming through.
Remember, of course, the Sigil of Conductivity that was bounced from the Blast of Oblivion did confer an additional amp on the Aether Bindings of the Third Age. So between that and the Volzar, currently an extra amp 8 for Yuki Bender's spell.
Chanon here obviously having blocked with a Terminator tank there, and that last point of block on the Tekla Foundry Heart. Presumably it's Yuki with priority right now.
So far, having done a decent job of stopping the CLV draw in the middle of the turn, but once the Comet Storm Shock comes in, that CLV will 100% be drawing Yuki Bender a card.
Okay, yeah, no more resources floating. That had to be paid into the Greaves. Where do we go from here? Chanon has been shields up, as you'd expect your Teklovossen opponent to. Still sitting on 2 cards and an arsenal.
Yuki has 2 instants for options here to bounce back this gun in a flash. Sigil of Lightning is one of them, Sigil of Aether is the other one. Decides to go for the Lightning one, which will confer an additional amp on the weapon.
Gone on a flash back to the hand. No more bouncing of these auras now. Blast of Oblivion having already been employed. Gone on a flash though will be replayed. Still looking for that extra card. Going to get it one way or another, we imagine. But the when of that draw, that is important.
So she can still just play the shock side of the Comet Storm Shock over here so that she bounces the gun in a flash. Of course, you're taking a large hit on the amount of arcane damage you're presenting that way, going for the shock side of it, which is just 1, versus the Comet Storm side of it, which is 5. But 1 requires your action point, one of your action points, and the other lets you bounce back this gun in a flash.
Yeah.
Which, remember, you've established a Sigil of Lightning, so you will be starting the following turn with an embodiment of Lightning. So there is a lot of incentive to retaining the gun in a flash. But it's at the cost of a hefty amount of arcane damage.
A chunk of damage, yeah. And obviously with Chanon being so limited on Arcane Barrier, that matters. He's still at 32. Yuki's had to take a couple of these boost attacks over the last few turns in order to have space to set up.
And of course, playing the shock here as well means you get the CLV draw right now and potentially make further decisions based on what that card is.
True. Get you that action point too. Sigil of Aether into pitch, and here it is.
Plays the shock side of it, which of course is a lightning card, so you respond after it's been played with the Volzar.
Now Volzar activated.
Amp 11, including the Aether Bindings of the Third Age. Shock for 12. Gone in Flash going to be returned to hand as well.
2 action points to play with.
I'll come back to the decision that Yuki had earlier about playing Sigil of Lightning over Sigil of Aether. That means that Aether is the one that's in the pitch zone, which is not a lightning card. So CLV will not stay for the following turn cycle. That was a little bit of a decision that Yuki had to make, opting instead to have the Sigil of Lightning. I think perhaps emphasizing the extra amps you would have gotten on this turn from Volzar and also the embodiment of Lightning for the following turn.
Now, Yuki's found a Lightning Press off the top. Is there any thought to... I mean, we need to deal with the issue of this Arcane, of course. Yeah, Chanon down to 20 now. Are you sending Gone again, pressing it, putting it in an arsenal?
Lightning Press, a little bit awkward with Gone and Flash. It's very hard to get the +3. You can't get a +3 value and the bounce.
Yeah.
So we might see an Oscilio activation here. It was tapped by Old Knocker, but it was not actually activated. Lightning Press heads to the bin, draws another Gone in a Flash.
Okay, well.
As Yuki Bender, so might as well just use one. Question is, does have an action point remaining, could send the other one as well, but I think with Embodiment of Lightning on the following turn cycle, quite incentivized to just keep it.
So now we're heading into the post-combo world for Oscilio. Chanon Puttaree still at 16 life. Yuki will have an Embodiment of Lightning, a Gone and a Flash. What is she looking for, though, off the top with this draw?
Some instance so that she can leverage the go again from Gone and a Flash, bounce it back, and also an arcane damage spell. Okay. Mind Warps, Etchings of Arcana, for example, so that you can continuously recur these sigils that give you embodiments of lightning. We saw Evan Herndon do something very similar in his game, in his post-combo game plan.
Okay.
Wow. Exactly.
Okay.
Sigil of Lightning, Mind Warp as well for Yuki Bender over here. Very, very strong post-combo turn cycle for her.
For Chanon Puttaree, is that an Evo Face Breaker?
That is the Evo Face Breaker.
How many cards? 3. So you can
So Evo Face Breaker here, of course, being able to destroy the cards under it to give +2 whenever you boost an attack action card. It's a decent way to make use of those Evos that are sitting under it.
Again, want to point out, that is a piece of AB lost. It was already lost, so Chanon just on AB 1 currently. But also, Evo Face Breaker, not a base piece.
Okay, once
you can
again.
no longer put anything on top of that.
And that thing doesn't block. Channon's thinking, well, I mean, maybe the time for, being shields up has gotten past me. Here's Blast to Oblivion, though, with Go Again. Immediately meets a Ghost Protocol Architect on blocks. Still, we saw the hand for Yuki, does have all the pieces of a solid Oscilio turn. Or
As an instant, 2 bounce back Sigil of Conductivity, which as it leaves will recreate the embodiment of lightning for the Gone in a Flash, which can then be bounced back from the Sigil of Lightning that she has in her hand, just going to be able to chain these embodiments of lightning on this turn cycle and set them up for the following turn as well.
This ends up just being really quite an impressive turn. This is obviously damage that Chanon can't really interact with, as it was a +3 at instant. Here comes Gone in a Flash, embodiment of lightning consumed. Remember, at the end of all of this, there's a Mind Warp.
Mind Warp against an opponent that just has AB1, no less.
Here's the instant to bounce Gone in a Flash back to hand. Another amp on Volzar. Just double checking the math.
Sigil of Lightning, just 1 action point remaining, so that's why she didn't opt to play the Gun and a Flash first. That's probably just headed to the arsenal for once again for the Sigil of Lightning on the following turn, as on this turn, Mind Warp coming in for 7.
And again, definitely dealing more than 2 damage, so Channon's going to have to send that hand away and then draw a new one with 1 less card. Quite disruptive. Important here is Yuki's starting to really chunk Chanon lower and lower, and now you can see the looming spectre over the end game here. So Chanon just does not have the arcane barrier to prevent the damage from these taller arcane-based attacks. Eventually, you should expect to see this Teklo just kind of burnt out. We don't have base pieces on, right? So there's nowhere to go really in terms of adding on extra Evos. It does feel like a pretty grim prognosis for our Teklovossen player.
And pitching for AB there was such a terrible prospect. You pitch AB, go down to 2 cards when the surge effect triggers, which means you're only going to draw 1, and a lot of you don't really have good 1-card plays in Teklovossen, so Chanon just eats the full 7 damage, goes down to 4, only going to draw back 2 cards here as he faces down a 21-point life deficit. We did call this at the start of this match. It looked back against the wall for Chanon, for a Teklovossen player over here, especially against an experienced, seasoned veteran of Oscilio.
And this is something to think about a lot, I think, if you're the kind of player that wants to bring these off-meta decks. Sometimes against the boogeyman of the format, you're just not going to be favored. You do have the edge, I guess, of understanding the matchup maybe more than an Oscilio player might know how to play into Teklo. So there's an edge there in information, but you're still dealing with what many would consider to be a fundamentally more powerful strategy right now.
Heavy Metal Hardcore here does not find an Evo off the top, so does not get +1 from its own effect, but of course does get +2 from Evo Facebreaker. Yuki Bender not even considering blocking right now.
Yep. Those cards still flat on the table. Another Hardcore and a T-Bone banished here off the Teklo Foundry card activation. So of course we're going up to 4 resources, and here comes the Leveler. Okay.
I think we're finally going to see the War Machine come out from the arsenal. That thing has been there since quite a few turns ago. There we go, War Machine. That is some disruption. Yuki double checks what it is. Does she have yet another instant in her arsenal?
Now, Yuki was aware of when this went into arsenal and would have been tracking his presence. So that means that she's likely been a bit more judicious about which card has been going into her arsenal.
Actually, I believe it's a Gone in a Flash. It's a Gone in a Flash that was recurred from the previous turn cycle. So is something she probably wants to protect. And 6 overpower, not something Oscilio going to be able to deal with easily. You need something like a Cloud Cover, and so Yuki says, all right, cool, you got it.
The instants just don't block. Gone on a Flash He's out of there. Down to 4, though, is Chanon. And that will be the turn here for our Teklo player. Sigil of Lightning, Sigil of Conductivity.
And no more block remaining in the armor suite for Chanon Puttaree over here. Well, I guess there's 1 block remaining on the tower, technically, but it's
yeah,
temper,
Evo Recall
so
is a 0 block, right?
And if you use your last block on the tower, it does go into the graveyard, and you'll be down to just 2 Evos from 3.
Electrostatic Discharge means Current Funnel, meaning the next action card Yuki plays will have Go Again.
Not quite,
it was
because
not,
Current Funnel got
see.
Go Again from Embodiment of Lightning, not from an
That's
Lightning
right, it was
card
not
being
an
played before
action
it.
card, pardon me.
But Yuki is still happy with the +2 amp on the Volzar over here. And Chanon just looking to give up the last block on the Steel Soul Tower.
Take 1. Precariously leaking damage here into some potential arcane damage later on in the piece.
Activates Teklo at instant speed before the tower can actually break and go to the graveyard. So he keeps his Evo. Very heads-up play by Chanon over there, really showing his experience on this hero.
And it leaves the combat chain? There we go. The resets, nicely done. Okay, Sigil of Conductivity, another one in play. Oh man, the Mind Warp here again. 5 arcane damage, not a good number for Chanon at all, and the fist bump will be extended. Eventually, Yuki Libenda gets across the line. It's an impressive combo turn that, Yuki has to sort of delay a little bit at some of the disruption coming her way. She gets a strong combo turn off, and the post-combo draw up. The top 4 was sublime. Exactly what she needed to send a pretty devastating Mind Warp over and to keep these tall arcane spells coming.
Certainly a very impressive combo turn. One of the bigger ones we have seen in the coverage area. It involved Blast to Oblivion. It involved multiple Sigils of Brilliance popping at the start of the turn. Involved Gone in a Flash, of course, and a final finish with a Comet Storm Shock. And yeah, to your point, very well executed post-combo game plan from Yuki Libenda as well.
Yeah, looking at it, just theoretically tough for the Teklovossen to find too many edges in that kind of matchup. Still a fantastic run from Chanon Puttaree. Always sticking to his guns, playing the decks that he loves, these off-meta lists that can cause some headaches in the room. Great to find him in the top 8. Let's have a look at the bracket, though, and see how things are shaking up now. We are 3 quarterfinal matches in. And yes, just around the corner, it's Nicolas Jamoulle versus Eugene C on Rhinar. 30 to 40,000 games of Mr. Reckless Rampage himself gets you to a top 8 quarterfinal, apparently. That's going to be an interesting matchup because historically the Guardians don't always feel comfortable trying to take down Brutes.
Back against the wall for Nicolas for sure. And I just want to point out, Eugene C did lose the very effective weapon that Rhinar had access to while KO was still around, Mandible Claws. I would have never expected that post-Mandible Claw ban that we would see a Rhinar in top 8, but Eugene C saying he does not need that weapon. KO can leave with those claws all he wants. Eugene C can still make top 8 on his beloved Rhinar Reckless Rampage.
And the contortionism required in order to make such this fearsome deck Perlon, for me, is just so impressive to see action points produced from every orifice, basically, to keep those turns going. Now, right now, if you're looking ahead at some upcoming tournaments of Flesh and Blood, and maybe there are some that you want to be involved in, I want to let you know about an opportunity we got going right now, which is our early bird weekends. In general, our early bird packages offer you an extra side event voucher when you buy a Calling or Go Again package during early bird weekends. It's free value, of course. We love value. We're value goblins out here. So why not get yourself some more side event vouchers if you're already planning on coming? Obviously, those packages, the Calling and Go Again packages, include a ton of value in themselves. Remember, it's an extra bronze ticket for signing up on the early bird weekends, but I mean, already such awesome cards to look forward to in Omens of the Third Age.
You said it, we're all about that value, and these premium packages definitely come packed with that 1 of 3 random lightning flow tokens. I know for sure I'm going to try and get that full playset, Mitch. Each one of those for each one of the unique Omens of the Third Age heroes.
Now, of course, the Go Again package still gets you that same extra voucher if you are buying on the early bird weekend, and you still get that Marvel Astral Strike in the Go Again package. If not necessarily planning to be a calling gamer, but still want to get your teeth stuck into some fantastic side events, this is the option for you. Now, when do I sign up for these events? When are the early bird weekends? I'm glad you asked, dear theoretical viewer. Right now, we have our early bird weekend for Minneapolis. So if you want to head out there, that's going to be a fantastic time you can head over to fabtcg.com and make sure you sign up. 3 events are having the same early bird weekend at the beginning of May. So whether you're looking to go to Bangkok, Hamburg, or Kansas City, that's the time you need to be trying to sign up. But of course, right now, it's about Minneapolis. So it's jump in there, of course. This weekend, April 11th to 12th, is your early bird weekend for Minneapolis signups. Get yourself either the calling or that go again package and get yourself some extra value, baby. That's what we're all about here. And it's very apropos because our next matchup features 2 decks that are really looking to try and scrounge up as much value as humanly possible. It's going to be Victor versus Rhinar. But for now, we've seen Yuki Lee Bender continuing the run, running into the solo Teklovossen in the top 8 with some masterful piloting of Oscilio to get there. She's made it to the semi-final, and now we'll find out who will face her.
Three quarterfinals done here at Pro Tour Yokohama. One more to go. And boy, is it the big one. It is the one, the only, the people's champion, Eugene C. on Rhinar. taking on a Victor yet another time, trying to find a way through. Let's go ahead and refresh the bracket, see where we're standing right now. We have had 3 incredible games to kick things off here today. We saw Evan Herndon take down Tommaso Viscido with some very timely draws, very explosive plays, and tight play throughout, advancing to our semis, where one more time he will have to take on an Arakni Marionette, this time in the hands of Bartosz Dobrowolski, who took down perhaps the GOAT of Flesh and Blood, Michael Hamilton. Talk about making a debut on the big stage, Hayden.
Yeah, it's great to see the way Bartosz kept so composed through that entire match. Knew exactly what he needed to do. Yes, Michael got a little unlucky with those draws, couldn't quite find what he needed, but Bartosz was ready to pounce, and I really respect the way he played that game.
Yeah, there's, of course, another Oscilio through on the bottom of the bracket, victory over Teklovossen. But the main story right now is all about this unlikely Rhinar run into the top 8. And if you're in Nicolas' seat, you've got to be shaking a little bit. It's starting to feel like Eugene might have some plot armor as he starts moving through this top 8. Also, a very challenging matchup for Victor in the form of Rhinar. I want to hear from Nicolas himself about how he's prepping for this matchup.
I'm Mitch here backstage with Nicolas Jamoulle, who has locked his top 8 spot here at Pro Tour Yokohama. An incredible achievement for you, Nicolas. Great to have you with me. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Now, you brought the Victor deck here, of course, in Classic Constructed to this tournament. We saw some fantastic gameplay from you, some really difficult matchups to navigate. Your win and in was against the Arakni Marionette. We talked to you about that after the game. Your last round as well, you had another Arakni Marionette matchup, but it was Tommaso. You'd already locked top 8. You were able to relax a little bit now. So looking back over Swiss, how do you feel about your deck choice? How do you feel Victor performed, and how do you feel going forward into the top 8?
I choose Victor because I think it's good in this format. I know I have a hard matchup versus Oscilio, but Marionette and some other deck very aggressive. I think Victor is very good with Test Iron Grip. It's a very good card versus Marionette, and I think my choose it's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked out so far for you. Let's talk a little bit about Silver Age, because you were on the Florian deck, of course. The stack, were you on the stack Florian?
Yes, yes. I'm trying to stack many Rinchen I can very fast if possible. But I lost versus my last Sage games versus Kano. He just every time he active Kano, he find a red. It's
too fast.
Me, I have some text for beat Kano, many heals, but it's not enough because I can't have time to decompose.
Now with Sage behind us, we're looking at this top 8. You've drawn your first match in top 8 against Eugene C on Rhinar. Now, historically, a pretty challenging matchup for Guardians. How are you feeling about that, running into the solo rogue Rhinar at the top tables?
I see Michael Fang yesterday in the stream versus Eugene on Rhinar. And I think it's a hard matchup for me. I will trying to figure out how I can win this matchup, and I hope I have some chance with if he rolls cab, it's to get one, maybe.
Yeah, you'd be hoping for that for sure. Nicolas, thank you so much for joining me. Hopefully we have another chance to chat at the other end of top 8 where you are victorious. Congratulations for being here, and we can't wait to see what you've got in store for us.
Thank you.
Hearing there from Nicolas, and you heard the plan, hope for ones. However, when you're playing against Eugene C, they seem to not materialize. Again, just when he needs it, Rhinar provides. He spent those 30 to 40,000 games, including some by himself, while wearing sunglasses in the feature match area, as one does, as we always expect to see happen. I need to hear from Eugene himself, because I don't think anyone can give us insight to his madness besides him.
The people's champ is in the building, and it looks like Mandible Claws were just holding him back. Eugene C., the Blood Rush Bellow incarnate, a top 8 after all this time at a Pro Tour on your favorite deck. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling wonderful.
Yeah, it's an amazing accomplishment. You said yesterday, as just kind of a throwaway line as we were speaking, you probably have 30,000 to 40,000 games on Rhinar, which is unbelievable. Why Rhinar? What is it about this deck that just grabbed you by the scruff of your neck and he just held you up like a brute and has just been like, play me forever? Like, what is about this deck that has just captured your love?
I'd say it's a very captivating deck structure, and I like creative expressions, and I feel like Rhinar can be played in so many different forms, and also each of the games there are an element of anticipation and hope, because as I've said, there is always hope, and there is no really abysmal matchup. So
awesome.
so there is like every game you're still in the game, and you're not looking to think to go home. So there are moments that you like in places you go big or go home. So I go big. So I swing big. So that's the main feeling of it, like the adrenaline rush, and also like not only the adrenaline rush, but there is also a chance that you can think of things that you can do better in each of the games. So it kind of perfect your wear, and it's never really that it's never dull. So you get to have it's not dull. So there are many interesting moments and off stream. So there are I can't be streamed like every time, but there are, like I am very amused myself for some of the games. And probably they have missed out on many other interesting games. Very captivating.
Yeah, that's a really beautiful sentiment. I love that phrase. There's a lot of anticipation and hope. You know, when you reach for that Scabskins, we all also have anticipation and some hope. But there's something really cool about the fact that it's also as fun for you to watch what happens as it is for all of us. When you're just like, I don't know, 25% chance, let's rip it. Like, you know, sometimes that's the best odds. So you probably played more Flesh and Blood than 99.99999% of people. Maybe it's only James White who has you beat in those 12 years of development. Number one on the XP all time. You go to everything playing this hero. After all this time, what is it about Flesh and Blood in general that has kept you and hooked you and kept you in this game this whole time?
I would say the game itself is highly replayable, and the matchups itself between the heroes, so now they have 30 plus heroes, are in a way limitless. So you can actually think of like a 35 by 35 grid, and there are heroes that are more popular, there are heroes that are less popular. So I would say there's and play style of each hero deviates from hero to hero. There might be a 1 or 2 or 3 card difference, but that makes a huge distinction of it. So in anticipation of new heroes, I would say the most captivating thing is that every game is new. Like every game you can think of a different approach, especially for Rhinar, because you can do it in many different ways. Like you don't have to do it in my way, but I there is many ways. Even within the game itself, I can still shift into different ways. Intra deck, like yes, I have 80 cards, but I can still play in a very, very different way in all of the matchups. So, and even between games, I can still choose to play differently. So the word is an enigmatic way. So you can play in a very strategical way. So it's very interesting that way, that you can be able to express yourself in different forms. So if I were to be in the late commercial, like the thing, the
how it feels.
How it feels.
Battle?
I probably feel like everything. So like everything, everywhere, all at once. So kind of like, I have a dice roll, and like probably there might be chanting. I've actually wrote a song myself. I've never released it, but I have it on my soundtrack. So.
For Flesh and Blood?
No, for Rhinar.
For Rhinar?
Yeah.
There's a Rhinar song?
Yeah, I have a soundtrack that I share with some friends, but it was like chanting, but it's fun. Like, so I kind of keep like those rolling moments to myself. So kind of like, yeah.
So when you roll, the song plays.
Not necessarily, but yeah, people like I have a short like chorus, like so it's pretty interesting.
Okay, well if you win the Pro Tour, will you share with us the song?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Well, just before I let you go.
Yeah.
This whole flesh and blood life you've had with Rhinar, I just want to give you a chance to speak to, because I can hear it in your voice. It's love, it's passion, it's fun, it's anticipation and hope, right? But you've been chasing something, right? To play in all these tournaments, there's always that top 8 at the end. And to have made it to a Pro Tour top 8 on your favorite hero with no mandible claws, what does that mean to you after all this time?
I think throughout the journey in my past few years, I've been meeting up with many good players and friendly players. So I had a great time playing with other players. So I think it's the journey that counts the most. Of course, winning is great, but playing good games is even better. So just appreciate being able to play with all the players here. And yeah, to many years to come, and like Rhinar 2, 3, 4.
Hey, you're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, but I am Rhinar 1.
Yeah. Well, that's a beautiful sentiment. It's all for the love of the game, for the community, for being in the flesh and blood. So we're all happy for you. I know you got a lot of fans out there. The People's Champ, Eugene C. It's time for his top mate match. Let's send it on back to Brian and Hayden. Thanks.
Bro, if I don't get to hear that Rhinar song, I'm going to riot.
We riot.
I have to hear it. Now I'm just breaking all neutrality. I'm rooting for Eugene so we all get the release of the Rhinar song. I think we're all hoping for that now. Lot to unpack from that interview. I don't think I can, so let's just talk about decks instead. I'll let Eugene speak for himself. We'll check in on what the players are working with. We'll start with Nicolas first. I think that Nicolas has his work cut out for him. This is a challenging matchup. Hayden, walk us through a little bit why it's going to be so hard for Nicolas to go ahead and get through this Rhinar.
Typically, this is the sort of matchup that Rhinar wants to play into. Victor's, we've seen a lot of control Victor this weekend. That is not what Nicolas is working with, though. He's more of that sort of traditional mid-range Victor. And yes, this will be difficult because you do need to put together a lot of pressure. Typically, Victors are very defensive. Those clash cards, if those get intimidated away, very, very awkward to get back into the hand. Number of defense reactions as well. However, Nicolas does have access to some pressure that some of the other Victor decks that we've seen this weekend don't have, including 3 copies of E-Strike, 3 copies of Pummel, and those Boulder drops as well. So you see as well that Debilitate, not a card we've seen from a lot of other Victors this weekend. So there is actually a lot of aggressive pressure that Nicolas can output, and he's going to need to do so if he wants to make sure that he can keep Eugene on the back foot and keep sort of pushing. I also point out as well, even the blues that Nicolas has at his disposal, he's got some really interesting ones there. Yes, some damage in the forms of, and on-hit effects in the forms of Debilitate and Disable, but he's also got that Ripple Away, which we have seen Eugene really use those C leagues to great advantage, might come into handy there to sort of get rid of or prevent those tokens from being created. But yeah, I think Nicolas is actually set up relatively to other Victor decks that maybe Eugene has played against this weekend in a better position.
That's good news if you're a fan of the horse. Why don't we talk about the person that everyone's a fan of? It is, of course, Eugene, who has gotten here with a Rhinar list that makes no sense to a mere mortal like myself. Hayden, do you have anything you can say about this deck list? Have you started to unpack the enigma here?
I knew you were going to ask me that question, and I've started to unpack it, and I'm still unpacking it. What I would say about Eugene's list, I think, is that he has a lot of access to... We know he loves the scab skins, but he's got a lot of natural access to go again. You see the 3 pulpings in his list there. He's got the 3 wild rides. So he's got those kind of quintessential go again attack actions, but he does have a number of misses in the deck. You see there things like blue even bigger than that. Not a card I expected to see registered. I'd be surprised if that is not the only copy of even bigger than that registered in Classic Constructed this weekend. That's a stat I want to find out about. We know that Eugene loves his action point series, you see, and he's a big believer in the sand sketch plans, but he's also a big believer in cards like Tear Limb from Limb. Eugene loves to set up these big turns. He loves to sort of find that right sort of spot in the game to say, no blocks, my turn, roll scab skins, go big with something like a Tear Limb from Limb into multiple attack actions, which I'm sure we will see from Eugene.
A game that goes wrong for Eugene. What does it look like?
If it goes wrong?
Yeah.
it looks like ones rolling up on the dice, and Eugene
that
passing
simple.
back with. I think the thing is against Victor, you can afford to take some of those chances because you can take advantage of those because you can't necessarily always put the pressure back on. But Nicolas, as we know, does have more of those abilities more ability to put that pressure on with the pummels, with the E-strikes, things like that. So Eugene's really going to have to pick his spots wisely if we are going to turn to the scabskin leathers. I'll be looking out to see which arm pieces that he decides to present. That sort of tells me what his intention might be. If we see the skull crushers flipped up, we are ready to go. We know that Eugene has got an eye towards the scabskin leathers and rolling some dice in this game. We know he's on that Savage Claw, that Ball Breaker. Those are his options on the weapons front. Look out for that arm spot, though, when we get into the game.
We will pay close attention to that as we get ready. I hear our players are just getting settled in down there in the feature match area. Of course, Eugene has lived there for quite some time, has the shades on, ready to go. Actually, a little bit bothered by the lights of the feature match area, why he's rocking that protective eyewear, kind of bring the volume down a little bit. So smart preparation there from Eugene. He found himself in the feature match area yesterday a little overwhelmed and has made an adjustment. It's part of the game here. You have to be ready to play under the lights, and I like that small adaptation from Eugene. It shows he's thinking about external factors as well as internal factors. Doesn't really surprise me for someone who approaches the game the way Eugene does.
Yeah, it's intimidating down the feature match area. There's lots of bright lights, cameras around you. Often you've got your spotters, your judges. Crowd is starting to gather as well for these feature matches as we get into these deep into these quarterfinals. It can be difficult to block out all that noise, all that visual noise. So Eugene's been down there practicing, getting ready for that.
It sounds like, my friends, the moment is upon us. The last of our quarterfinals is now here. Who will be our fourth semifinalist? Is it Nicolas Jamoulle on Victor, or will the people's champion Eugene C finally raise Rhinar to the rightful ascendance as the alpha of the flesh and blood world? We start with Nicolas, recapping this path through an extremely challenging Pro Tour Yokohama. You see top player after top player taken down by Nicolas, including three of our top 8 competitors in the last 3 rounds, because Nicolas had gotten so far above the field, he had locked up his berth by round 15, but still took down Yuki Lee Bender, took down Bartosz. All these players who ultimately converted felled by Nicolas.
Yeah, 3 different players featured in our top 8, and Nicolas has already beaten 2 of them. And interesting, you see there from Nicolas, Nicolas hasn't played against a Rhinar this weekend, oddly.
Yeah,
So
most
we'll
people
see.
haven't. That's the way that works.
We'll see how he fares in this game.
Meanwhile, on the other side, we saw a lot of Eugene C in our feature match area, including in those Sage rounds where that's where his weakness was. He did get punished a little bit in
On that dash
Sage,
deck.
but as far as CC, only 1 loss. Now it came to Bartosz Dobrowolski, who has just advanced to our semifinals, so maybe a threat lurking up there on the other side of the bracket, potentially a finals rematch, who knows? But there's still so much work to be done until we get to that point. For Eugene, can he continue to stay near Sterling on Rhinar?
This will be his 5th matchup against Victor this weekend. And look at the previous 4 matches. A win in round 1, a win in round 4 against Ilya as well, and round 5 against Michael Fung. So no slouches has Eugene played.
Yeah, Charlie Lau in round 14. Just top-notch Victor players all throughout.
All the way down.
Eugene has been up to the task thus far, but it all kind of doesn't matter anymore. It's all about this top 8, and now these 2 heroes look to go ahead and show down. If you just go back a couple months ago, Hayden, would you ever believe this is what we were doing for the quarterfinals of our Pro Tour?
I always believe a little bit with Rhinar. This is maybe not exactly what I
Wrong
thought we
person
would
to
see. But I always have a little bit of belief. But as you see there, our former sort of champion is Chandler Toe, all the way back in Calling San Jose at the first ever World Championships in 2022. Since then, Rhinar hasn't really made many ripples until recently. We have seen more Rhinars do well through the Road to National season, ProQuest season, but that's been with meat axe variances and claws, not with these 2 weapons that Eugene has got here this weekend.
Ages since a big Rhinar win, but forever since a big Victor win. And this feels like the tournament where maybe was the first time where Victor was in that conversation for the best option, but it doesn't do enough to just be in the conversation. You need to get out there and win games, and it sounds like our players are ready down in the feature match area. Let's get ready for one of the biggest quarterfinals in the history of Flesh and Blood.
Oh, and immediately I said, let's spot that arm spot. It's the Tyrannical Rex for Eugene C. Does that mean that maybe Eugene is lined up into this game to be a little bit more reserved on those scab skin leaders? Time will tell us.
Players drawing up their opening hands here. Good body language across the feature match area. Both players looking relaxed. Eugene looking almost bored in those shades.
Have you ever seen The Hangover?
I have, yes.
Eugene looking very cool there. Very Zach Galifianakis-like with those shades on.
Nicolas just looking to pass here on turn 0, setting up that arsenal. Picks up a fresh card. Turn heads back over to Eugene. I assume he'll immediately reach for dice and roll scab skins, because what else can you do?
Well, he does have a Savage Feast in hand, 2 Savage Feasts in hand. Kind of the perfect hand for a scab skins roll. Or will we see Eugene be more reserved? Because we do have a swing big in hand as well. Perhaps Eugene just wants to go ahead and send a swing big into the combat zone.
That does not
set up a
sound
Savage
very
Feast.
Eugene to me, I have to say, Hayden. It feels like we may see a reach here, but let's let the man himself decide as he sees behind those glasses all possibilities. But it always ends with the scab skin leathers. Let's go, baby. First roll. Does the plot armor persist for Eugene C? Are the scabbies kind? They're flying off the table. Eugene's not great at rolling dice for as often as he does it, but
That's
of
2 action
course
points to
finds
start.
2 action points right away. Scab Skin Leathers provides.
Straight into it. I don't know why I was ever second-guessing Eugene's play on this turn. There's a Savage Feast in hand. There's a clear line with the scab skin leathers. And to be honest, even if Eugene misses here, goes and sets it up for next turn, what can Nicolas come back with in this Victor deck? Can he actually pressure more than just an attack for 7 or 8?
I think it's one of the edges that Eugene legitimately has in this matchup. The punishment for rolling a 1 is lesser against a hero like Victor that isn't always going to be able to take advantage of a massive hand. Eugene, of course, knows that. Will look to put the scab skins to work whenever he can. Swing big, kicks things off here.
Yeah, nice sequencing from Eugene. Doesn't want to risk losing that swing big to the Savage Feast. First of all, so we'll then send likely the Savage Feast after this. Set something up in Arsenal for next turn. We'll be taking the risk on what the top card of the deck might provide him, though, if we go with that line.
First defending decisions being made by Nicolas.
Does have a block card in hand. He probably wants to get that out pretty quickly in case an Intimidate comes through. Wouldn't be surprised to see this test of strength hit the combat chain on defense here.
Is reaching for it, is going to apply it here on the defense. That means it's time to clash. Gets Eugene a little certainty of the top of the deck and a showdown of Bare Fangs versus Macho Grande.
Yeah, Eugene's going to be happy to see that Bare Fangs for sure, knowing that he'll get the opportunity to pop that into the arsenal after he sends a Savage Feast on this next attack. It's a good card to squirrel away for a future turn.
There is that Savage Feast, as you mentioned. We'll do some intimidating first.
Yeah, Nicolas with a few different blues in the hand here.
Much more reserved role for the Intimidate role, Hayden. Not quite the dramatic flair there.
I appreciate the showmanship on the big rolls. Scab skin leather turns.
So 6 more damage headed the way of Nicolas.
And Nicolas has a pretty clean block here with 2 cards, and I believe that's the last blue in hand he can use to swing that Titan's Fist afterwards if he wishes.
Happy to have picked up that extra card off the test of strength. And as you mentioned, clean block, double Macho Grande defending here.
That's worked out pretty well for Nicolas on that turn. I think he'd be pretty happy with that, especially after seeing that 4 on the scab skins show up.
For Nicolas, it's a lot about weathering the storm, try and deal with those big damage bursts, the good scab skin rolls, and just keep pace, stay steady, offer this Titan's Fist here.
Of course, ripple away just a 2 cost, so that's only going to mean that Titan's Fist comes in for 3 here.
Interesting double block with Macho Grande on the last cycle. That must have been the Intimidated card, I guess.
It was, yeah. Ripple away was the last card left, unfortunately, for Nicolas.
Draws back up here. Going to kick things off with an agile windup is Eugene, but Nicolas says not so fast. Fires off this ripple away to deny the agility.
Yeah. It makes sense because Eugene's playing with just a smaller hand on this one after blocking with one card.
Yeah, after this goes ahead and resolves, we will take care of the Intimidate for the agile windup.
And Nicolas really wants to incentivize Eugene to roll. At some point, statistically, Eugene should roll a 1 to a 3.
Disagree.
And then Nicolas would rather make sure there's not that guaranteed go again with the agility, even if it means taking a little bit of damage this turn, of course, because Nicolas does know about the Bear Fangs coming his way.
Yeah, there is that Bear Fangs out of Arsenal. We'll pick up the next card to be discarded here. No guarantees in this deck like KO, but it is a hit here in the form of Send Packing, so we'll Intimidate once again. Bear Fangs will get buffed up, and a bit of damage will come through here, we suspect.
And the other card in hand actually was a miss. I think it's a blue Agile Windup.
It always is.
But we hit well, Eugene. Will we see Eugene try and establish, has an opportunity to establish another agility token, though. Oh, but of course we've had Ripple Away on the turn, so it will stop even a second attempt at an agility token.
Nicolas just debating, blocking with the last card in hand. Checks those Intimidate cards once again. Looks like a couple blues potentially available. And 5 damage will leak here. Nicolas Jamoulle falls down to 34. Early turns slightly in favor of Eugene. You kind of expect things to go this way. When does Nicolas start to get involved in the offensive side of the game? What is he looking for, Hayden, to start turning things in his favor? Is it this Tunic counter to unlock a 4-cost play?
This is fine, but I think ultimately what he's looking for is something big like a Pummel. Pummel is going to be key in this game for Nicolas to not only push big damage turns, but also disrupt Eugene's 3, 4, 5 card hands that he might want to craft.
Just a clash of bravado here, coming in for 7. No on hit. 7 vanilla damage. Defensive decisions back to Eugene here.
Oh, a few no blocks in the hand there. A couple of Tear Limb from Limbs and a Wild Ride for Eugene. And in the arsenal is that 5 attack, 3-cost brute action. So Eugene just going to piece together what this turn could look like. Does he want to play a little bit of defense here? Or can we make something happen with this Wild Ride? A little bit awkward with that double Tear Limb from Limb in the hand, though, for Eugene.
Are you saying he might have to gamble, Hayden?
Might just be that way. We could lead off with a Tear Limb from Limb. We could just play that line if we keep the full hand, which it looks like is what Eugene's going to do.
Eugene does like that approach. Just takes 7 damage. Life totals swing back the way of Nicolas. And now we're back to Eugene. Let's see how we want to set up this turn. It is going to be Tear Limb from Limb kicking things off here.
We had that Beast Within. Go even bigger on this turn, potentially.
Eugene says he likes to go big. He likes to swing big. Does not get the best hit here. Just going to be a thick hide hunter, but a fine discard.
Is going to trigger that Tear Limb from Limb. So that's the card off the top of the deck for Eugene. Eugene too good at rolling 5s and 6s.
Cursed.
Looks like a blue potentially intimidated away there. Couple of cards to work with for Eugene in the form of Beast Within and a red Wild Ride. So options are plenty on this turn. Could look with that floating resource.
Yeah, going to take the gamble here on the Wild Ride, it seems. Top of the deck is not kind. It's going to be Ripple Away here. So no go again.
And no Intimidate either, importantly. So Nicolas can deploy the hand how he sees fit. Has found an E-Strike, and it looks like a red Debilitate for Nicolas. So maybe he's finally found a damage-dealing turn. But does he need to use these cards on defense instead?
Yeah, 12 is not an insignificant number. It really depends how much time you think you have. And I feel like time is not in Nicolas' favor. One thing Eugene has not gotten involved in the offense yet, it is Blood Rush Bellow. As those start to pile up, the damage numbers get too high to deal with when combined with the Intimidate of Rhinar.
And that's the challenge with this is Nicolas is looking for ways to push damage, but also can't go too low on life so that Eugene can then just set up those big quad or triple Intimidate turns.
Looks like both the reds will be called to the defense here, and 6 damage is going to leak through. Nicolas falling down to 28 now. But mercifully, the turn will end.
It looks like it might be a red boulder drop in Nicolas' hand that was intimidated away. Plus the remaining blue. Might just be a nice clean attack here for Nicolas that's going to force some defense out of Eugene.
It was, in fact, a boulder drop, Hayden. That means disruption is on offer here. Eugene going to have to assess the defensive capabilities of this hand we look at now. Fine block values here, so plenty of options. No blue.
No, but a nice ability to just block with 2 cards and send that show strength off the back of it, potentially, if Eugene just wants to, you know, take a bit of an intermediary turn here. But you never quite know with Eugene. He might have something else cooked up.
Yeah, the standard Rhinar play would certainly be defend with 2 cards, go ahead, send that 2 card 8, excuse me. But we never expect the standard when it comes to Eugene C. Anything can happen. We'll let the man himself go ahead and play out his turn.
And one thing I will say, of course, you know, show of strength not at its best against the Guardians.
Very true.
We do have a Splatter Skull in the hand as well, but that can easily be cleaned up typically by the way that Nicolas wants to play this game.
Yeah, Splatter Skull going to get committed to the defense here. Only 1 point of damage leaks, so no crush effect, no disruption. Eugene falls down to 32 and may have to content himself on this turn to making a very stock standard play here.
But you mentioned Blood Rush Bellow, and every turn that goes by that Eugene keeps this life total nice and healthy is a turn closer to a potential big Blood Rush turn. So Nicolas does need to find a way to disrupt it. I think we might have found a pummel in Nicolas' hand.
Couple of cards that could go ahead and debuff this show of strength.
Only the 1 blue in the hand for Nicolas here, though. Can we deploy the pummel on this next turn, or do we need to do a little bit of setting up from Nicolas' side to actually get this pummel away efficiently the way that he might want to? Unfortunately, there is a yellow in the hand with a Clash of Bravado, so not a clean debilitate into pummel line. Also, that tunic is not up, so maybe Nicolas wants to look towards potentially disguising that pummel a little bit for a future turn. Maybe not this next turn, but the turn after, when we have Final Spring Tunic available to us, and we can work on a pummel line there.
Do you recall the Arsenal card here for Nicolas?
I was trying to glimpse it. I didn't get to see it. I'm not sure what it is. Of course, if it's a red attack, that changes things.
Having a bit of a think here. Seemingly a tough decision on the defensive side.
It could be a 5 cost for Nicolas in Arsenal because he did use that tunic counter on a previous turn to send a clash rather than potentially playing out a 5 cost red.
It looks like he's reaching for the 2 blocks that will go ahead and debuff here, meaning this will be adjusted to 6. We'll clash as well on the Clash of Bravado. Just get a little bit more information for both these players.
Reckless swing on top of the deck there for Eugene. And important information for Eugene, actually, there's an E-strike for Nicolas next turn. So if Eugene sort of doesn't pressure Nicolas on this next turn, he knows that Nicolas will be able to use that 5-card hand really efficiently.
Yeah, it's a good time to pick up that E-strike with the tunic counter coming up on the next cycle as well. So everything lining up a bit better. We'll see what that arsenal is. Something like getting this pummel into the arsenal could be interesting for Nicolas if the costs all line up here.
I feel like that's the aim. It would be... Oh, we're going to crack the gold, though.
Yeah, can go ahead and get that E-strike now.
Oh, which means we won't be holding the pummel around. Might just be because he couldn't get the pummel. He'd be IPing himself potentially because he couldn't get that card at Arsenal.
I wonder if it still crossed Nicolas' mind. Still, 7 on offer here.
I'd love to get a glimpse at that Arsenal from Nicolas. I didn't quite peek it before it went in.
In time, all will be revealed, but for now, 7 attack is the offer. Again, it's over to Eugene to consider the defensive options. No blocks, 2 blocks, defense reactions, a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, but a couple of misses for that Reckless if he wants to play it out here on defense. But quite an awkward hand for blocking on Eugene's side here. We, of course, know there's the third Agile Windup is the card in the arsenal for Eugene. And missing that claw to be able to use Agile Windup lines.
He's just going to Reckless swing. Yeah, I would define this as Reckless for sure. Going to go ahead and fire off here. Try and get a little bit of extra damage. And has not done so here. Just a blue Agile Windup.
Yeah, I mean, that might look on the more reckless side, but Eugene's just saying, well, I just want to send an attack back your way.
Yep, I think this is ultimately fine. Kind of a low-risk approach here with some upside. You know you're not getting a lot of offensive potential out of that hand anyway. So it's a miss, but it's an acceptable miss. And now it's time to bare fangs. We'll take another shot at it. Finds a beast within here.
Wow.
Going to pick up a bust while. Not the greatest time for a beast within.
Yeah, no additional action points here for Eugene. So this is just a payment of a life and also Nicolas knowing information about a card in Eugene's hand for next turn.
Yeah, almost strictly downside on the beast within.
Certainly. And Nicolas, I believe, has drawn a Spinal Crush here. So can we make this work on this next turn? Tunic is up. Again, still will depend on that Arsenal card and how Nicolas wants to line things up. It looks like we might just be lining up a block with one card, which might suggest we're going to send back that Spinal Crush. Is it a pummel? Is it a pummel already in Nicolas' arsenal?
Would set him up well for the coming turn for sure.
That would be perfect.
Wants to get the equipment involved here.
Ah.
Cranial Crush now revealed as the arsenal card. Going to get buffed up by the arms.
Yeah, we see the revelation there. Flip up that Crush card and put that +1 counter on it. If Nicolas can line this Cranial Crush up into a Blood Rush Bellows turn, he can sniff that out from Eugene's side.
Yeah, we're pretty deep into the game at this point. Haven't seen a Blood Rush yet. So I think the value of Cranial Crush is increasing at this moment in time. I can see the allure of this play for sure. You get a nice arsenal set up as well.
That Bare Fangs, of course, has resolved at this point. Eugene just so attached to it, he wants to keep it around for as long as possible, though.
I can understand.
It's like on Eugene's side of the table, we're working with a Sandsketch plan, a Wild Ride, that red Buckwild that we all know about, including Nicolas, and that yellow Agile Windup. And that blue Agile Windup has been sitting there in that arsenal turn upon turn.
Again, not a hand that defends well for Eugene. His deck doesn't defend well, quite frankly. He needs to be offensive in his approach. Thus far, I'd say the offense pretty muted. Not really seen any fireworks from the big bad brute thus far.
It's a tight game. I would say, you know, from Nicolas' side, this is kind of going, you know, he's no big blow-up turns, nothing massive coming his way, no triple quad intimidates. But on the flip side of things for Eugene, life total is still healthy at 28, and we're yet to see a Blood Rush Bellow. We're yet to see a big turn that can pop off. One thing I do want to point out, though, is I think this is the 5th Agile Windup in Eugene's hand. Those are the keys to unlocking some of those big Blood Rush Bellows hands without the need to go to Scab Skins. Now, we know Eugene will be happy
why would
enough.
you not just go to Scab Skins? I don't understand why even bother with these cards.
Well, we know Eugene will be happy to go to the Scab Skins.
Just
that
roll a
insurance
6, bro.
of
Easy.
an agility token will go a long way. However, a number of Agile Windups now have gone to the bin. There's still some C-Leagues to work with, but that requires a little bit more setup.
And Eugene just going to take here, meaning the Cranial Crush effect is on, and Eugene's life total starting to creep lower and lower, down to just 19. More than half the life total has evaporated for Eugene C, with frankly not that much effort from Nicolas. Buckwild kicking off the turn here.
Yeah, Eugene does need to overpitch, including pitching that Agile Windup to ensure that Buckwild has go again, of course, and that's going to leave him with 2 resources floating. Can afterwards likely just send that Wild Ride in 4-6, of course, thanks to that Cranial Crush ability. Needs to sequence it in this way.
Seems fine. We'll be a little bit sad to not keep drawing deeper and deeper to those blood rushes, but we've played quite a few cards at this point, Hayden. We surely are creeping closer as time goes on.
Maybe we'll see the fabled double blood rush turn. We've seen Eugene do it before. Double blood rush in hand and just play it out.
How about a triple? Let's
now
aim higher.
Now you're just getting wild.
Buck wild.
I'm along for the ride. Golden
Big clash
Sun.
here over on Nicolas Jamoule's side. It is, in fact, the Golden Sun creating additional gold, picking up cards, doing it all for Victor Goldmane. There's a reason this is Victor's specialization, Victor's signature card. Big defensive win for Nicolas here.
Yeah, exactly what Nicolas would have been looking for on a turn like this. And you can see there is a Command and Conquer in Nicolas' hand.
Man, if I'm in Eugene's seat, I'm almost waiting to get Command and Conquered at this point. That blue Agile wind up not doing him any favors in the arsenal thus far.
Yeah. Eugene could have cleared it for one less damage if he wanted to, but probably not worth it. Yeah, we could see Nicolas just commit one card to the combat chain in defense here and then send back this Command and Conquer. Of course, that is a red Spinal Crush in the arsenal, I believe.
I think you're correct. A lot of options on this turn for Nicolas. They'll be unlocked by how he chooses to defend. There's even that gold token floating around.
Yeah, lots to work with here. Vigor token at the ready. Of course, only needs to keep a blue card in hand if he wants to send that Spinal Crush, thanks to the Vigor token that he's just picked up. And the Spring Tunic.
Is just going to go ahead and defend with the Command and Conquer here. Also taking advantage of that Iron Fist Revelation one more time.
That's why.
Juicing up that Spinal Crush. Investing in a big attack for the next go-around. Maybe looking to set up an arsenal of that Golden Sun to keep the momentum rolling.
Yeah, I think Nicolas identifying, if I wait around too much longer, I am going to get Blood Rush Ballad. I need to make something happen in this game. Let's start with a Spinal Crush for 10, and let's follow it up with a Golden Sun on the next turn. Can Nicolas even maybe find something like a pummel off the top to join that Golden Sun on the following turn? Because this Spinal Crush is certainly going to demand cards from Eugene one way or another.
Here comes the Spinal Crush getting into the action. 4-10 here. Eugene's defenses.
A lot of blues in the hand there. And no
not
block.
Good. This deck does not block well,
Does
Hayden.
not.
And Eugene's life total is getting dangerously low as this game continues on for a deck that blocks so poorly.
You know, though, that's a Sanskrit's plan. Spinal Crush stops go again.
Doesn't stop action points.
Does not stop action points.
Yep.
Could we see a scan sketch plan here, a turn? Or do we just say we're going to take it all and we're going to go to the Scabskins and try and provide something here? That feels, even by Eugene's standards,
crazy.
Very, very risky.
So certainly that's the play. I'm just waiting for it to unfold now and defy our expectations. Spinal Crush for 10. Being calmly face down by Eugene. I feel like these shades have changed his entire demeanor in the feature match area. He's so much cooler, calmer, more collected now.
Yeah, maybe just giving Eugene a bit of space to just think and blocks out some of that noise that's happening down in that feature match area. And it's not because it's loud down there, but there's a lot happening.
3 cards committed to the defense here. 2 of them, 2 blocks, keeping only the Sand Sketch plan in hand. Does manage to shut off the crush effect here, only taking 3 damage.
Yeah,
but gives up a lot of cards to do so.
Time to get that agile wind-up out of the arsenal here for Eugene C, by the looks of it. He said, enough's enough. I'm going to take a little bit of loss on the block, but I'm going to get rid of this card, and we're going to look ahead to the future.
But Eugene's starting to fall behind a little bit on numbers. I do want to point out the equipment suite on Eugene's side. A lot of virtual life contained in that equipment suite, especially if something like a Scowling Flesh Bag ever makes its presence felt. It's hard against Victor, but if you find a window when Victor tries to get a little bigger, could be worth it. Now the question for Nicolas, can he convert with some extra cards here, or does he just maybe do some overblocking?
it looks like an E-Strike in the hand for Nicolas plus a red boulder drop. So in theory, he can convert this 4-card hand. But you want to talk about a time for Fleshbag to come into play. It's when an E-Strike hits the table.
100%.
That can tear apart what Nicolas might want to do, especially with a card already in that arsenal, and we know is the Golden Sun. So may just need to get some blocks going here, because it's really risky to send that E-Strike afterwards.
Only reaching for one card thus far. Looks like it might be a clash card as well. But reevaluating now, thinking. Can't blame the players for being a bit more deliberate here as the stakes have gotten into the 5-figure range. Beyond that, so much history at stake. And you think of someone like Eugene being the person to claim that Rhinar Pro Tour champion card. We saw it happen with Shoma Yamamura, a hero that he had deep affinity for, carrying her in the form of Uzuri to her first victory. It meant so much to him, broke down in tears on the stage at the trophy ceremony. You'd have to anticipate a similar reaction from Eugene if he gets to be the one to carry Rhinar to victory. Eugene winning a clash here on the back of Alpha Instinct at the top of the deck. Picks up a Vigor for a future turn. We'll see if he can make use of that.
Could be important. Actually, very much could be important here. Very interested to see. Are we going to see Golden Sun get involved here for Nicolas? I wondered if he might have kept it for something like a pummel turn, but of course we've already seen one pummel. Does he just prioritize sending damage here, or does Nicolas have a different line in mind potentially altogether?
It has access to 3 pummels. Visit the Goldmane Estate, kicking things off here. And Eugene has the perfect answer in the form of Ripple Away, finding its way to the top of the deck. Ripple Away quickly becoming one of the most important cards in Flesh and Blood, a generic staple to be sure, and showing its worth right here.
That is massive. And Nicolas just has to pass back because it's...
Wow.
Oh, wow. Because it was, of course, just the E-Strike in hand. Couldn't do anything with it. That is a massive, massive win there for Eugene. Eugene saying, remember when you hit me with that Ripple Away? Time for me to get some back.
10 times bigger, though, Hayden. Steals the turn from Nicolas. And for the first time in this match, things really starting to feel like they might be headed in favor of Eugene. Does still have a life deficit. Let's see if he's got a hand he can put together for some offensive output.
Oh, I'm smelling a sand sketch plan turn here.
Has a couple 6s in hand.
Couple of ways we could set this up. We could potentially look to set up a card in arsenal. We could buck wild into one of these weapons.
Okay.
Lots of different lines here for Eugene.
Some options.
Depends how he wants to prioritize this. And still, we have not seen a Blood Rush Bellows from Eugene.
Look how many cards Nicolas going through there. There's just a host, and all 3 Blood Rush Bellows remaining in the deck.
How is Eugene going to set this? Because we have that Vigor token as well. That opens up even more lines to Eugene with that Sand Sketch plan if he potentially wants to go that route. But he's got to be thinking about these Blood Rush Bellows. How do I set up a turn? When I draw that Blood Rush Bellows, I ideally like to have 5 cards ready to go, ready to throw damage Nicolas' way. What does that look like? At the same time, Eugene can't be happy to give Nicolas a 5-card hand back. He knows that he didn't have a blue in hand. Does he sniff out the E-Strike?
I think you can put it together. It's given how that turn went. If you really stop and think about it, it does make a lot of sense.
No Titan's Fist after. Either that or something like a boulder drop, but you saw a boulder drop pitched. And Nicolas has to think about that play, and that was a risky play from Nicolas' side, especially knowing about those Ripple Aways. Because he did just have a clean line on that.
Go big or go home. We heard from Eugene C. Nicolas went big, was punished for it. Get some info about the top of the deck here. It is a boulder drop on top.
Likes what he sees. Yeah, I really do want to go back to that decision from Nicolas there, because he could have defended with 2 cards and just sent the E-Strike or the boulder drop.
Time for another Scab Skin roll, Hayden. We're looking to go ahead and get 2 weapon attacks potentially on this turn.
Nope.
No, the turn will instead end. The Scabskin Leathers has betrayed Eugene, but look, I think this was pretty low cost.
No risk on this one whatsoever, because that means we are going to set up that sand sketch plan for a future turn, potentially to push a big Blood Rush Bellows turn. This might actually work out in Eugene's favor.
And look
As
what it
we
is,
see-
Hayden. Up to the
Oh
top of the
my-
deck. It is, in fact, Blood Rush Bellows making its first appearance here in this match. And Nicolas just coming through with an E-Strike here.
With double Recurromp, blue Recurromp in hand, and a yellow 6 attack. So I think Eugene's very happy that that one just came up on that dice, I think.
Yeah. May have actually bailed him out a little bit. There's a good chance on a 2 or 3 he still arsenals the sand sketch.
Snap, you do.
But
I think,
a 4 or 5 or 6 might have actually been a worse outcome here.
I think it might have been.
Interesting to think about.
Yeah, I think, yeah, definitely. You get the 2 action points, you just send the 2 weapons. If you don't, you just set up, because you know Blood Rush Bellow is coming. Coming in this E-Strike from Nicolas' side. So, not going to have much of a follow-up, though. Did defend with those last 2 cards. Learned the lesson from previous.
And Eugene looking to get the Savage Sash involved.
Feels like time.
Yeah. And if I'm in Nicolas, that makes me pretty uncomfortable.
Just the Savage Sash?
Yep.
Are you sure?
And Eugene will fall to 11, but I think we're about to see some fireworks here from Eugene C.
Yeah, strap in, folks. Let's see the magic.
We start with Blood Rush Bellow, the first one of the game. We know success is inevitable here.
Oh, Nicolas good at rolling 6s too. Let's see what's off the top of the deck for Eugene off of these Blood Rush Bellows.
Send packing going to force and intimidate. Eugene sets the cards aside. Too good. 5s and 6s all over the place. Picks up those 3 new cards.
Splatter Skull and Splatter Skull. Double Splatter? Oh, Skull Crush.
Skull Crack looks very good here. If you can go ahead and get that one potentially into the bin. Get a little bit more juice for this turn.
Does Skull Crack trigger off of a Sand Sketch plan? It's
It
just any
absolutely
random
does.
discard, right?
Any random discard, yep.
This is looking good. What do we get? What do we get? Is there any chance you get a Blood Rush Bellows?
I would say most times no. I would say here, probably. Probably. It might be the time, Hayden. Let's see how the man himself wants to do it.
Eugene C needs to work out where he is in this game, because
I think he's behind.
I think he is behind. And when you are behind, there is a really good case for getting Blood Rush. It's not actually that crazy a play. I've done it myself many times. I've seen some of the best players in the world do it many times. It might be what we're going to see here.
Reaches into the deck.
Oh, what was it? He snapped it off. It's gonna be a Blood Rush play. The way he snapped it off, I couldn't see what it was. So we're just gonna find out all together.
Was definitely hunting for something.
Oh, let's find out.
Has another Intimidate on deck here.
So a reminder, we had Splatter Skull, Skull Crack, and a Recurromp in hand. What is this 4th card, and will we be hitting it?
Here's the discard.
And it's
Skull Crack! Additional
extra
resources
resource.
available now.
Eugene C.
Up to 3 resources. Time for another Intimidate. Nope, just tracking the action points, excuse me. Now we'll Intimidate. Another card leaves. And Eugene's reaching for the hand. It was the Blood Rush Bellows! He's going for it.
Oh my goodness.
Is it time for Blood Rush Bellow number 2?
Of course it is.
On the turn. 2 action points at the ready. Let's go.
We're gonna go sketch. We've
Let's
already.
go.
We of course
Look,
we have
look,
we have 2 action
points, but still,
we already have 2
this
action
is a
points.
big roll.
What have we got? Eugene?
How big is this turn going to get?
It was
It's
a
a
6.
six.
It's a
He
6.
hit a six.
A 6. We're up to 4
action points working now. With double Blood Rush Bellow available.
Oh, and you just see the nod of the head from Nicolas here. There's not a lot he can do with 2 cards in hand. Can he survive this turn? Now, he does have the Balance of Justice, which is very much going to be online, and wait until Nicolas sees this Balance of Justice.
Blood Rush Bellow. And look at the laugh from Nicolas. He knew he was in for it with that Sand Sketch plan. Down to 2 resources. Random discard coming here.
Okay, and
Drops
what do we
the
see off the
Wrecker
top?
Romp.
We do need to actually find some damage off of the top here. Yes, we've got all the action points in the world, but we need some cards to play.
3 fresh cards picked up here. Splatter Skull, Sea Legs, Wrecker Romp.
Okay. It's not the best, but it's damage. It's damage.
Look, let's be honest. Those 2 weapons out there in the arena going to offer 8 damage in and of themselves. So we're picking up 16.
Well, Savage, we can Savage. We can
26.
Savage. We can use the Savage Sash here as well, yeah.
The number's going to be high. I don't know if it's going to be lethal, though, with that balance of justice at the ready in particular.
And no more Intimidates as well. So Nicolas is going to have 1 card in hand plus access to that balance of justice. And if it's a blue in the hand, to utilize those quick dodge flexes as well. Nicolas might be able to sustain all right here.
You shall not discard me,
Wow.
says these Blood Rush Bellows. And, yep, correct.
Speaking it into existence.
Not being discarded in this game for sure. Eugene kicks the turn off here with Ball Breaker. Huge Ball Breaker coming in.
Seems appropriate.
Only 3 action points remaining.
This will be for 8. Okay.
And time for that balance of justice to get involved.
Yeah, but it's a red in Nicolas' hand, and he would really like to find a blue off of the top for the next 3 attacks to be able to get this quick dodge flexes involved. It's a small thing to ask for on Nicolas' side after what we've just seen, surely.
Just going to go ahead and take 1 thus far. Expect to see this balance cracked very shortly.
Where do we go next, Eugene? 3 action points remaining. Is it Savage Sash time? Don't need to just yet because we'll swing the Savage Claw first. Another 8 damage.
Double Blood Rush turns. Brutal to be on the other side of, especially with no hand left at this juncture. Time for balance to get involved. As you mentioned, really looking for a blue here to go ahead and turn on.
Oh,
no, it's just
a
going to be
red.
a CNC, and it's immediately put to the defense. 5 damage leaks, and everything else is just rolling on this turn for Eugene C. How much more damage can he pile up here?
Nicolas cannot catch a break here. And in fact, I think there's a defense reaction in his hand as well. Everything coming up Eugene C here. What have we got left on this turn? So not enough resources. So the Savage, even with the Savage Sash, we could keep an Arsenal card. But we can Tyrannical Rex into an attack here.
That, I think, is what we're looking at here. Gauntlets into attack is my expected play. There you see Eugene reaches, activates the gauntlets, closes the chain. Does potentially give another block over to Nicolas in the form of that Aurum Aegis with the chain closing. And is just going to play out that Splatter Skull.
Just 11. Just a casual 11.
11 seems pretty good here, Hayden. Life total of Nicolas disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sand sketch plans were drawn, and they were effective. Double Blood Rush Bellow turn has now put this match squarely in favor of Eugene C. And does he have what it takes to go ahead and close this out?
We've still got 1 Reckless Swing in the deck here for Eugene. Of course, we saw 1 early on miss, but that's something we've got to factor in as well. In these draws, Nicolas down to 3 life here. I'm just checking the action points. That's correct.
I'm checking the numbers
Oh,
as
damage.
well here in the Pro Tour Top 8 arena. You want to double check everything, be super careful.
Yeah, of course, Splatter Skull is active here as well.
Yeah, and Eugene going to take a gamble on choosing a face-down card here. I'm assuming he will choose the perfect card to absolutely ruin Nicolas' turn.
Yeah, Nicolas saying, please hit the Fate for Scene, please. Yeah, he's just rolling.
He's rolling. Yeah, leave it to chance.
Oh,
Why
what
not?
is it? What is it? Is it the Fate for Scene?
It is.
No, it's not. It's one of the blues from his hand.
It's a blue.
It's not a random, but I just.
It gets put into the graveyard, of course. So unfortunately, that fate was in a boulder
But
drop.
look at what's left in
reds.
Nicolas' hand.
Oh my
he
goodness.
took the blue necessary to stop that boulder drop. He doesn't even have a Titan's Fist play here.
Well, he will have the tunic up.
But do you give all 3 cards to go ahead
Wow.
and activate your Titan's Fist here?
Do you just send it back to Eugene's side?
Gold?
Yeah, I mean, it might be. So much has happened in this game. I can't even recall what's in the arsenal at this
But
point.
look at Nicolas' face. He looks absolutely distraught. Obviously, the options are not good here for Nicolas. Blue taken away by a roll of fate for Eugene C. And we talk about the plot armor coming up. It is going to be tunic activation. Maybe pitch 1 card. Yeah, going to look for a blue is Nicolas to get that boulder drop off.
I mean, it's about time.
No, oh my God, it's a red. Pass. He says pass. The turn amounts to nothing. Eugene C has taken back full initiative here. 4 cards in hand, and Nicolas down to just 3.
Now we're looking in this hand for Eugene. It is a few reds, but we will be able to send this swing big in, pitching that triple Dani, getting ourselves a gold here as well.
Yeah,
And
over pitch here for sure. Not the best turn from Eugene, frankly.
it could be worse. Nicolas can attest to that.
Yeah, you have to feel for Nicolas just the worst possible outcome there. A completely blunted turn.
Eugene's going to go ahead and set up that red aggressive pounce in the arsenal for a future turn. Will it be one big final push for Eugene, or does Nicolas have something to say about it? Does still have, the quick dodge flexes available. 1 defense on that Aegis as well. Can he navigate this? Looks like, again, a bit of an awkward hand for Nicolas. A triple Dani, Fate Foreseen, boulder drop. Oh, it's all reds again. Where are the blues in Nicolas' deck? Hiding.
Starting to be betrayed by his own deck is Nicolas. These are the moments where you're really put to test in the Pro Tour arena. You've battled for 2 days. You've put everything on the line to get to this point. You're on the cusp of etching your name in the history books. And now, all the reds flow to the top of the deck. All the dice rolls come up in Eugene's favor. How can you overcome? How do you find your way back into this?
There's just not a good line here other than potentially just blocking with the Fate Foreseen and sending the boulder drop. Otherwise, you're looking at just... yeah, you can triple Dani into the quick dodge. Nothing seems great here. All really awkward.
That's why we see so much consternation from Nicolas. Blocks with just the debilitate. Follow up, Fate Foreseen.
Maybe a blue on top at this point, you'd think.
I think it was another red.
So Nicolas will be able to swing the Titan's Fist here with the triple Dani plus the last red in hand.
You are not getting out of this by swinging Titan's Fist. You have to find something to get back into this match. And he's going to fall down to 1.
He's in reckless range.
Yep, excuse me, fall down to 2. And absolutely, he is in reckless range. He will have to consider that forever. And you saw a little bit of a shake of a head there. And I wonder if...
With my fate, I want to put my...
he's checking on whether he can still opt or if the window has passed.
So Nicolas checking in with the judge there.
Yeah, and I believe they've ruled that new information has been gained, so we cannot move past this point, and I think that is a sound call. Nicolas no longer happy with that card on top either. Everything unraveling a little bit, and it's just going to be Titan's Fist here. It is going to be Riches of Tropal Dani involved with the pitch, so a gold is going to join. Not the best time to pick up an extra card, though.
2 card 4. Nicolas, of course, already knows what that card is thanks to the Fate Foreseen.
Eugene happy to just block with a single card. Falls to 10. Fairly safe 10 here.
Eugene has a couple of big attacks in the hand here. What will we see? Will we see maybe this gold get deployed, or are we going to see chose to just block with the one card? We're just going to play it safe for now. We're just going to play. Eugene can see the route to victory. He knows there's a Reckless Swing still in the deck. There is another Blood Rush Bellows. We just need to take cards from Nicolas, not let him put together a comeback, and we will be able to find that route to victory eventually for Eugene, but just has to manage this game. But there is a test of strength. Yet again, no blues in this hand for Nicolas.
Double Golden Sun is the draw here.
Is he going to bet on winning this clash so he can draw a card and potentially come in with one of these Golden Suns? I think it's the other Golden Sun in the arsenal that was parked turns and turns ago.
Triple Golden Sun now working with. We do clash. Weakest link will win the clash here.
Yet another
Picks
red.
up another red. Where are the blues in Nicolas' deck?
Down to 1 life for Nicolas Jamoulle.
And Eugene's going to draw back up here, getting ever closer to that last copy of Reckless Swing, which we believe should be in the deck.
Are we going to see... Are we going to see Nicolas turn to this gold to try and find something like a pummel?
Certainly feels like he's got to take risks at this point to get back into the action.
No Reckless Swing in this hand drawn up for Eugene.
Just reaches for this Golden Sun, fired up by a couple of other Golden Suns.
Yeah, I just wondered if there was consideration there for Nicolas to try and hold another Golden Sun, potentially use something like a gold, cash it in. Surely you find a blue at this point and try and cash that in to keep, instead of the weakest link in hand, you keep another Golden Sun and try and use that Aegis on the final turn to try and push through the damage. But of course, Eugene still has a lot of equipment there on the table, so would that even work?
Yeah, there's no foregone conclusions here, even with Overpower backing these Golden Suns up. It just feels like Eugene still has so much virtual life you have to work through here.
Nicolas just has to chip away, though, just has to find some turns like this. Has to stabilize, really needs Eugene to have a brick, have a turn off.
Yeah, but Brute Bricks, they still look like 7 damage, and when you're at 1, it just doesn't really feel like a brick anymore.
To me, the line out is finding a pummel turn. We've got Tunic up next turn. Eugene's going to commit some defense here.
I want to point out that Scowling Fleshbag could complicate any pummel turns. You really have to be so insulated, and it feels like that's exactly what Eugene can use that card to play around.
You might just be hoping for a mistake at this point from Nicolas' side.
Sometimes that's all you have left.
It can be hard to read the pummel, depending on the card played with that Tunic. We'll have to see. But it doesn't look like any sort of pummel arriving in Nicolas' hand this time around. Number of blues, though. We've found 3 blues and a Clash of Bravado. Eugene just taking stock of what's left in his deck as well. What would I draw if I cracked a gold, for instance? What might we find?
For Eugene, getting a few chain links wide is almost assuredly a path to victory here. However, rolling a 1 could be your sole path to defeat.
Yeah, it's very much in the balance, despite still having a number of equipment. I mean, he has all this equipment, but we know Eugene's deck does not defend well. If he decides to rolls a 1 this turn, or takes the turn to do not as much as he, might, if it's an attack for 6, for instance, that might be the window Nicolas needs. Looks like in the hand for Eugene, we can take a peek in here. He's got a Sea Legs, a Ripple Away, which of course Nicolas knows about from that clash as well. And it looks like
Show of Strength, I
Show of
believe.
Strength, yep.
Start things off by cracking a gold here. We'll refresh the hand a bit. Picks up a new card in the form of Wild Ride.
That's a nice pickup. Of course, we have that aggressive pounce in the arsenal as well here.
And we still got Savage Sash at the ready as well.
There is a line here that involves Scabskins. Okay, but it looks like we might play it safe.
Gauntlet activation here. Going to get that Ripple Away into the pitch zone.
Well, actually, okay, let's see what Eugene hits here.
Here is the Wild Ride, looking to go ahead and discard a 6, keep the action going.
Can Nicolas get a break and see a miss here?
Feels like he actually needs a miss here. This would be disastrous, but it is in fact that show of strength we saw in hand. What's the remaining card for Eugene?
Was it a miss? Because of course Eugene has that aggressive pounce as well. 1 resource available. Can use that Savage Sash.
Yeah, has
and then
Savage
send the
Sash
claw
rolled up.
afterwards. What is the card? Yep, Tyrant Rex was activated. What was the last card? It was a yellow Buckwild, so it wasn't a miss. But we don't have the one for him because we used the Tyrannical Rex, so Eugene will not be able to send a claw after that pounce, even with Savage Sash available.
He does have Intimidate, though. He's already down to 3 cards, Hayden. And I think there's a very good chance this could be it for Nicolas Jamoulle. Does he have enough block left with that combination of the Orm Aegis, the Fyendel Spring Tunic? I don't think so. I think this is going to spell doom.
No defense reaction in the arsenal.
Pushes forward that Orm Aegis, covers this up.
But can we win the clash? No!
Ripple away, not going to get the job done here.
We've got to sacrifice this gold. No? No, it's a Clash of Bravado, of course.
And it's just the aggressive pounce now coming out of the arsenal. And Nicolas Jamoulle leans over, sees the 6 damage headed his way. 1 card in hand, only the block on the Fyendel Spring Tunic available. He's considering all the options. He's hoping and praying that something reveals itself in the arsenal, but it's not meant to be. And Eugene C., the People's Champion, advances on to our semifinals.
Wow, what a game. That Blood Rush Bellows turn had everything. It was pure theater from Eugene C. there in that game. Eventually gets it done, parked away that aggressive pounce for later, and boy, did it count.
Would not expect anything else out of Eugene C. And he moves on to the semis with a huge smile on his face, but a monumental hill still to climb. He did not come here to get a top 4 at a Pro Tour. He came here to be a Pro Tour champion. And to do so, he's got a tough matchup ahead of him, Hayden. It is, in fact, an Oscilio he will have to take down, piloted by Yuki Lee Bender. Let's go ahead and take one more look at our bracket as we get ready to bring you 2 semifinals. The first one, Evan Herndon, former U.S. national champion, piloting Oscilio Constellar Intelligence. We've seen this matchup twice before. We've seen it go 2 ways. Anything can happen in that first semifinal. And then in the bottom of the bracket, we know anything can happen when Eugene C. is involved, taking on Yuki Lee Bender's Oscilio. Are we headed to an Oscilio mirror? Are we headed to an extremely unlikely final of Rhinar versus Marionette? 3 heroes still live to claim their first ever Pro Tour win, that Pro Tour champion card. And for one of these competitors, they will go ahead and get their first Pro Tour victory. For someone like Yuki Lee Bender, very much puts her in that conversation as one of the absolute best in the game. Already 2 Tier 4 top 8s with this appearance. Of course, that top 8 appearance at Worlds in Barcelona as well. For Evan Herndon, it feels like just confirmation of something that has been a long time coming.
Okay.
Calling winner, former U.S. national champion. And then for our 2 other competitors, it really signals the start of a new dawn, a new face of Flesh and Blood. For someone like Bartosz, only has a calling top 8 in his past. For someone like Eugene, certainly well known, a face of the Flesh and Blood community, but doesn't really have those huge results under his belt so far. I have been so impressed by this Pro Tour, and it has me itching to play Flesh and Blood. Of course, I know all of you want to be involved in the action as well. You want to be on this $2 million world tour. How could you not want to be here in Yokohama with us? We've been having a great time all weekend long. We've been playing great matches, and we are not done yet with the world tour. So many more stops, and I am looking forward to that showdown down in Sao Paulo. We know what the Brazilian community brings to the table every single time we head down there.
Yeah, they're the most passionate community. I'll say it, the most passionate community in Flesh and Blood, and they are loud and proud about it. Of course, after that, you got events in Prague, Omen's World Premiere. You got to be there, surely. I'll be down there in Auckland for that calling event afterwards. Looking forward to getting out there and playing some Flesh and Blood, and then we head to the US National Championships in Minneapolis.
Yeah, welcome you all to my hometown of Auckland. We're going to pull out all the stops as we have a big show there with Omens sealed in the mix. I know so many folks clamoring for that return to Limited. There is your first chance down in Auckland. So many more events on the schedule. You want to come back to Japan? Why not hit up Shinjuku as we bring a classic constructed calling here, and then we pull out the big guns. It's time for Pro Tour Las Vegas. I cannot wait to be locked in the Westgate Casino all weekend long, degenerately gambling till 3 or 4 in the morning while I get to do my favorite thing in the world, call games of Flesh and Blood. Hayden, I hope you'll join me over there. Bring a bankroll because we have some blackjack to play, my friend.
Well, I'm excited to get back to Limited at the Tier 4 stage. It's been a minute, but Omens promises great things, and I can't wait to see it on the biggest stage in Flesh and Blood.
Big shout out to our next Silver Age calling going down in Bangkok. Fans of that format might want to take the trip over and go ahead and celebrate with our friends in Southeast Asia, where Silver Age is catching on like gangbusters. And gotta call out a return to Germany, where Flesh and Blood was recognized as a game of skill, and we are now able to go ahead and host these events for you, all of our German fans out there. I got to talk more about the Set 20 world premiere, Hayden. Headed over to Korea, Seoul. This has been a dream destination of mine for such a long time. I cannot wait to go and meet our Korean fans. A small but passionate scene in Korea will welcome so many new locals, and I know so many of you will want to go ahead, play the game, see the world, and join us over in that shining city.
As soon as that was announced on the main stage at our keynote, I was already phone out booking flights, booking
you
tickets.
And many other people, as we know, these world premieres almost always sell out. I suspect Seoul will be no different, and we will party around the world one more time. And then we close out the party this year for our biggest event. We will bring the World Championship to Paris. I cannot wait to go ahead and parlez-vous un petit peu de français. My French is terrible. That's about all I can say. Please don't ask me for more of it. Well, thank you, Hayden. I appreciate that. November 5th through 8th, we will be there in Paris celebrating that shining city. And then, of course, we're going to be bringing you so much of this action here on the World Tour. We'll tell you a little bit more about our upcoming streams. We're going to kick things off with Calling Rotterdam just around the corner. And you want to go ahead and pick up these beautiful promo cards. The Colors of Aria quickly becoming a Silver Age staple. Who knows what Elemental Strike may get up to in the future. A lot of cards here you're going to want to add to your collection, and available in beautiful promo forms. That full art treatment we're using these days really shines on the Colors of Aria. After that, Calling Rotterdam, we have our casters. Scott Mines, Gabe Scher, going to be bringing us all the action. Love to see those two back in the booth. They've brought me some of my favorite matches of Flesh and Blood of all time. And then we have our caster duo as we head down to Sao Paulo. We're running it back, baby. Bryce Platts, Felipe Lima Cardozo called some of the best matches in the history of Flesh and Blood. Who could forget the moment where all the Brazilian community rushed onto the stage to celebrate their champion? I'm hoping for something half as good this time when we head back to Brazil. I know a lot of you will be excited to make the trip. My wife was just down in Brazil very recently, had nothing but fantastic things to say about the people down there, about the food, about every single part of Brazil. I don't know if I can make the trip, but man, I would love to find a reason to. I'm going to try really hard one of these days to get down to a Brazilian calling, and if you can do it, I fully recommend it.
Pro Tour Brazil one day?
I would love to see it. I would love to bring the Pro Tour everywhere in the world. We have so many great fans all across the globe, but right now, all the eyes are focused on Yokohama. We have played our 4 quarterfinal matches. That means we have semifinalists. 3 heroes remain. Arakni Marionette, we have Rhinar, and then finally, we have Oscilio. Will he light the world on fire? Find out next.
Frozen plains waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the northern name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfolds. Almighty pets of war, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty pets of war, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
Get ready to enter flow state with national championships in 2026. Are you ready to represent your country in flesh and blood and etch your name into the history of Wraith? Nationals events are coming from June 19th through July 5th, and don't miss out on the opportunity to get yourself a Flow State Embodiment or Runic Reaving promo at your national championship. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully we've all had a sufficient amount of therapy after what could only be described as the most psychotic game of Flesh and Blood ever to be recorded. Eugene C advances on Rhinar, taking down Nicolas Jamoulle of Canada on Victor. I don't have a follow-up to that. I won't lie to you. Welcome back to the coverage desk. Parkas Mizwani, great to have you here. Honestly, just quite a spectacular display, I think, in that previous game. Great to see more of what Rhinar can do, and really got to feel like Eugene's the kind of player that will always push it to the limit.
And you see exactly why Eugene C has very quickly become a fan favorite across the Flesh and Blood community. I mean, it takes some nerve to play a Blood Rush Bellow and then send sketch plans into another Blood Rush Bellows in the top 8 of a Pro Tour for your Pro Tour finals life.
I mean, there was 3 Intimidate triggers, 4 action points, and absolutely no brain cells to run together in that round. It was incredible. No, in all seriousness, just a fantastic display from Eugene. It really takes quite the intellect to pilot such a complex deck, even through all of the variants it offers. Let's look at our bracket so far, of course, as we eyeball our semi-finals. Once again, we have on deck for you an Oscilio versus Arakni Marionette matchup. It's Evan Herndon going up against Bartosz Dobrowolski. Obviously, someone who was literally, I think, like a fighter, like a boxer, sort of put down the gloves, picked up the deck, and they went straight to work. And basically, it's been knockouts all the way through this Pro Tour. After going X and 2, he's recovered beautifully to find himself here.
And that will, of course, be the first semifinals that we get to watch today. And so interesting. We've already seen this matchup twice before, and they both played out so differently. We saw in the first matchup, Tommaso open with Amulet of Echoes on turn 1 with Orb Weaver Spinneret as well, but Evan Herndon managed to overcome that and still take down the Chaos Assassin. On the other side, we kind of saw a little bit of the opposite. Bartosz did not have an explosive start, did not have an Amulet of Echoes. Michael Hamilton, unfortunately, though, had a decent combo, but did not have an arcane spell to finish it off and couldn't find a shock as well. We're going to have to see which one of these two players comes out on top in this matchup, which they both just played.
Yeah, and obviously, after that, eyes towards our second semi-final. It is Rhinar Reckless Rampage going up against Yuki Bender's Oscilio Constellar Intelligence. Eugene CV, Yuki Bender. Much more on deck for you today. Let's dive in a little bit. We have yet another Oscilio versus Arakni Marionette matchup. I want to talk about the Oscilio first because it felt like we had the perfect hand drawn up by Tommaso. About as close as you can get to perfect. With an amulet early in the game, Evan still, without a break in stride, went to blasting.
With a little bit more of an aggressive Oscilio list compared to the other one in the top 4 piloted by Yuki Bender. Evan Herndon, of course, packing 3 copies of Seduce Secrets and 3 copies of Nullshock as well. These non-blocking instants is what Evan Herndon is favoring, and we do know he enjoys a little bit more of an aggressive playstyle, so very comfortable with having these non-blocks and making it all the way to top 4 of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Evan, and again, he kind of made his own luck at times, really setting himself up to benefit from the upside of variants, finding a blink off the top when he really needed an action point, for example. This deck absolutely sings in Evan's grip, and honestly, I just don't feel like there's anyone in the room that can stand up to him when he's at his best on this hero. It feels like it's his time.
He's been playing like an absolute beast, and for this matchup specifically, I want to point out a few copies of cards. The first one I talk about, Temporal Wobble. This can be so effective. We saw Bartosz actually pump fake Michael Hamilton, where he made Michael Hamilton use Wobble on Cut from the Same Cloth, and then followed up with a Save of Bloodshed with that stare. Let's see whether Evan Herndon falls for a similar trap, or maybe can resolve a Wobble on something very, very impactful like a Codex of Frailty. The other card I want to point out, Cloud Cover. If you can use that to maybe stop a very important mark at the opportune moment, that could be exactly what Evan Herndon needs to make sure he cinches his way into the finals.
Yeah, crucial. We didn't really see it as a factor in the previous sort of matchup where, Michael Hamilton had one in the deck, but being able to find a spot to stop that flick or prevent that damage, it's a one of. It really is, if you've got it type stuff, but if Evan picks it up, it could be huge in the right spots. Let's head across and talk about Bartosz Dobrowolski's Arakni Marionette list. This one here features everything that you Assassin players know and love. 2 copies of Amulet of Echoes. We've seen it doesn't matter how many are in the deck, frankly. It does seem to be the standard to see 2 of those here. Tommaso was on the same number of them.
He didn't find any in his match against Michael Hamilton, but still managed to get there. I also want to point out the turn order difference. Evan Herndon, higher seed in his Mario matchup, chose to go first. Michael Hamilton, though, when he was on the higher seed, actually chose to go second. This time, Bartosz will again probably be put on the going second against Evan Herndon. Let's see whether he can find maybe that bell very, very early on to at least stymie a little bit of a combo from Evan Herndon's
Now,
side.
obviously, it's disruptive pieces that we're looking for in this kind of matchup, right? Mark of the Black Widow, leave no witnesses, flipping, of course, into the right member of the Brood to threaten the hand or arsenal.
And I want to point out there is a piece of disruption missing over here that we actually saw in Tommaso's list. Command and Conquer. Bartosz packing 0 copies of the card. That card has been a little bit contentious amongst Mario lists. I know some on 1, some on 0 like Bartosz, some on 2. So with the perhaps reduced number of disruptive pieces, does Bartosz have what it takes to overcome the combo wizard? I want to point out Inertia Trap, though. If he can find a spot to put an inertia token on Evan Herndon, maybe bottom away the critical Gone in a Flash that Evan Herndon is going to want to set up. Maybe that's what he needs to get the space.
This is the defining matchup right now of our post-compendium of Wraith metagame. Oscilio Constellar Intelligence versus Arakni Marionette. We might see this play out even another time after this game if the bracket shapes up that way. But that's only if things go well for Bartosz, and that is far from guaranteed. It's time to start our semi-finals here at Pro Tour Yokohama and beam on down to the feature match area representing Poland. Bartosz Dobrowolski on Arakni Marionette versus Evan Herndon representing the United States of America, a previous national champion on Oscilio Constellar Intelligence.
And let's go ahead and take a look at the runs our players have had to make it to the top 4 of Pro Tour Yokohama. We have Bartosz doing the Pablo Pintor run, if you will, starting the tournament off with 2 losses immediately, but staying resilient through it and only picking up 1 more loss, which we did see on stream yesterday, but nevertheless made it all the way to the top 4.
Yeah, obviously 2 victors kind of got in Bartosz's way, and he'll probably be pleased to know that there are no more of those remaining in this top cut now, with our Canadian competitor having fallen away. That matchup against Margin Bay, it's a tough one. It's another United States national champion he's had to tangle with, but again, the recovery's been absolutely fantastic.
It's also one of the 2 Oscilios that he faced in the tournament, and he went 50-50 across Oscilios in CC. Here he is, and he just beat Michael Hamilton, who was an Oscilio. Can he do it again against Evan Herndon? Let's go ahead and take a look at the run Evan Herndon has had so far. Also started the tournament off with a loss, but other than that, near unblemished record all the way here for our first seed at Pro Tour Yokohama.
Yeah, honestly, like a stunning run. That early loss to Marco Marcelli here recovered from quite nicely until we obviously went over towards the Silver Age portion of the tournament. Every time I've spoken to this guy, he seemed pretty nonchalant, pretty cool, calm, and collected. It does feel like it's the age of the youngster now, with Michael Yaskow obviously having been a world champion, Evan now stepping up and saying, whatever you can do, I can do better. But these 2 decks, 2 very different things. They're ultimately trying to reduce each other's life totals to 0, but the mechanism for getting there vastly different. Arakni Marionette, of course, wants to find that disruption, but alongside it, he does have that velocity. He can go fast, some really crippling attack reactions to really get extra damage across the line, whereas Oscilio, give enough space, he will absolutely be able to blow you into the stratosphere. So this Arakni cannot take his foot off the gas.
Marionette definitely has the combination of putting the opponent on the clock while also disrupting their game plan, but again, we've seen Evan Herndon fight his way through this adversity. We've seen him overcome early Amulets of Echoes. Question is, can he do that once again?
Both of these heroes have won callings already this year. It's time to find out in this matchup who will prevail. Will it be the sparky steps of Oscilio, or will it be the dripping daggers of Arakni? It's time to dive in. First player will be Evan.
Already with a little bit of a bemused expression, Evan Herndon, as he starts the game off with 2 permanents, amping up on the Voltar as well, since they were both lightning instants. Etchings of Arcana now coming in for 5. No sigil in the graveyard to recur back from the surge effect, but 4 damage will be leaked through against Bartosz on this turn 0 of the game, and Evan Herndon is still very well set up.
Stalker Steps, a powerful piece of equipment, but only with Arcane Barrier 1 in the equipment slots here for Bartosz. He knows he can't be affording to pitch to AB. He must use these cards on offense.
And he's found the Amulet of Echoes. He pitched a card to AB and drew into the Amulet. Evan Herndon once again in the feature match area, needing to face down a turn 1 Amulet of Echoes.
Now, obviously, the game plan for Arakni Marionette, outside of deploying this Amulet of Echoes, is finding out how to clear one of those weapon slots and get a Graphene Chelicera in play. Meet Madness. the first pick here, of course. Now, it looks relatively innocuous and face up here. That's because Evan's not currently marked. He, though, is fully aware that Bartosz can do that at instant speed and give Meat Madness the potential for a +1 and go again.
And he's also holding on to a Stains of the Redback, so if he chooses to go for the flick at instant speed, at reaction speed, excuse me, it will mark Evan Herndon, making the Stains of the Redback free as well. So not only will it get a +1 from Arakni Marionette's effect, it will also get a +3 from the Stains. Now, we have seen some of our Oscilio players fade away the disruptive effect of the Meat Madness. Let's see whether Evan can do that once again.
Bartosz wants to convert his hand into damage and go fast. He doesn't necessarily see the need to keep this Stains for a later turn, so he'll say, okay, I'll just trade this card in for 3 damage. So this is a Meat Madness that's connecting, and now we need to consult the gods of variance.
And remember that there is a priority window after it is known which mode of Meat Madness is the one that is going to resolve. Is it going to be a one from hand or arsenal or top of the deck? Evan Herndon will be able to do something after he knows.
I love that Bartosz gives him the chance to roll for this. Okay, so this is a pretty impactful effect. He's going to be targeting the arsenal. There's no way for Evan to clear it. So Blast to Oblivion goes bye-bye.
I have to point out, though, that is the mark getting removed from Evan Herndon, which means that Bartosz is not going to flip at the end of this turn, won't have the Mask of Deceit available either to flip into the orb, into Arakni Orb Weaver, so potentially going to need to find an Orb Weaver Spinneret the natural way to set up the Graphene Calistria, but still going to be very pleased with having found an Amulet of Echoes this early in the game, and we saw a little bit of a deep breath from Evan Herndon as that bell came onto the field.
Yeah, I mean, Evan looked to use Oscilio and dig a little bit through the deck. It was a blink discarded. Sigil of Brilliance will go away, but that's going to give another card over towards the Oscilio player. We're going to continue to dig. Electrostatic Discharge hits the graveyard. And it's flittering.
Remember, of course, Oscilio is a once per turn instant ability, so you can use it once on the opponent's and once again on your own turn.
Evan just explaining why he has such a robust grip of cards. So Bartosz here, he's thinking about how we're generating a Graphene Calistria. Have we? Wait, is that it?
I think that was an Orb Weaver Spinneret. I think that was an Orb Weaver Spinneret.
That's pretty good.
Arakni Marionette players in the coverage area do enjoy.
Do you ever get punished, Marionette players? If you do, I've never seen it.
Just love starting the game with Amulet of Echoes and just drawing a natural Graphene Calistria maker. Why not?
Okay. Well, here's a Flittering Charge with a Lightning Press to pump it up and give it go again. Bartosz likely not going to be very moved by the proposition of 7 damage.
That's the second lightning card played this turn as well, so falls are representing +2 amp at least currently. And I believe I saw an Etchings of Arcana in Evan Herndon's hand as well. And this time there is a sigil in the graveyard, a very important sigil, mind you, as well. Sigil of Brilliance going to be available to Evan Herndon to recur back with this Etchings of Arcana.
It feels like the wheels are turning here for Evan, right? He's chugging along nicely, gets to send a decent amount of arcane damage early on in the game. Isn't disrupted too badly. Blast to Oblivion maybe would have been nice to have here, I think, for him, but the fact that he has his Etchings to get this sigil back, try and set that up, obviously offer a decent amount of damage on top of that with both the attack action pumped up by press and now the Etchings. He's got his opponent down to 24.
We're seeing both these decks do exactly what they want to do in this matchup. They're both functioning very smoothly over here. Evan Herndon with 3 sigils on the field has leaked 16 damage so far into Bartosz, and Bartosz's side did disrupt Evan Herndon on that first turn with that Meat Madness. Also managed to set up an Amulet of Echoes. Both these decks are currently singing.
No interest in using the Temporal Wobble here. Cut from the same cloth came down.
And we saw Michael Hamilton in this exact same position where he did choose to wobble the opponent.
Oh, this is why. Evan asking how many cards have you got?
One. Okay, come on. He just hit it away from us, but Bartosz is holding on to another Orb Weaver Spinneret. Can Evan Herndon sniff that out?
Yes, the time honored since 2 seconds ago. Fade the wobble play from Bartosz Dobrowolski. Oh, remember, folks, you only can play red Orb Weaver Spinnerets. You don't have a 9 off in your deck anymore. It's not that easy to make these Graphene Calistrias.
Evan with this quizzical look right now. Like, what is going on? Why would you let me prevent you from generating this Graphene Calistria?
It's almost it's so obvious that Bartosz is playing, but I don't think Evan has any choice. This is what Temporal Wobble is designed to do, and he needs to make use of it if he has it. He's letting this resolve.
He has the soul read. What an incredible read from our ex-US national champion player.
So he's trying to make the other Orb Weaver a bit redundant, or at least much lower value in the hand of Bartosz. it still exchanges for 3 value. Okay, here comes the Clave. Are we?
Oh, and here we see Evan rewarded for the choice to hold on to the wobble. Bartosz forced to pitch the Codex of Frailty. Look at that patience.
What just happened? I mean, the synapse is absolutely sparking for Evan Herndon there. He's making a number of big decisions based on inference and a little bit of info from Bartosz. He's able to infer that there's another Orb Weaver Spinneret in the hand, likely, or something else that he's trying to bait this wobble out with. That's only because Bartosz was able to see what was in the American player's hand.
Now remember, the +3 buff on Orb Weaver Spinneret is still hanging around. It will go onto the next attack with Stealth that Bartosz decides to employ, whether it's a Kallistra or whether it's an attack action card. As his Flash of Brilliance comes to block the Hunter's Clave, so effectively blocking 0 because of the piercing 1 on Hunter's Clave. Herndon just wants the effect of bouncing back his Sigil of Brilliance.
Bartosz here, of course, probably feels that getting the mark has plenty of value. Opening with the Kallistra against a non-marked target without a reliable way to do it at instant speed wouldn't have been the play. So he has to spend this yellow resource off the Codex, which he probably wasn't going to play anyway, to fuel the attack. No Tunic counter up, though, and this Graphene Kallistra also costs 1 to swing.
Opponent is marked, though, which means that Kallistra will get +1 and go again. Bartosz in a bit of a pickle here. When you know the opponent has wobble, this is so interesting. The mind games that are happening right now. Evan Herndon just held it back, saying you have to play around this. And in the end, Evan can just say, cool, I'm going to discard this to Oscilio, swap it off for something else, while effectively getting the value from it anyway, because Bartosz is forced to play around it.
The value is
incredible play.
The value is in the deterrence. So here's Bartosz, okay, allowing this chain link to resolve. Orb Weaver Spinneret being kept on the board because its +3 is still in effect. Here's the second Orb Weaver Spinneret. Are you interested?
Resolves, says Evan Herndon.
Oh gosh. What was in this hand? Bartosz, 2 Codex of Frailty. This one's going to get the wobble.
Wait, but this means that you also get both. You get a +6 as well. That wobble stopped 3 cards effectively. Bartosz did have the option to just pitch to Kallistra, which would have come in for 8 and not leave himself open to the wobble, which he knew was there. Was he just trying to fish to make Evan Herndon use a card from hand because he's maybe sniffing a potential combo? But that was so much value lost.
Can you not just swing for 4?
7, 8. The opponent's marked. He played 2 Orb Weaver Spinnerets. He lost +6 damage there, +2 on the Graphene Kallistra swing.
He really
into a face-up wobble.
And he really agonized around that decision and then made it. Okay. He thought about it and still did the thing. All right. 6 value down the Gurgler. Yeah, that was the wobble that stopped the world.
Sigil of Aether popped at the start of Evan Herndon's turn, and Bartosz accepts that 1 damage. So 1 amp from Sigil of Aether floating for the rest of his turn, as he just has no blocks on this Gone in a Flash.
Having 4 non-attacks in your hand against a known wobble is such a bizarre scenario. Even more so that it's 2 Codexes and 2 Spinnerets. I'm still reeling from that. Okay, Gone in a Flash bounce back to the hand here after doing its dirty work with a Sigil of Brilliance coming into play. Oh, Blast Oblivion now.
And here we see why Evan chose to give up the Flash of Brilliance on the previous turn cycle. Wanted to have the Sigil of Brilliance in his hand so that he can bounce it back with this Blast to Oblivion effect. Going to be drawing a bunch of cards on this turn is our US National Champion.
Somersault targets Blast to Oblivion. Sigil gets bounced back to the hand as an instant's been played, so we're going to draw a card.
Oh, Somersault is a fantastic card to go alongside Blast to Oblivion, because now this Blast will come back to his hand as well. Now, we have to note, he's already played 1 Blast to Oblivion this turn. He has played 1 Gone in a Flash this turn. Opponent does have an Amulet of Echoes, which is now going to be live. Bartosz can activate the Amulet of Echoes for the rest of this turn.
I'm going to discard 2 cards from my 4-card hand. Brutal stuff.
Oh no, my lobster is too buttery.
I can't hold all these cards anyway. Oh, that's Orb Weaver Spinner at number 3, just quietly. Seeing that in the first 2 hands is kind of bizarre.
3 of a kind for Bartosz over here.
Okay. So again, Evan has a lot to work with here. Obviously, we've had a Lightning Greaves activation this turn, folks, so that's why these hits just keep coming.
And now, question is Bartosz going to activate the amulet now? There is a little bit of skill expression there of when you choose to pop the amulet.
Evan, not having only instants in hand, can't this time just dump their hand in response to the amulet. You will lose something. Here's the Lightning Press discarded to Oscilio. And we see a Lightning Press?
He drew another Lightning Press. The illusion of choice, as is often said.
Okay. Evan knows that, yeah, on his next played card, he's likely to walk into something here. There's Amulet.
And he needs to do a little bit of calculus over here. Wants to make sure that he can resolve his spell. Doesn't want all this amp to be wasted to the Amulet of Echoes. He needs to sequence his turn very, very well here. Is Evan Herndon. Has 6 amp currently in the Voltar Lightning Rod. Also has the 1 amp floating from the Sigil of Aether that popped at the start of this turn as well.
So he needs to go for it now. Otherwise, he risks having it stripped from his hand. Current action point count is...
I want to say it's just 1.
Just the 1. Okay, here comes the Mind Warp now. Amped by 6.
+1 from the Sigil of Aether. So
yeah.
7 amp total, 9 Mind Warp. I think the Surge is going to hit.
Yeah, there's nothing Bartosz can really do about this. And the realization now that this 2-card hand he was hoping to keep was going to be reduced to 1, and it will be a random card. What about this amulet? Because there may well be more where this came from. An instant to gain an action point. Keep Evan's turn going. I feel like this is as good a moment as any, but it will be an instant to be dumped in response with that lightning. Wow. Lightning press? Yeah. Is there actually an attack action to target with that?
Quite difficult for Evan Herndon to generate an action point as of this moment. But can we just point out how effectively Evan has played around this Amulet of Echoes? He's really showing us why many Oscilio players believe that, sure, you can play Amulet of Echoes. It is decent. It's effective. It did prevent quite a bit of damage on this turn. But it's not going to win you the game in of itself. You need a lot more going for you as well if you're going to be playing against an Oscilio of this caliber. Evan Herndon kind of just shrugs off that amulet, puts Bartosz down to 9 with just 1 card, while he still has a Sigil of Brilliance, a Sigil of Conductivity, and 3 cards remaining.
Bartosz here resolving the surge effect still of Mind Warp. Voltar doing its duty this turn. Maybe making use of this time to think a little bit. We're only 15 minutes or so into the game. I think what Bartosz does not want to be doing is agonizing over that previous double codex turn.
We've had a lot of 4 or 5 turn games in our top 8 so far.
Okay, we got our 1 card, and Evan says, right, I'm good. I'll tuck this arsenal. And, yeah. Oh no, he IP2'd? Well, I think he'll be okay.
When you drew about 4 cards on your turn, it's fine if you just were left over with a couple.
All right, pass back is the call from Bartosz.
So the last time we saw Evan in this position in the quarterfinals, he was able to continuously refresh embodiments of lightning to make sure he can continuously have action points to fuel his turn. This time, though, no embodiment of lightning here. Let's see if he can draw a blink once again. We saw him do that with enormous skill in his quarterfinals game as well to generate an action point out of nowhere, because currently, I don't see any action points in this hand, Mitch. There's Blast of Oblivion, there's a Gone in a Flash as well. There's an arcane spell. Don't quite know what the arsenal is.
Sigil of Conductivity doesn't leave play by itself, but it does create an embodiment of lightning token.
For the following turn, yes, but currently this Blast of Oblivion does not have Go again.
Okay. We'll put 4 damage on the table regardless. Bartosz hoping for a moment of brief reprieve. Just a moment to breathe, perhaps. Got a card, a blocking card on the table here.
And you have to at this point. When you are at a precarious 9, a large chunk of arcane damage can just put you into the danger zone. Remember, 9 is what the life total pad says, but Evan Herndon has access to shocks. We have seen his list. He's running the full 9 shocks in this Oscilio list. which means at 2, once you get down to 2 life, Evan Herndon can just play a shock, respond to the shock with Volzar on your turn, and just blow you up. So the life pad says 9. The actual life total is a lot lower than that.
Leave No Witnesses was the blocking card. It's been exchanged now. Okay, we are looking to choose a member of the Brood now. Mask of Deceit and Incision get in on blocking duty. 4 covered up.
Trapdoor could be the choice here if he wants to try and block a little bit more, but you don't actually know whether Evan Herndon's going to send more physical damage at you, since currently he's not representing an action point. So maybe, I think he's thinking of Black Widow as well, potentially just banking on hoping that what he needs to win is to just have a turn.
Yeah, he needs to be able to send an attack to make
There we go.
use of Black Widow, though. That's still going to be the plan. So Evan now has the opportunity to demonstrate the ability to generate an action point, or just, honestly, get some more damage in. Embodiment of Lightning, obviously, as the Sigil Conductivity is forcefully removed from play.
Place Sigil back down.
And that is going to return through the fault.
Shock. And then Volzar, so this will be...
Volzar. Amping up the shock.
Which is coming in for 5, because he responded with Volzar after having played the shock. So Volzar does see the shock being played as well.
Yeah, just the shock part, just the shock part.
Just the shock half, yeah. That was Comet Storm. We'd be in a very different situation. No, just the right half of that card. Yeah, a little bit of tech, obviously, maybe not intuitively clear to some people that Volzar does see the card being played in order to amp that card up.
And he goes down to 2. This is it. This is the danger zone. With just AB1, 1 shock is near guaranteed lethal if Bartosz cannot pay for AB1. But if Evan Herndon can just play 1 instant in the opponent's turn, that shock's going to come in for 3 and just end Bartosz's top 8 run.
Okay, cut from the same cloth. To see the hand, perhaps the writing on the wall as well.
And what is he's another wobble? The stare down once again.
Sigil's gone in a flash, temporal wobble. Now, I mean, conspicuously absent. Oh, he's doing it again. I've seen this before.
And the last time we saw this, Michael Hamilton had played the wobble on the cut from the same cloth. Here, Bartosz asking,
you have to wobble this, right?
Are you going to play this?
Bartosz has a tunic counter.
But you're at 23. Like, this is nowhere near lethal. If Bartosz isn't able to kill you, you just pass to your turn and just maybe don't even kill him on his own turn. I feel like Evan is just going to say, send me the bill.
Bartosz is going to have it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it could be in order to bring Evan down on a turn like this. He is out of range.
Kiss of Death would be very good here if you can find it. Because Kiss of Death with Black Widow means that you can get the banish effect on
multiple occasions
on the Kiss of Death hitting, and then you can flick it as well. But it looks like that is not available to Bartosz yet as he swings a Callistra off the tunic counter. Black Widow is available to get a little bit of disruption against the Oscilio. Very far from lethal, though. Of course, card draw being threatened with the Save a Bloodshed as well.
It's a potent turn. Bartosz, obviously, seeing the hand of Evan, knows that there's actually some point to continue to play and not sort of walk into an arcane spell. Threatening a card draw, threatening discards here, and further pumps. Evan says, no blocks.
Yeah, I'm really liking Evan Herndon's usage of this temporal wobble. It's almost as if the cut from the same cloth is actually doing him a very good service. He's just telling opponent, by the way, I have this. You have to play around it. I'm just going to hold on to it and not actually use it.
Evan could just turn the card around and show him if he wanted to as well. I mean, that is an option.
Oh, oops, accidentally drops it onto the table, by the way.
Oops, all wobbles. Bartosz is, I think, in reactions here, trying to decide if he wants to be activating Black Widow. And he's probably trying to think back to what he saw in Evan's hand, asking, is there redundancy? Is this worth giving up the card for? Again, you're still turning a card into +3 as well. In the context of trying to, I don't know, reduce your opponent's life total to 0, that still seems like a decent option.
Also, Bartosz does have a Leave No Witnesses in hand as well. So on top of the card being banished from hand to the Black Widow's effect, could also threaten Evan Herndon's arsenal here. So very decently disruptive turn from Bartosz coming out. A little bit late, though.
This game will end with Amulet of Echoes in play.
Almost certainly.
All right, flicking a clave.
Because he wants the card drawn now. In case he draws an attack reaction, wants to be able to play it on this Graphene Callisto. It was not drawn here, but there's a very heads-up flick from Bartosz over there. If you draw an attack reaction after the Graphene Callisto hits from a Save a Bloodshed, you won't actually have a target for it.
Okay, so it's going to be T-Tox here into a no block, so bit of a punish.
I think the T-Tox is being discarded to Black Widow here.
Oh, I thought that pain in the backside was, no?
Oh, that's a good point. Yes, no, yeah, Pain and Backside is discarded. T-Tox being used just for the +3.
Interesting.
Cycle first.
So you value... Okay, you instead of playing the pain in the backside out as an attack action, you take the T-Tox there. It's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, I guess, if you're going to compare them. Down to 7 goes Evan.
And the card was already drawn off of Save a Bloodshed, so not going to happen again.
No Witnesses does at least get a, respectful nod. Yeah, there's a window here to respond. Obviously, Evan. Bartosz has seen the hand, but yeah. It's going to be the lead No Witnesses coming in now.
And Evan discarded the Sigil to Oscilio's ability and then banished Wobble to the Black Widow's effect. Looks like he's going to let Leave No Witnesses hit as well. Not fearful at all is Evan Herndon.
Okay, so we lost a Discharge and a Blast to Oblivion. Very confident here, allowing himself to not only take some of this damage, but also just, part with some of these cards.
I just want to point out, Evan Herndon was able to take this very aggressive stance here, taking all that damage, going all the way down to 4, I believe, as our players update the life totals. Kind of off the back of that wobble that happened earlier in this game, Mitch. That was Bartosz missing out on 8 damage that turn by not swinging Kallistra, by walking into the wobble. I wonder if that decision is just coming back here to punish Bartosz towards the end of this game. Evan Herndon was able to just say, cool, I'll go down to 4, that's fine.
Oh, look what he drew. It's the shock. Here it comes. Sigil of Brilliance, Volzar activation. A furrowed brow for Bartosz. That is amp 2. So 3 total Arcane. And with 1 Arcane barrier on Bartosz's side.
No life gain to speak of.
That is going to be it. The 0 on the life pad. And the Cinderella run for Bartosz Dobrowolski comes to an end. 0-2 in a fantastic recovery. But sometimes you just run into the kid. The 2024 national champion is Evan Herndon. Establishes his dominance in yet another dominant display at the top tables. He'll be headed to our Pro Tour Grand Final.
Funnily enough, it's not very common that we see the first seed player actually make it to the finals of a Tier 4 event, but Evan Herndon is here to break that curse.
Yeah, he was getting absolutely zap happy out there. Some really nicely piloted turn cycles. Again, it feels like when this guy is on, no one can put a scratch on him. Let's have a look at our updated standings now, heading into our second semi-final. We've got our first finalist here, Pro Tour Yokohama. It's Evan Herndon. This is a big tournament for him. Maybe the biggest placing, of course, that he has ever found. And he said it's been like a dream for me. A lot of work has gone into this for Evan. He's really applied himself. And he'll either have himself a matchup against Eugene C's Rhinar Reckless Rampage, or he'll be going up against Yuki Libenda in the Oscilio Mirror.
2 fan favorites coming up in our next semifinals match. Eugene C kind of has captured many of viewers' heart, I would say. And Yuki Libenda, of course, a mainstay of the Flesh and Blood circuit.
Can he catch lightning in a bottle? That's my question for you. We're going to keep an eye out for that one here, of course, as our second semi-final will be beckoning just around the corner. Shake it off, folks. That's right. We've got more dazzling action still to come with 2 of our very best Flesh and Blood players in the world. But we just got to see 2 of them as well. Bartosz Dobrowolski, definitely a name we won't forget anytime soon. Once again, putting Poland back in the forefront of our minds in the fab world. But Evan Herndon, too good today, and a chance at a Pro Tour championship for the American later on.
frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the northern name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfolds. Almighty Teklovossen, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. All will know our story. Almighty Teklovossen, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. All will know our story.
Early bird tickets for Minneapolis are live right now. Make your event package go further with a free bronze ticket available this weekend only. Whether you're qualified for the USA National Championships or are ready to add your name to the Roll of Honor in the calling, it's time to get your tickets and go get them right now. The finals are beginning to take shape, my friends. We have got the de facto best deck in the room on one half of the equation, but it's time to find out the other piece of the puzzle, and we have got such interesting storylines to follow in this second semifinal.
Yeah, will it be an all Oscilio showdown, or has our rampant, reckless Rhinar player got something to say about it in the form of Eugene C? We saw what number he did on Nicolas Jamoulle on that quarterfinals. What can you do in the semifinals against Yuki Lee Bender?
Just titans on all sides. Let's take a look at the bracket, see how we got here, and see what's about to transpire. Eugene C, of course, the people's champ on Rhinar Reckless Rampage. I'm tripping over myself because it feels a little surreal when you say that in the top 4 of the Pro Tour in Yokohama, and then opposing the Rampage is the intelligence. It's bronze versus brains, folks, in this semifinal. Yuki Lee Bender, a storied Flesh and Blood career, differently than Eugene C. Both of them truly so many different accolades and honestly just stories between them in a many, many years of Flesh and Blood. Yuki has found more success in these big tournaments, but as we heard from Eugene, that's not really what it's all about for him. But he might be on the precipice of a major success right here.
Yeah, of bringing the two things together, having so much fun playing Flesh and Blood and getting results at the same time. And for Yuki Lee Bender, a quieter last 12 months than maybe we've come to expect from Yuki, but it felt inevitable that we'd find Yuki back in the top 8 of a Tier 4, and here she is. And she wants to go one better than that after her World Championship appearance back in Barcelona a couple of years ago. She's ready to find that trophy.
Yeah, this is where her run ended last time she was in a Tier 4 top 8. She got to the top 4, but she couldn't get over the hump against Alex Argiriou. And then I think back to a year ago for Yuki, a year ago and some change, but the last time we were in Japan for a Tier 4, Yuki was one of our last undefeated players in Osaka. She was on a fantastic run. And then in Limited and the rest of CC, it basically just all fell apart. And I know how hard that was for her. And to see her battle back the next time Flesh and Blood came to Japan, it's a really fantastic story on both sides. But let's take a look at Yuki's deck and see if there's anything she's got ready for the Rhinar matchup. Though I have to imagine the deck's just pretty good into most things.
Yeah, Yuki just wants to do the thing that Oscilio does best, which is pump some big damage. Now, Yuki needs to be able to do that quick. We know Eugene has the ability to pump out some big damage of his own, so Yuki needs to be prepared for that. I'm looking for cards like Sigil of Solace. Now, we know there's a pretty important card in Eugene's deck called Blood Rush Bellow.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a pretty important card that can take care of that.
There is, isn't there? There is, isn't there?
Temporal Wobble is something I will be looking out for. We saw it feature prominently in our last game here in that semifinal. Will it again feature and be a deciding factor potentially outside of that? I think Punkage called this out already, but no null shock in Yuki's deck list. I'm interested to see how she lines up. Other than that, I think it's going to be all out aggro.
Yeah, we haven't yet seen Temporal Wobble resolved on Flesh and Blood coverage until today, but it has looked mighty, mighty impressive, just as we all expected when we saw the card. It was pretty theoretical until we got to see it put in work, and boy, put in work indeed it did. Let's move ahead and look up at the People's Champ himself. I want to see what Eugene C brought to the table. You know Eugene was thinking about Oscilio when building this deck, as opposed to Yuki, who probably didn't have Rhinar anywhere close to top of mind when she was putting her cards in sleeves. Anything you see for Eugene that might help him kind of figure out his way through the Constella Intelligence?
Yeah, I look towards that Splatter Skull. It's what Eugene has in the form of disruption. You know, typically these Rhinar decks have a little bit more disruption, but Eugene has gone with a lot more of an aggressive outlook. So it's going to be damage first and foremost for Eugene C here. But if we can get off something like a Splatter Skull to disrupt what Yuki's doing in the mid game, that could be a deciding factor. We'll have to see. Look out for the number of Blood Rush Bellows that we can find, and ideally for Eugene's side, find them early.
Something just I want to point out, kind of a bit of an aside. We were speaking about the deck last night. Some of us on the coverage team, we were heading out to get some food. We were talking about blue even bigger than that. And we were like, oh, you know, it's probably in that Eye of Ophidia slot. Nope, they're just both in the deck. They're just hanging out next to each other in the blue counts. Actually, no, they're just both there.
Yeah, Eugene favoring just raw power, not so much of the synergy you see from perhaps Rhinar decks of old. You've got the 3 copies of Tear Limb from Limb, of course, that even bigger than that you spoke about, the Eye of Ophidia. Have we seen even bigger than that cast on coverage so far? I don't believe we have.
Certainly not.
Maybe that's something we might see in this game. We'll have to wait and find out.
But it's exciting, you know, we talk about the loss of Mandible Claws as KO Armed and Dangerous ascended to Living Legend, but we're seeing some of the new tools in recent days. Buck Wild, we see the Alpha Instinct in the Rhinar Armory deck from last year, right? Some of these new pieces that are clearly coming together. Savage Claw, right? That have put Eugene C in the top 4 of a Pro Tour. We cannot overstate the achievement. It was Silver Age that was his hardest road here. He lost 2 games. He went X1 in CC. He has lost 1 game of CC in Swiss and even in the top 8 of a Pro Tour. So something about the Madman's cook, it's working.
It's cooking. It's cooking, that's for sure. We'll see what he can cook up against Yuki Liebender in this top 4 match.
We got 2 fantastic chefs at our disposal, folks, with wonderful, incredible ingredients at their hands. They have got 2 decks that we all were talking about heading into this weekend, Oscilio and Rhinar. What everyone expected in the top 4 of a Pro Tour has finally appeared before our very eyes. It's Yuki Liebender, calling champ, national champ, champion of multiple elements in this game versus the people's champion, Eugene C. As we take a look first and foremost at Yuki Liebender's path to get here. Taking that Oscilio deck all the way to this promised land, but she's got her sights set on something a little bit more pristine than a top 4 finish.
Yeah, and of course, Eugene and Yuki have squared off in this event already, albeit that was in our Silver Age format, with Yuki getting the win there. Can Eugene seek some revenge there? And you'll notice, of course, yet again, no Rhinar played for Yuki in this event, and that is an advantage for Eugene. You know, a lot of players have not put in much preparation against Rhinar, and that does go some way. We'll see how Yuki handles it.
And interestingly for Yuki, as you can see, all of her losses in Classic Constructed. She was telling me she was very confident on her CC deck and confident she should be given her incredible run so far. But it was really Silver Age that carried her to this spot. 6-0 in the Silver Age format with the Chris Ayali style of Briar deck that burst onto the scene just a week ago. You and I were speaking before this event. How would the Briar deck truly impact and the finish in Shanghai? How did it impact the Pro Tour? Well, it's at least impacted so far in that Yuki Liebender now sits in the top 4. And listen, who knows what deck she would have run, but the Briar deck carried her here.
As we go ahead and take a look in on the other side of things for Eugene in the run in to this top 8. And you can see there a really, really hot start. 8-0 after day 1 for Eugene. And just the 1 loss in Classic Constructed so far was to fellow top 8 competitor Bartosz Dobrowolski. Other than that, though, one Oscilio played rather in round 2. It was a win there for Eugene, so a bit of experience. I'm sure Eugene has tested this matchup, one of the most prominent decks in the format right now.
Well, folks, as we take a look at the 2 hero cards, Rhinar Reckless Rampage on the right side of your screen, only 362 living legend points. And it's been since the first World Championship ever that somebody put forth this type of result with Rhinar Reckless Rampage. But we're going to have a new name in the bottom right, and it's only fitting that Eugene C will have a major placement to his name to add to this champions list. But then, of course, on the left side of your screen, Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, the talk of the weekend for a reason.
Yeah, the deck that is coming into this weekend, many seeing as the best deck in the format right now, or at least rivaling Arakni, Marionette, and it has put backing behind that claim this weekend already, even waiting in the final for the winner of this match. So will it be an all Oscilio Constellar Intelligence showdown, or will Rhinar Reckless Rampage in the hands of Eugene C spoil the party?
My friends, it's what we've all been waiting for. It's time for the second and final semifinals of the Pro Tour in Yokohama. The first Pro Tour of 2026 has come down to only 3 competitors left. It's Evan Herndon waiting on the other side of the bracket for the winner of Yuki Lee Bender versus Eugene C.
You see Yuki having a read of those Skull Crushers, which Eugene has decided to go with here. Tells me we might see some dice being rolled in our feature match area by Eugene. On the other side of things, taking a look here, it is that balance of justice, and important to keep that in mind as we potentially see some of these Blood Rush Bellows come out in this game.
Oh, I think we're going to see some dice being rolled.
For Intimidate, or?
I think we're going to see some dice being rolled. Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, the first game action of this semifinal match. Yuki Lee Bender, as the second seed, put herself first. So going to go ahead and take the opportunity to not be hit in the face by Rhinar Reckless Rampage when there might be no blocks, there might be Intimidates. Instead, going to see what kind of arcane damage she can put together, because I'm not seeing much in the way of Arcane Barrier on the side of Eugene C.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. There's literally no Arcane Barrier down here in this equipment slot. Instead, we've got the classic loadout of the Leathers, the Savage Sash, that Flesh Bag, and, of course, the Skull Crushers that we just looked at as Yuki goes ahead and plays out a Blink here. Now, Yuki's deck, Oscilio in general, doesn't defend that well. And once you throw Intimidate into the mix, that can complicate things even further. We'll see how Yuki wants to go ahead and sculpt this first hand and potentially set up. And of course, because there's no Arcane Barrier on Eugene C's side, Yuki can go ahead here and poke through some arcane damage to get us started. 4 damage coming the way of Eugene C here.
36.
With this Etchings of Arcana. Not much you can do about it. Going to fall down to 36. And that's going to let Yuki arsenal a card and pass on over to Eugene to see what he can do on his first turn.
Eugene C down to 36 players' life. Eugene C down to 36 players' life totals. Nice and evened up.
Eugene just pausing to think what he might want to do on this first turn. You can see an Alpha Instinct in the hand for Eugene. Cool, calm, collected in our feature match area. Do we go straight to the Scabskins here, Sambaburn, potentially? Or do we play it safe and just look to push some damage on this very first turn?
I would never hazard to understand the inner workings of the mind of someone like Eugene C. But with a Wild Ride in hand, don't need to go for the Scabskins yet. It's our first dice roll of the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2 is the call. We're flipping over an Alpha Instinct thanks to the Rhinar Armory deck. That's a blue with 6 in the bottom left-hand corner. So it's time for the first Intimidate of the game, but Yuki Lee Bender with a chance to respond. See if anything comes forth. Looks like, firstly, it's going to be an Oscilio activation.
We're going to see this often. When Eugene goes to this Intimidate, we're going to see Yuki often take a think, potentially activate this Oscilio ability almost every time, possibly, because Yuki needs to craft the hand. Usually with Oscilios, you can wait into the combat chain, potentially even towards the end of the combat chain. But when your hand is going to get disrupted, you have to kind of work out what the next full turn cycle is going to look like. You have to start sculpting that straight away in case you lose one of those important cards that you might want to pitch away to the Oscilio, to the Intimidate.
Yuki still got some cards that block in the hand if she's interested in it.
Yeah, or will it just be some damage here? Just looking down at this hand, Yuki is having a think here. On Eugene's side of things, it looks like we had no miss on that Wild Ride, so that was nice and safe there for Eugene, and is going to have access to something like a red Bear Fangs to come in with afterwards here.
Reaching for the balance of justice, maybe just wanting to get the defensive value as soon as possible. Have to imagine that both of these heroes like to draw cards, so that balance of justice will be live at some point.
We see it often. A few cards drawn between friends.
4 damage over the top. 36 currently placed 32. Eugene C. Couple cards left in hand. Can finish this up with a claw, with a ball breaker, or perhaps the final card from hand.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand there for Eugene. What will it be? Yuki doesn't look interested in doing much defending, though, keeping that hand on the table as if, yeah, that's my damage for next turn. That's what you got to deal with next turn. So just to remind you, Eugene, this is coming your way.
Eugene doing the math.
Might want to keep back going to keep the Wild Ride back that is in hand for a future larger turn. So Eugene really changes up the way he plays these matchups. I notice plays more aggressively against those control decks, seems to play a little bit more conservatively against another aggressive deck or another deck that can output a lot of damage if he were to stumble by having to potentially take a risk.
Destructive Aethertide placed in front of the Savage Claw. Either one of the weapon options would have been coming in for 4 here. But 1 damage over the top, so Yuki Lee Bender down to 31 after a little bit of defending. She's got a couple more options in the Aether Bindings and the Lightning Greaves to defend from here. Now for Eugene, he's drawn up the cards. Let's see if they work nicely with the Wild Ride in the arsenal.
For the Oscilio, I'll put it here when I activate it and tap it for Old Knocker.
Talking through what means what for Yuki Lee Bender, as this once per turn instant for Oscilio does not require a tap. Old Knocker certainly does.
Mind Warp in the arsenal for Yuki Lee Bender, and that's going to be impossible for Eugene to stop with what he's working with. He just has to take any arcane damage that comes his way. So we'll see Yuki starting off with a shock there. We're going to have a few different lightning cards to pump up this Volza for a big Mind Warp this turn, or a medium Mind Warp at least.
Yeah, it's a medium Mind Warp. Amping coming in for 4, but this one Eugene C's going to have to take. No arcane barrier, so both of these players, the life totals just begin to walk down. 31 to 31 after that arcane damage comes through.
Don't think Eugene loved that hand anyway. It was 3 reds and a yellow. Would really be looking for something with a blue, ideally.
Even got the Rhinar sleeves.
I love those sleeves.
As the shuffle begins.
I absolutely love those sleeves.
Now we'll see for Yuki. She gets to establish an arsenal of her own. Eugene C takes that 4. Draws 3 cards at the end of this.
Can he find something to pair nicely with that Wild Ride? Blue, couple of 6 attacks would be nice. Perhaps we see a similar line to last turn, just continuing to chip Yuki down. Wild Ride into another weapon attack, possibly. Have to see what Eugene draws up here. Yuki's going to have that Sigil of Lightning established for next turn as well to create that Embodiment of Lightning and potentially start a big turn of her own. Okay, no blue found for Eugene here. Take a little...
All of a sudden, Eugene C, he's drawn 3 cards from the effect of the Mind Warp, so Yuki gets to go ahead and draw a random card off the top. She knows she's going to get the value out of the Sigil of Solace. It's a fascinating use.
We're going to see an Oscilio activation here as well to cash in that Electrostatic Discharge. Yuki wants to find something a bit more exciting to set up for next turn. Aether Spindle.
Yeah, finds an Aether Spindle, it looks like.
Which makes a lot of sense because Yuki knows that Eugene doesn't have access to that Arcane Barrier or isn't going to present that Arcane Barrier.
And interestingly, you saw Yuki go ahead and do a little bit of a hand shuffle away from Eugene C's point of view, just to not present any information if Eugene is able to see, okay, that was the card that was just drawn off the top, or that was the card that Yuki kept. Wanting to keep as many potential questions in Eugene's mind as possible.
Eugene here. Now staring down, unfortunately no blue for Eugene as we take a look in at the hand here. A couple of Sin Packings in the hand alongside a Bear Fangs, of course, to pair with that red Wild Ride in Arsenal. Now, could go ahead here and play out that Wild Ride, pitching a Sin Packing, but if we draw another red and lose the other Sin Packing, that's going to cause some real difficulty for Eugene to present 2 attacks on this turn. So a lot to think about for Eugene. Now, he would be insulated and still could come in with a weapon, but a 4-card 10 is not the most exciting thing for Eugene, so we'll see how we play it. Oh, he's reaching for it, Sam.
Oh my goodness, the Scabskin Leathers asking Yuki to do the roll, and the roll is a 2. So no extra action point, but the turn does continue. So it's a Wild Ride. Card off the top. And we will see what is the discard for Eugene C.
Reminder, it's a Send Packing and a red Bear Fangs in the hand. What is the third card we've drawn? Oh.
Okay, Agile Windup. So all is well.
Safe, safe.
Time for an Intimidate. Any response from Yuki Lee Bender, each of these Intimidates creates a priority window.
It does also mean for Eugene that we can either use that last yellow to swing in with one of the weapons or send the Bear Fang. So this has worked out quite nicely for Eugene on this turn.
Again, Mandible Claw was just holding back the power of Eugene C. Now that he doesn't have the crutch of those extra go-again weapons, he's clearly found something else, and definitively, we can't say it's done anything other than work and carry him to his furthest finish ever. Intimidate away. Looks like a Channel Lightning Valley, so that card wasn't blocking anyway.
Yuki did, of course, activate Oscilio, discarding that Sigil of Aether, trading it in. Looks like another Mind Warp in the hand for Yuki Lee Bender, and we found a Gone in a Flash to pair with another Sigil of Lightning. So Yuki starting to pull the pieces together for a potential big turn, and likes it enough to take the damage here.
And that's why I think we're hearing the no blocks called. And it is just going to be the Ball Breaker to follow this up. Nice little 3 cards, 10 damage.
Eugene continues to play it safe. He's going to park this Bear Fangs in the arsenal for a later turn. Of course, Sam, we do have that Aether Spindle in the arsenal already, so Yuki may just want to give up this Mind Warp on defense. Don't need 2 sources of arcane damage on this next turn.
Yeah, going to go ahead and commit the Mind Warp to defense, it looks like. Wanted to see what the follow-up was from Eugene C before deciding about any blocks.
And while we're watching Yuki line up these blocks and seeing Rhinar in our feature match area, Sam Burn, I've just heard that a Rhinar maybe made top 8 in a calling, or is on the precipice of making top 8 in the calling as well.
Dude, I heard that the Rhinar was XO after day 1 and calling Yokohama. So I believe we're going to be able to bring you an update of the top 8 of the calling in Yokohama in just a little bit.
And we'll find out. We'll find out whether that Rhinar player ended up getting into the top 8. But right now we turn our attention back to what's happening here.
And a reminder, folks, do make sure you join us for this next round where we follow the winner against Evan Herndon. We'll be doing a giveaway for a box of Compendium of Wraith. Looks like Aether Bindings here just going to get the 1 point of value, at least as of now, from the Sigil of Lightning. Interesting. We'll have to see what else the turn has to offer for Yuki, given that we're cashing in the Aether Bindings so early. But we know that Gone in a Flash is a good way to start. 4, go again. Nice to see that stamp. This must have been used in a rated draft event back in the days from Rosetta. It's going to be a block with the Savage Sash from Eugene C. 28 plays 31. Only 13 minutes have elapsed so far in the second semifinals.
Possibly a Worlds Osaka stamp there from Yuki's run.
Oh, totally.
In that event. Making good here this weekend in Yokohama.
Gone in a Flash is probably pretty good and limited. Channel Lightning Valley brings back the Gone in a Flash. So not going to get the draw here, because damage has already been done on the turn with that very Gone in a Flash. And then we get to pitch into the Volzar because there is no sigil for that Aether Spindle off the top from a turn ago. And now this is pretty interesting. We're going to have a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal, a Channel Lightning Valley that's sticking around, and an Opt 7 after the resolution of this Aether Spindle. So Yuki Lee Bender and the Constella Intelligence able to parse through all the upcoming realities and potentially work that very reality in her favor.
I was thinking, why are we using the Aether Bindings of the Third Age on this turn? But seeing one extra, you typically want 2, minimum 2 on your Aether Bindings, and it's not that hard to get a hold of. However, an extra opt for Yuki here to craft what the next 2 turns even, or at least 1.5 turns could look like, is huge. And it looks like Yuki's found a mix of things, including a couple of Blast to Oblivions, as we can take a look in here and just see what we're working with on top of the deck. Yuki's already laid 1 card aside. That presumably is going to the bottom, I would think. The rest of these, Yuki may be happy with keeping near the top. Do we need double blast to Oblivion? And this is the thing. Yuki has to think through not only what does this next turn look like for her, but what does the turn after look like potentially? Does she need some of these cards for the following turn?
Or a card drawn off the Channel Lightning Valley. She gets to set up. If she knows she's going to be drawing a card with something like an instant speed arcane effect, she can know exactly what that card will be, and will it be the final piece of the puzzle? You're looking at these cards, Haydendale. You're playing Oscilio in this spot. What's going through your head?
So many different lines that you could go on. You could develop another sigil with the card you're about to draw off the Channel Lightning Valley. You could do something like just get a shock off the top and throw damage. That's not Oscilio. That's not what we see from Oscilio's at the highest level. They want more than 1, 2, even 3 damage from each of their cards. They want to really stack that damage. So the question for me actually is this Aether Spindle. Does Yuki want to keep this Aether Spindle and do something similar on the next turn? Can Yuki, you typically do, we know there's a Gone in a Flash that's about to be set up. Do you typically want to do something like have that guaranteed arcane damage for the Gone in the Flash turn? Or is it potentially a little bit too early? Or is the shock enough? There's so many different lines that Yuki is looking at here. As you can see, the cogs turning for Yuki Liebender. It looks like 3 cards being pulled to the side here. Are those the ones that are going to stay on top potentially?
Oh, I do wonder. We know it's a Gone in a Flash headed for the Arsenal as well.
So, great point. Presumably what Yuki wants to find off the top here is something that has...
Pairs put in nicely.
Or it has an immediate impact. All of those are going to go to the top, though. Those 5 cards. Oh, they went to the bottom.
Did they all go to the bottom?
Look like they went to the bottom. And 2 cards on top.
I don't think she liked a lot of those.
5 to the bottom, 2 to the top.
2 instants to the top for Gone in the Flash. Get out of here, Comet Storm Shock. You cost too much. Get out of here, Aether Spindle. That's not going to work for me. I need cards that allow this Gone in the Flash to come back. I need an instant speed shock effect. And let's see what the cards Yuki is going to be finding afterwards.
Yeah, so it is one of those Blast to Oblivions. Electrostatic Shock. Oh, we go straight for the Scabskins.
And it's going to be a 2. Looks like we also saw an Agile Wind-Up discard. Maybe that was at the end of Yuki's turn. And now it's time for a Savage Sash now that we have the 2 action points. Bare Fangs is going to be coming in.
That was a big play considering we already had the agility token there. Or was it done on this turn?
Yeah, I can't tell, but we know it was this turn we'd seen in. Oh no, it's
no,
blue.
because it's
blue.
not 6 power.
Yeah, it's blue. So maybe this was on Yuki's turn. We were checking out the hands, we didn't see. Kind of looks like it's being represented like this was done on.
Oh,
Eugene's
Beast
turn.
Within hit.
Beast
off
Within.
Of the Bare Fangs.
Off of the Bare Fangs means this extra action point might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Splatter Skull gonna come up right into the hand, and now it's time for the first Intimidate.
Eugene C gonna roll the dice. See what we intimidate away from Yuki. Yuki not looking to respond with this Oscilio Constellar Intelligence ability. So Yuki likes her hand. She likes what she sees for a potential big turn once we go back to Yuki. But first of all, Yuki has to get through what Eugene is providing here on this turn with now starting with the Bare Fangs 8. So we have go again dice on the table, which tells me we did Agile Wind Up at the end of Yuki's turn. 2 action points plus the go again. So Eugene will retain these 2 action points. So a bit of a big play there to crack the... Already had the agility and went with the Scabskins even before playing the first attack out, despite having go again.
This is a massive, massive turn for Yuki Liebender to try to parse through. She set herself up nicely after that Aether Spindle. But with a successful Scabskins roll, plenty of action points, plenty of resources, Eugene C is set up to potentially go buck wild.
I do want to point out, though, Sam, Yuki just immediately declined to activate Oscilio. Didn't really even tank on it. So Yuki really likes the hand, clearly.
I mean, she
can't
set it up.
Well, yeah. I can't imagine we're going to see any blocks here. The question is, how much damage can Yuki find on her turn?
And now she's got an on-hit to worry about in that Splatter Skull that she knows is in Eugene's hand, thanks to the Beast Within, and that can go ahead and try to take away an Intimidated card. That's when things can start to get maybe a little hairy.
And here we're going to see the Splatter Skull played out, of course, only costing 1 thanks to that Savage Sash activation. And this is scary. This is... Bear in mind, Eugene only has 3 Splatter Skulls as on-hit effects that can disrupt Yuki. in his deck, and he has found one at the opportune time, just as Yuki Liebender has set up for that big turn.
Yuki Liebender cannot block the Splatter Skull. She's got a 2-block in hand. One of the cards she set up for herself, or one of those first cards off the top, is getting splattered against the arena.
I'm not sure what that card was that was intimidated, because I saw the other 3 cards from the hand, Golden Flash and Arsenal. I think it might be... Oh, it's a shock. You can see the double-sided card there.
Which is exactly
that's the arcane damage.
That's what she needs.
That's the arcane
Eugene
damage.
C. maybe putting together the pieces.
Yeah.
Now it's time for an Oscilio activation. She's got to look.
Oh, it's the Aether Spindle off the top.
Aether
Okay.
Spindle off the top. Wow, that was a huge Oscilio activation for Yuki Liebender. All of a sudden, an extra blocking card, just what the Constella Intelligence ordered as a 2-block, a 3-block, and the Lightning Greaves now are the option for Yuki, but she's going to give this a further think.
So that must have been... So Yuki did keep those 5 cards on top.
Yeah, it must have
Because
been.
Yuki... Just a little quick hand change there from Yuki. Because Yuki knew
Yeah, we saw
it was
that
the
Aether
Aether
Spindle.
Spindle.
Unless
Well,
it's
the way
the
she
third,
peeled,
yeah.
the way she peeled it off, she
Yeah,
knew.
yeah.
And the way she
immediately
activated
went to
Oscilio.
block. Yeah, because we talked about this, the Channel Lightning Valley and the Oscilio activation, 2 ways to get more cards in the hand from Yuki. And if she knows what they are, she gets to make some very informed decision, about as informed as possible when you're guaranteed to know what's on the top of the deck.
But Eugene is just blowing this hand up for Yuki. Yuki was poised to have a massive turn.
It's a perfect response.
Potentially lethal, honestly. Could have even been lethal damage
Absolutely.
presented for Yuki Liebender against Eugene C here. And Eugene C has found the perfect response in the form of the Splatter Skull. And the journey just continues for Eugene in this top 8, finding the right pieces at the right time to put his opponents in difficult positions.
There's the even bigger than that. It's in the pitch zone as the ball breaker going to finish off this turn. Yuki eats it to the face. 16 now for Oscilio and Yuki Liebender. It was the perfect follow-up for Eugene C. You see your opponent load up the top of the deck after an Aether Spindle. It's time to disrupt if you can, and the beast within off
Yeah,
the
found
top
it. That's what
is
found
the
it.
reason that the Splatter Skull was even able to join the party.
Eugene C. My oh my.
You ain't Eugene C nothing yet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Let's see what Yuki has in response now that this hand has been torn apart a little bit.
It's just a Comet Storm. And you can see the face for Yuki Liebender. Just 5 damage. These players, once again, at the same life totals. They are just walking down the life pad with each other. A draw card off of Channel Lightning Valley, unless it's something like an instant.
Well, a sigil of Solace would be fantastic for Yuki here.
It's Electromagnetic Somersault. Oscilio gets rid of it.
Oh, it's a lightning press off the top for Yuki. That is the last thing that she wants to
that's
see come off
bad.
the top of the deck here.
And that does not play nice with the Gone in a Flash either. Eugene C., has he put himself in a position to be a Pro Tour finalist? Yuki Liebender, if there's anyone that can navigate this position, it would be her. One of our game's brightest stars and greatest minds.
If there's a lightning press off the top, could Yuki have activated Volzar there and kept around that Channel Lightning Valley?
No, because there was one floating, I think.
Oh, because it's 2
Pitch
for the
blue,
Comet
yeah.
Storm Shock, of course. Yeah. Cost 2 on the Comet Storm
Yeah.
Shock. Just wasn't being represented there. I
Yeah,
thought we
yeah,
had no
yeah.
resources floating.
Cost 2 on the Comet Storm, so she wanted to activate Volzar. But cost 1.
Back to Eugene's turn, and let's just take a peek at what he is working with here as we see a Savage Feast in the hand, a blue. Oh, there's a Sand Sketch Plan in Eugene's hand, and we know that that can cause some absolute trouble when Eugene sees, and we're going to go for it. Are we going for a Blood Rush Bellows? Let's check in. Let's check in.
I hear the chants
Blood
of
rush,
the
blood
brutes
rush.
from all over Wraith.
He's pulled it up. Look at the back of the hand.
And damn,
Samo
I say
burn.
the world.
Look at the back of that hand.
Which one, Eugene C?
Do not discard me.
Yuki scratching the head, wondering perhaps where this has gone wrong, but it's not over. Eugene C goes ahead, grabs the card, now has to discard a random card, but as long as the random card or has 6 or more power, 2 action points to be gained.
How long can we keep going here? Eugene C. What will we see? Flipped over. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, you know what I'm feeling right now? I'm feeling anticipation and hope alongside Eugene C. as he plays his favorite deck in his favorite game. Let's see the roll. Yuki Lee Bender points 2. A buck.
It's a buck wild.
Wild. 2 action points for the rest of this turn.
And the Intimidate.
Intimidate
And
now.
it was the Blood Rush that he grabbed. It definitely was the Blood Rush.
Intimidate. Get rid of a card. 2 action points. Look at all the armor Eugene C still has available to him. Cheers from the hall. As those gathered watch on the big screen, and it's time for a Blood Rush Bellow. We lose the Savage Feast. 1 floating. As it's time for the Intimidate once again.
And will Yuki be left with any cards to
Using
block
a
with?
damage die, inexplicably.
What do we find off the top, Eugene? It's a blue?
Blue and...
Oh, blue buck
a buck
wild.
wild.
So that pairs with a beast within. Now, of course, with no access to claws, Mandible Claw's gone.
We have 2 action points.
We have 2 action points.
So it's probably beast within into the weapon.
Yeah. What are we looking at?
No, it's Scabskins.
No.
What am I talking about? We already have 2 action points. What about one more? And here's the thing. Even if you hit roll a 1 here, you just go down to 1 action point. So 3 is right back where we started. Yeah, right back where we started.
So I think you're right. We're going to see a attack for 8 into an attack for 6 here, or vice versa for Eugene.
Agile's 3 or 2? How much does Agile wind up cost to play?
3.
Yeah,
but you've got the beast within, right? So we can...
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering, could you...
Oh, yes, we don't. We're a resource short. We're a resource short, correct. So we will need to swing a weapon here. That is presenting 14
it's still
damage.
A Blood Rush turn. Yuki Lee Bender at 16.
Would take Yuki to 2, but then Yuki would have the 5-card hand. The question is, does Yuki have the 5-card hand that she wants and the 5-card hand that she needs to get it done? Eugene C still at 16. That is a decent chunk of life total. And like you pointed out, Sam, all that equipment still to block with.
So much equipment.
Could give up a couple of cards from hand. And that's before we even think about Gone in a Flash and Reckless Swing.
Yeah. I was about to say, dude, if it's 14 damage here, right, and Yuki goes to 2, and she sends an attack to try to charge up the Volzar, are we going to see a Pro Tour Top 4 game end in Reckless Swing Lethal, or will Yuki Lee Bender put herself on the precipice to join a short list of the greatest players of all time? With a win here, she puts herself in some very, very, very rarefied air.
Yeah, only a couple of players with Pro Tour win and another top 8 at a tier 4 to their name.
Beast Within comes out. Here's 8.
Down to 1 action point after this. Will we have to see the old knocker get involved on this next chain link? We'll see.
I mean, Yuki can really math this out, right? I guess she's seen the deck list. Is there Run Roughshot in the list? I'm not. Let's see.
Yeah. No Run Roughshot for
so she's math.
Eugene.
She
knows it's the weapon. She knows it's the weapon afterwards.
But like you say, does she put the old knocker in front just because of Reckless Swing, or does she need it for what this 5-card hand is?
Yuki really in the tank here on this one. Lots to think about. And of course, if Eugene had rolled a 5 or a 6, not only would have been the action points, it didn't really matter too much. It would have been the damage on the Skull Crushers that would have meant Yuki would have had to have committed that old knocker onto the chain.
Oh, dude, that's why he's rolling. It's just even the 5 gets the 2 damage to actually force action from Yuki. What a heads-up roll.
Didn't pan out, unfortunately.
From the Rhinar Master himself.
That might have been enough almost to present lethal and force Yuki to either defend with a card or use that old knocker. Yuki really trying to work this one out because, of course, the follow-up. We think the follow-up is pretty face-up now for Yuki. It's an attack for 6 that's going to follow this. Yeah, Yuki's found the line. Goes down to 8 here. And in comes the ball breaker from Eugene's side, presenting 6 more damage. Yuki goes back to just double-checking the line. 2 cards in hand to work with, 2 cards intimidated in that Banish Zone, 1 card in Arsenal. Old Knocker, Lightning Greaves available for Yuki Lee Bender. It looks like she's found the line. She's ready to take the damage and go all the way down to 2.
I'm starting to worry as I look at the armor. Will Eugene... There's a lot of arcane damage that can be presented from Yuki. And Eugene C, to get the full value out of this armor, has to block with those scabskin leathers twice. Right? Has to make sure that those scabskin leathers get in front of something twice, right? Like, I'm just looking at the timbre of this game, the texture of this game, imagining what Yuki Lee Bender is about to try to put together, and I'm a little worried if I'm in the seat of Eugene. Am I going to get enough time to make sure I get the life that he's probably going to need as he faces down a Gone in the Flash in this semifinal of the Pro Tour Yokohama? 30 minutes elapsed so far. 2 plays 16. 2, a very dangerous number against a Brute. And the Gone in a Flash to start the chain. It's not going to be here for long.
Blink and you'll miss it. Yeah, I think this could be the difference in this game. It is that razor-thin margins. The fact that the Scabskin Leathers is yet to be defended with. Now, of course, we have the Scowling Fleshbag that can get involved on the combat chain at an opportune time. Eugene C needs to work out when that opportune time is. Think about Amulet of Echoes, right, and the impact that can have on an Oscilio. Eugene has half an amulet, kind of, at least for this turn. Can he find the right time to go ahead and use it?
Old Knocker gets the resource. What could it be for? Lightning Greaves activation. Every instant on the turn nets Yuki Lee Bender an action point for the Gone in a Flash.
Wow, double Lightning Press in the hand for Yuki Lee Bender here. Oh, and because of the block, Yuki's just going to be able to go over the top and push the damage here. Because we're only defending for 3, this is going to push 7 over the top and take Eugene down to 9.
Wow. So 2 action points now from both of those instants. But Yuki potentially not worried about the Gone in a Flash coming back to hand here. Because those don't play nicely together. The Lightning Press, if you want to bring the Gone in a Flash back, you don't get the damage from the Lightning Press. So Yuki, just looking for damage. She must have better use for those 2 action points or necessary requirements for the Volzar.
Does this also play around the Scowling Fleshbag, I wonder? Looks like it's certainly going to.
Down to 9 goes Eugene.
Oh, Eugene. Should he have potentially blocked the Fleshbag and the Scabskin Leathers there? Is he going to be fully punished for this?
Etchings of Arcana now comes across, amping for 3, for 6 arcane damage that Eugene C has to take.
Wow.
Now the Scabskin, let's see, if you do the Scowling Fleshbag, you I guess respond with the Volzar, but then you lose the.
But you have that.
Then you lose the
The Fleshbag completely
needed to get in the way there.
Yuki's hand, and Yuki played around it beautifully.
Oh my goodness!
By throwing the 2 Lightning Presses on top.
Oh, Eugene.
And could potentially be on 2 more life if we'd been able to block with those Scabskins earlier and then got in the Fleshbag involved here instead. Or both. Wow.
This is a fascinating development. The sigil of choice for Yuki Lee Bender.
Because it's
sigil
damage.
of Aether because it's damage.
And Eugene can't do anything about it.
Is on a very, very, very fast clock from this point forward. A single zap effect. 3 arcane damage. It's over. Eugene C watches the tournament life slip away through the grains of sand that Oscilio watched throughout the aeons. And for Yuki Lee Bender, 1 card
She's found a shock.
potentially
She's found a shock.
puts her in the
And
position.
the Lightning Press. This would be enough. This should be enough for Yuki Lee Bender. She can play out that Lightning Press targeting one of Eugene's attacks.
Let's see what happens here. It's 5 on the Scabskin Leathers roll, which means the Skull Crushers now get +1 on the rest of the turn for the Brute attacks and an extra action point.
But has Eugene got any way to not just die here to what Yuki's got? We're going to have to find out. I believe Yuki might just be able to play this one out on Eugene's turn, like a true wizard, Sam O'Byrne. But can we get an Intimidate involved first and hit that Lightning Press, which might throw everything?
Yuki Lee Bender down to 2, facing down a Brute who knows no fear. Scabskin Leathers rolled multiple times this game. Multiple action points gained. Not a one in sight.
I think no matter what the attack is, you can target the attack even before the Intimidate with the Intimidate trigger on the chain. We will see. We will see here because Eugene does have Savage Feast. So if Eugene doesn't lead with the Savage Feast and instead leads as we look in at his hand here. Oh, and he's going to lead with the Savage Claw first. Because, of course, every attack here is lethal damage.
And this normally wouldn't get the +1 because that's, again, just an even bigger than that. But the Skull Crushers turning this into an attack for 4. So Yuki Bender immediately has to make some major decisions. The Pro Tour Finals hangs in the balance for these two players. Yuki Bender could put herself in a potential echelon that is so rare in Flesh and Blood history. And for Eugene C, more matches of Flesh and Blood than anyone on the face of this earth might be able to put himself into a Pro Tour Finals. And it all comes down to this turn.
Bit of a heads-up play here, though, from Eugene. Whether intentional or not, because this does play around the Lightning Press, targeting his Skull Crushers.
Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence activated off the top.
Oh, it's a Sigil of Brilliance! That's going to do it. That's going to be enough for Yuki.
That's a lightning instant that she's able to play. All of a sudden, on Eugene's turn, Sigil of Brilliance, lightning card. Amps up Bullsar by 1. 2 more cards pitched into the shock. We respond. We amp 2. It's 3 Arcane, and the fist bump is extended. And from the jaws of defeat, Yuki Bender snatches victory from the jaws of defeat and the jaws of the brutes all over this world. Yuki Bender, what an impressive and incredible finish for her as she puts herself into the finals of Pro Tour Yokohama.
What a game and what a journey it has been for Eugene C. But ultimately, Yuki Bender navigating that game so well, despite some things not maybe going how she would have liked them to start the game, but able to find that damage. And Eugene was just able to pump the damage. We saw the absolute signature of Eugene C with that Sand Sketch plan play yet again.
That was crazy.
Do not discard me. Not discarding that Blood Rush Bellows, having that big turn, and then I think, unfortunately, Eugene will look back at the Flesh Bag. I mean, it's hard to see that play because Yuki still had 5 cards in hand, but didn't get the Flesh Bag involved, and Yuki had set it up beautifully to punish it.
Didn't get the Flesh Bag involved, and also, unfortunately, that was exact lethal.
Exact lethal.
Amp 2 on the Sigil of Brilliance plus the instant speed shock. That counts as a lightning card, so that's exact lethal. Even if the Flesh Bag or the Scabskins had gotten in the way of an attack just 1 turn cycle earlier, that's enough. You know, Yuki did not have blocking cards in that hand. Eugene C was gonna get there on that turn cycle, right? Like for sure. And because the armor wasn't used, Eugene didn't have the life to play with. It's just gonna, you know, for the Brute Master, he's gonna look back. He's gonna wish he had that one back.
Yeah, but all that said, I mean, it's so hard down. It's easy for us to say here in the booth,
100%.
right, Sam? It's so
100%.
hard down in that feature match era where there's so much happening. And that was an atypical turn as well from Yuki, right? You don't usually, you're expecting Gone in a Flash, ping, 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 lots of big wide turns, and Yuki just had the damage over the top. And for Eugene C, I mean, what a run.
Oh,
what an absolute story
incredible.
it has been.
So incredible. And you heard it from the man himself. He was excited, but he was really just here for the friends, for the communities, for the memories. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where our finals have landed. And if you're a fan of the Wizard class or you're a fan of success, you will be happy for this finals because it's the 1st and the 2nd seed. I haven't seen 1st versus 2nd in the finals in, I don't even remember how long. Normally, you see, in Flesh and Blood Tier 4s, normally the 8th seed goes on a crazy run and ends up in the finals. This weekend in Yokohama, the way it will all shake out are the 2 damn best players in this tournament facing off on what is now officially the best deck of the format.
Yeah, Evan Herndon, Yuki Bender, 2 of our finest players in Flesh and Blood right now. And, you know, you talk about that curse, or I guess the 8th seed often making a run. Evan Herndon is just in such form right now that there was no way he was letting that happen off the back of a top 8 at the Calling in Shanghai last weekend.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And
He did
Yuki,
just do that.
exactly. And Yuki Libinda has also been winding up through this season as well. It just feels like we've got two amazing stories here clashing in our final.
Oh, and another fantastic story that I do want to just bring forth for a little bit. If you remember, just even in last year's World Championships, we've talked about Team PCG, right, having two players in that finals, and now the last two Tier 4s, Team PCG putting 2 players in the finals of the last 2 Tier 4s. But just a tournament ago, that team was called Team PCG Invasion. And we now have 2 teams. We have Team PCG and we have Team Invasion. And I don't need to get into the specifics because I don't know the specifics. But what I do know is what was 1 team is now 2. And on either side of our finals, we have a player from both of those teams. So there's a lot on the line here beyond just a Pro Tour championship. These bragging rights, they might be extra special as we see Team PCG and Team Invasion facing off in the finals of this Pro Tour. It's all come down to this, folks. We've rolled some dice, we've slung some spells, we've had some laughs, and we have a finals. It's Yuki Libender versus Evan Herndon. It's right now. Don't you go anywhere.
Great weekend, bro. I appreciate it. Awesome weekend.
Oh.
Frozen plains waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the northern name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. and fall. Almighty, that's a fall. Give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. All will know our story. Almighty, that's a fall. Give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. All will know our story.
Be among the first to ride the lightning at the Omens of the Third Age World Premiere in Prague from May 22nd through 24th. As James White said, these events always sell out. Tickets are already halfway gone, so get in quick and grab yours today. And so it's come to this. The two splintered halves of Team PCG Invasion crash back together in a shower of sparks to decide our Pro Tour Yokohama champion. Welcome back to the coverage desk. Miss Leslie here with Pankaj Bhajwani, and we are positively vibrating with anticipation to see the resolution of one of the most exciting matchups I think we've seen over quite some time here in Flesh and Blood. Not only two veterans, fantastic ambassadors of the game, but also two players that really seem to understand intrinsically what their decks are designed to do. Pankaj, let's talk bracket first, and then we'll get to brass tacks.
Let's go ahead. It's going to be an electrifying finals in more ways than just because it's two lightning wizards facing off against each other. Because, as you pointed out, Mitch, these are two members from fractured halves of what used to be one PCG Invasion, and we saw two members of PCG Invasion reach the finals of the World Championships in Philadelphia. And here we have one half, Evan Herndon, representing the PCG side, and Yuki Bender on the other side representing Invasion.
It's been an incredible run. I mean, it could have gone either way in so many of these matchups. Eugene C just pulling up short there, denying us a brute in the finals of a Pro Tour. But frankly, for me, seeing our 1 and 2 seeds lined up here at the feature match area, it just feels right. There's a lot on the line. I mean, fame, glory, bragging rights, but of course, there's some fantastic pricing available here at Pro Tour Yokohama. We'll keep it quick for you, folks. $200,000 up for grabs in total, with $50,000 going to our winner alongside Gold for Legendary, PTI for Las Vegas, and 35 World Tour points.
And zooming in on this finals match specifically, a $30,000 difference between first place and second place, alongside 10 World Tour points. Now, those are going to be in high demand from now on for that Player of the Year race.
Yeah, we'll be tracking that soon enough. Of course, alongside this, our tournament pack up for grabs for participation. But suffice to say, our players are playing for much more than this. This, of course, is what is on offer. I call it the remastered look at our champions' prize cards. One way or another, there will be a lightning wizard printed on it.
And we'll know exactly which champion card these players are playing for. It's not two different heroes. It is an Oscilio finals, kind of one of the linchpins of this format. What a lot of players were expecting would be one of the strongest decks in this field, and here we have two of that in the finals.
So there you have it, folks. That's what's up for grabs. A $30,000 game in front of us. Absolutely incredible stuff. And so despite this, both the players have been pretty jovial so far. We've been able to run into Yuki and Evan at some point, and they've both been, pretty relaxed. Feels like another day at the office, even though maybe a little bit more special.
For sure. We might want to, dramatize a little bit the difference between PCG and Invasion, but, we don't want to manufacture drama where there actually isn't. It was a very cordial breakup, if you will. It was described to me as something that was done more out of logistics because the original team was getting a little bit large, and they were already internally split into two testing groups anyway, just for logistical and time zone reasons, so they figured, let's just make it official, split into a PCG half and an Invasion half.
Now, of course, 35 World Tour points on the line. In the race for Player of the Year, this is entirely relevant. We'll very quickly go over the leaderboards for you. Right now, Brody Spurlock narrowly leads Christopher Ayali in the Americas region.
And we see Yuki Lee Bender on this screen, 7th in the Americas region with 20 points. If she wins this, she jumps up and overtakes Brody Spurlock.
Yeah, it would absolutely put her ahead. Moving along, of course, look at Europe here. Jacob Clemens with a healthy lead right now of Paul Van Geisel, who unfortunately wasn't able to participate here at the Pro Tour despite, arriving in Japan. So we wish him all the best and hopefully see him in competition very soon.
And finally, moving on to the Asia Pacific region, we have Justin Koo leading the pack over here, but closely following behind him, Gordon Ko, a fellow Singaporean of mine, at 19 points, just 3 points behind the famed Pirate Necromancer, and Joya.
Yeah, some really no names on this list as well. And of course, it all comes together with our overall Player of the Year race. Jacob Clemens so far has the lead on Brody Spurlock, despite Kid Wonder taking it away last year. I could be referring to either of them there, to be fair. Brody Spurlock, of course, our previous Player of the Year, but Jacob again has his early lead.
And a third Kid Wonder entering that list very, very quickly with Evan Herndon in the finals of Pro Tour Yokohama.
Yeah, that's right. So keep an eye out for that one. It's going to be a lot of fun to track that over the course of the year. Remember, $2 million on offer in this year's World Tour. More than just a reason to play the game and see the world. Fantastic prizing is available. And of course, our two players in this finals are playing for it. The stakes are high, but let's hear what Evan has to say coming into this final match.
He's already a U.S. national champion, and now he's got his sights set on a Pro Tour trophy. Evan Herndon, my dog, you took down the semifinals. I can see it in your face. I can hear it. I can tell that it was an intense match. How are we feeling?
I feel fantastic. I was talking to Bartosz for the match. I'm like, please don't turn 0 amulet me, or turn 1 amulet me, and he turned 1 amulet me, but you know, still managed to get there, so really just thankful for that.
Yeah, man. Well, you are currently remaining on the most dominant run in this entire tournament. The only player to go X2 after Swiss. You haven't lost in a while.
Yeah,
I've not lost in a while. So what does it feel like to be on the precipice? One more win, and you are on the smallest list possible in Flesh and Blood, Tier 4 champions.
It feels fantastic. Honestly, I'm at a loss for words. I think regardless of how the finals ends up going, I'm still incredibly happy with my run. So
that's great. Well, I know you and our current world champion, Mr. Michael Yasker, but Jakuzer,
my boy,
to some of the boy, if you will. I know you guys are pretty tight.
Of course.
So how has it been prepping for this tournament, watching him go on that run, and then now you might be trying to join him, the last two Tier 4 champions, the boys?
It'd be insane, honestly. I mean, I've been pretty locked in on my CC deck for about like 2 months now, so really I spent like the last month or so just like begging Jakuzer to play Oscilio with me and backseating him in Discord against like Talishar randoms and in like our own internal testing games as well.
Yeah.
But just happy it paid off.
Yeah, dude. Well, we got one more. Job's not quite done.
Job's not done.
Job's not quite done, but I mean, your team, PCG, right? I mean, on a kind of a generational run. Going back to like even Pro Tour London last year, you guys put so many members in the top 4 there. 2 members of Team PCG facing off in the World Championship finals, and now we got you in a Pro Tour finals coming up in just a little bit. Talk to me about the team. What's making it work so well?
Honestly, I think it's just we're a group of friends. Like at the end of the day, like I mean, we test pretty hard, but it's not really like any like rigorous schedule or anything. We weren't like going crazy testing in person here. We kind of just hung out with each other, and I think really like the camaraderie is very nice.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been hearing. The vibes are high.
The vibes are high.
And if the vibes are high, then the results they follow. So you've got a national championship under your belt. You've got a calling championship under your belt. You're slowly putting together one of the more impressive resumes in all of Flesh and Blood. What would it mean to actually finish the job, hold that trophy?
I'd be one Infinity Stone away, you know? World's up next.
Yeah, baby.
So, but obviously winning the Pro Tour would mean a ton to me. It's been honestly my goal since I like really started playing competitively in the game. So it'd be a dream come true.
Dream come true. Anyone else you want to thank? Shout out at home who might be watching?
Shout out Team PCG, obviously. Shout out my family that's been watching, and shout out all my locals. And again, I shouted him out yesterday in the interview, but shout out Matt Rins.
Hell yeah.
Couldn't do without him.
Hell yeah. Well, congratulations again on the run so far. Job's not done, so we'll see you in the finals. Let's send it on back.
It's great to see just the pervasive sense of, you know, just being very thankful for where Evan is, right? He's someone who's honestly climbed some pretty precipitous heights in the Flesh and Blood world already. And I respect that he's able to take a chance just to soak it up and say, man, yeah, I'm here, I'm in a grand final, and that means a lot to me.
The vibes are immaculate, as he said, and certainly was portraying as well.
Now let's hear from Yuki Lee Bender, of course, as she's about to head into the most important match of her career.
I am joined by the one, the only Miss Yuki Lee Bender, now a Pro Tour finalist. How does it feel to have come this far? And tell us just how you were navigating the complex web of emotions that comes with being in a Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah, so I'm feeling great. Really excited to be in the finals and want to lock in and take it home. I feel pretty good about my games. The one into Chanon went more or less how I had expected from testing. The one into Eugene, my testing games hadn't quite gone that way, but I knew that, lots of variance in that deck. The Scabskins rolls really went his way, and I also kind of knew that nobody's going to be able to pilot that deck quite like Eugene does.
Sure.
So I expected it to be, like 15% harder, however much percent harder. I don't want to apply a number. But yeah, it was a pretty scary game. He was very aggressive on the front foot. Thankfully, he had like disruption on some key points that really kind of like made the game awkward for me, and I got forced into a weird kind of like combo turn with Lightning Greaves that is not the one that you want, but it set me up for some shockouts. And then I missed two things. I missed that I had a Lightning Sigil in my graveyard. I was looking for it, I didn't see it, and I didn't do a very good job. And it was in there, and I realized like on the next turn that there was a Lightning Sigil I could have got. And then the other mistake I had was that after bringing back the Sigil of Ether, I still had an action point. So I probably should have cycled it, because if I draw a spell, I just went on the I went on the spot because he's at 3. So definitely some mistakes. And then my next hand had a shock, but not a lightning instant I could play. So the lightning sigil would have got there, and I had to cycle a lightning press, hit the sigil brilliance off the top, and kind of got bailed out for my mistake. So yeah, it was sort of like a whole range of like being very locked in, making almost a catastrophic mistake, and then having to rely on the top of the deck to get me there.
Well, I love that you bring this up, though, because it brings me to the question about Oscilio. This is a hero that certainly from this point forward will forever be associated with you, but it does feel a little bit different from some of the heroes we've kind of known you for in the past. Maybe you could tell me about why Oscilio speaks to you. Is it this challenge that it presents in every single game to figure out these optimal lines? And I'm also curious, when you're playing a hero that's as complicated as Oscilio, do you still chase perfection, or you just give yourself some grace and say, look, if I get 98% of the way there, it might be enough to carry me? Or do you still just hard driven, I have to make every play optimally and there's no space for anything less?
I try my best to make every play optimally. I also kind of understand it's really tough. Lots of the folks I test with are on Oscilio, Peter Budensic, Majin Bey, Michael Hamilton, Victor Mercado, a lot of like very strong Oscilio players on the team, and even talking through lines will all have different ways of piloting the deck. So it's really hard to say exactly what is right in which spot, and it's very contextual, and so I am kind of striving for that perfection, but I don't think it's realistic to expect myself to meet it. So some mistakes along the way are likely. I hope that they are as few as possible and kind of as minimal as possible. In terms of the hero itself, I do really like the challenge. I like the sequencing. I like, I've always liked the archetypes that get to like bounce back things to their hand. I got the Blast Oblivion was my spoiler, and that was like, I was so excited about that card, and it didn't work out in Aurora, but it's incredible in Oscilio, and so that's really drawn me to that hero. And I like that he has disruption. I think that I tend to play these kind of assertive decks that also have disruption and interaction, and I like that about Oscilio. You have the Mind Warps, I have the Destructive Aether Tides for the aggro decks, you have Wobble for some matchups. It feels like you are this kind of fragile deck, but you do have some meaningful points of interaction, and I think that kind of tipped me over. I had tried the deck before and it kind of bounced off of it, and then finding more of the interactive pieces, finding the spindles to sculpt hands really kind of made the deck gel for me.
Very cool. So, one match left.
One match.
Probably the biggest match of your life, fair to say?
Definitely.
Yeah, and it's against Evan Herndon in the Oscilio mirror.
Yeah.
Volatile mirror. When you're playing a mirror like this, what's your strategy? Do you feel like there's any edge for you to gain here?
Yeah, so I have felt pretty confident about the mirror overall in testing games. Everybody kind of jokes that my Oscilio mirrors are very weird. They tend to be actually pretty interactive. There are some games where you just get blown up, and that happens. Actually, Evan was one of my losses in Swiss. We played the very last round. We were both locked, and it was kind of like that. He had a big mind warp, shuffled away my combo hand, then comboed me, and there wasn't much to be done. But I've had a lot of other ones that are super interesting where you kind of both combo, then you're both at like 15, and you have wobbles and cloud covers and all this interaction, life gain, prevention, and you kind of get these really weird grindy endgames, and I really like the mirrors that go that way. So I'm hoping to either, I guess, high roll or play one of those weird longer games and hope that I can kind of squeak out some edge and advantage in those strange game states.
Awesome. Well, I hope you get the strangest game possible then. I know all of us at home would love to see it, and I wish you the best of luck on becoming a Pro Tour champion. One more game, Yuki Lee Bender will try and make her mark on history.
It's great to hear Yuki talk a little bit more about just the way she loves to play Flesh and Blood, and also kind of whets her appetite for what might be quite a bizarre or maybe interesting Oscilio mirror here in this final. It's kind of nice to sort of, maybe compare and contrast some of the deck building decisions between these two.
I also love the comment that Yuki was making about having all these other strong Oscilio players on the team, and they all still argue about what the optimal play line is. I've seen that happen. These members from Invasion all huddled around the table deciding what the Oscilio discard should be. Should you even discard what the optimal line is? I think we're going to see a lot more of that in this finals because the deck lists are so different.
A deck has a high skill ceiling, I think, if so many people still agree to disagree on the optimal way to play it. Let's have a look here at the deck lists now as we advance further towards this grand final. Here is Evan Herndon's Oscilio list. We've sort of discussed it a little bit. A lot of the difference maybe between his list and maybe Yuki's could be that number of shock cards in the deck, for example. And we were just talking just now, off air, and you wanted to point me to the shock charmers, which are going to be critical in this matchup.
Exactly. Wizard Mirror, first thing you want to look at is what are the avenues for arcane damage prevention in the equipment suite. Lightning Greaves has AB1, but Shock Charmers in the arms piece offers the Spell Void 2 without needing to pitch anything. That is the arm piece that allows you to perhaps fade a destructive surge effect from the opponent, either say a Mind Warp or in Yuki's case a destructive Aether Tide, so that you can continue with your combo unblemished. Speaking of more prevention effects, one off Cloud Cover in Evan Herndon's list can also fulfill that role. Also want to point out the 3 null shocks, like you point out. It's not just the shocks in this matchup. The null side of this card can also be very, very relevant to deny the opponent, to counter an instant speed save shock from their side that's looking to kill you.
Yeah, pretty important. Null reads, if target instant card has cost less than the total arcane damage you've dealt to an opposing hero this turn, negate it. That means it does not resolve. A very niche part of that card, and often it's used for its right-hand side, but in this matchup, it may get Find a Home. A ton of axes with which to approach this matchup and try and get an edge, and Evan Herndon has some of the cards in order to do it. Let's look across the aisle and see what Yuki Lee Bender is going to be bringing in here. Any sort of glaring differences for you?
So the first difference I want to point out, 2 copies of Destructive Aether Tide. Yuki Lee Bender is packing a little bit more disruption in her Oscilio list compared to her counterpart over here. Could come in handy to destroy the opponent's combo piece before they get a combo off on you. Also want to point out, 3 copies of Cloud Cover. She has way more of these prevention effects to go along with the Shock Charmers to perhaps fade away some of these terrible surge effects coming out from the other side. However, let's talk about what's missing here as well. No null shocks in Yuki Lee Bender's list, which means Evan Herndon can play his instance with impunity. What he needs to be worried about is these increased density of prevention effects coming out from Yuki Lee Bender's list.
Now I think we saw Yuki make use of Aether Bindings of the Third Age to dig a little bit deeper with an Aether Spindle opt in that previous game. That seems like a card that could be really important to set up future hands.
Aether Spindle, yes, for sure. Yuki Lee Bender's opting for a strategy which lets us just dig faster to the combo in a matchup where the opponent's just going to present AB1 into you. So you can opt further and find those pieces. Now, I do want to point out one more difference, Mitch. 3 Temporal Wobbles in Yuki Lee Bender's list, only 2 on Evan Herndon's side. That card can be instrumental in flipping the game in this matchup because often the opponent's going to end their combo turn, say Mind Warp for 8, Mind Warp for 9. If you just wobble that down to fully negating it, that could flip the matchup on its head when you're in a position that's behind.
Yeah, that card absolutely represents some extreme blowout potential. Now, make no mistake, this game is not going to drag on. This is going to be pretty fast. These players are going to have to spend some time in the tank, I think, considering some of their decisions, if not many. We saw Yuki having to agonize over a number of them up against the Rhinar. So, folks, the stage is set. It's time to saddle up, strap in, and get ready for quite the hair-raising grand final here at Pro Tour Yokohama. It all starts now.
Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfolds. Almighty cats of war, gain us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty cats of war, gain us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
And so we've come to a fork in the lightning bolt. The Pro Tour Yokohama trophy will either be held aloft by a United States or a Canadian national champion today.
And what a fitting finals just before we know a whole bunch of lightning cards are going to be hit in the next ban and restricted announcement just before Omens of the Third Age comes out. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at the runs that our players have had to make it all the way to the grand finals of Pro Tour Yokohama, starting with Yuki Lee Bender's run over here. Did have a fairly decent day one over here, just with one loss. Started her day two with an X1 record, and by the time she came into round 15 was already locked. And look at that, Mitch. If it isn't her current finalist opponent, who she lost to in round 15 of Swiss.
Absolutely, and it was mentioned that she got mind warped out of a combo hand, and everyone was able to execute that against her. But that's the kind of variance that can certainly go either way in a game like this. And Yuki Lee Bender, so potent were the crackling arcs that she simply deleted her round 6 opponent from existence. Makes sense. Here is Evan Herndon now, of course. Starts off with an L. Marco Marcelli, who I had the pleasure of meeting recently, was very pleased about his Jarl of Betradia result here. But Evan Herndon kept it together, kept his head in the right place, and blazed through the competition, ending out, I mean, from round 10 through 15 with dubs. I think, Sam mentioned to him, it's been a little while since you've lost, frankly.
I love how both our players are actually just laughing in the feature match area. The biggest match of both their lives, but they're still here to have a good time and give us an electrifying performance, I'm sure.
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait. So, well, we have a mirror for our grand final here. We've kind of highlighted some of the key cards, and as it's sort of been mentioned that Volzar is about to head on out. This might be sort of the last hurrah for that particular weapon. One that is incredibly potent in amping up those arcane effects, whether they've got surge effects on them or if it's just raw damage. What are you looking for to try and determine an early front runner in this game?
So we have to point out Evan Herndon is the highest seed over here. Also, real quick, first seed versus second seed, not something that happens very often.
Curse is broken.
Evan Herndon going to be able to pick his choice. I'm going to guess he picks first, so he can set up a few of those board state pieces. That is what he needs to get on the front foot. Maybe even leak a little bit of arcane damage, because as we discussed, there's just going to be AB1 presented on both sides.
Well, now we have set the stage and we have exchanged pleasantries. There's only one more thing to do, and that's get this party started, folks. Down to the feature match area. Evan Herndon setting up the equipment will be our first player. Both players, of course, starting at 36. And now we have the small issue of a $30,000 match to decide.
Both sides with the mirror image of equipment loadouts over here. Balance of Justice, also the helmet of choice for both these players. Oscilio, of course, going to be drawing a lot of cards either from its own effect or off of cards like Channel Lightning Valley. Also a very interesting interaction that can happen is if you mind warp your opponent and they draw two or more cards, you can balance on your turn to get an extra card. Not something that comes up very often, but is something that certainly could happen.
Comet Storm Shock is the opener. This is going to provoke Yuki to dig a little. Electromagnetic Somersault is the discard away. And now she will peruse her options. And we mentioned that Spell Void piece there with the Shock Charms, but outside of that, only Arcane Barrier 1 on those Lightning Greaves.
So certainly going to be leaking probably about 4, as Yuki Lee Bender did not find one of those copies of Cloud Cover to help stymie this arcane damage coming from Evan Herndon. However, has found a Sigil of Lightning, so that's a little bit of board state that she can go ahead and set up on Evan's turn. Whereas on Evan's side, looks like no permanence being established on his side.
Yeah.
So damage being leaked, but no value conferred for the following turn cycle.
Okay, Etchings of Arcana, Aether Spindle. An electrostatic discharge and a sigil of lightning to hand. Yuki's sort of pretty frank in her interview with Brian that she made some pretty critical errors in that matchup against Eugene on Rhinar. These are long days. It's grueling. We are in day 3. Multi-format competition, 15 rounds of Swiss, you name it. These two players have been through the ringer. And again, you've got to leave it all out there now, but this is the part of the tournament where those mistakes can creep in. You've got to be perfect in a game like this.
It's nerve-wracking as well to make the finals of a Pro Tour. This is the biggest match of both these players' careers. And, you know, you're playing in the feature match era. You're playing under cameras, playing under these lights, playing with a crowd watching you and cheering you on. It can get at you sometimes.
Well, here we go. Yuki ultimately takes that 4 damage and is able to develop a sigil of lightning.
Now, as she draws up, she did not at the end of Evan Herndon's turn, have an attack to go with this embodiment of lightning that's about to be generated from the sigil of lightning popping at the start of her turn. Looks like she has found one now, though, has a Blast to Oblivion in hand.
Mind Warp follow-up could be pretty impactful. It's a matter of making sure that surge effect connects, so. Sigil of lightning pops. This will create an embodiment of lightning.
Evan Herndon not looking too pleased with missing a board state piece on his first turn of the game. Typically, that's the reason you choose to go first. Leaked a bit of damage, sure, but wanted to set up some sigils or maybe even the Channel Lightning Valley, because currently, without any board state being set up on his side of the field, tempo firmly in Yuki Liebender's side.
Now, folks, don't forget, post-show, you want to stick around for it because we will be giving away a box of Compendium of Wraith in the chat. Stay active, keep your eyes on the chat, and we will announce that later. For now, Blast to Oblivion gets go again. And that's far from guaranteed. So that's Embodiment of Lightning already going to work here for Yuki.
And Evan already spotting that this is perhaps a little bit of an awkward attack coming up from Yuki Liebender. No way to leverage the effect of the Blast to Oblivion because there was no sigil, no CLV, nothing on the board for her to recur back. So Blast to Oblivion just a 0 for 4 go again over here. No sigil established as well, which means this Volzar will cost 1 to activate. Luckily for Yuki, did have the blue to pay into that and pump up this Aether Spindle.
Okay. Here comes a spindle, of course. This could be pretty important. Now, only 1 point of amp, but that's fine. I mean, Yuki is going to get to dig somewhat off this spell, and it's relatively tall. Base 4 Arcane, coming in for 5.
And about to arsenal that Mind Warp that we pointed out earlier, Mitch. Evan just taking this full 5, allowing Yuki to look at 5 cards off the top of a deck.
Evan
Dig
has had his hand down this whole time. He has not picked it up to check. He must be loving what he's working with.
Let's take a look at the opt for Yuki Liebender. Does see a Gone in a Flash there as well as a couple of shocks, 2 consigned to Cosmos shocks and a temporal wobble to boot as well. If she perhaps sniffs out that maybe Evan Herndon wants to go for something big on his turn, that's why he didn't block at all, didn't AB at all. That wobble potentially is something that she's going to be looking towards. Although, wait a second, she has no sigils.
That's right.
The wobble's just dead in the water.
It doesn't target anything. She needs...
There's a sigil of lightning in this opt. So she could resolve that, and then Wobble can target a 0-cost action. But we know Evan Herndon's list is higher on shocks. If that is the spell that is going to get the amp from the Volta at the end of Evan's turn, then that Wobble will do nothing.
Yeah, Wobble says the cost of the non-attack action you're negating must be less. Not less than or equal to, less than the number of those aura permanents with sigil that you control in their name. So there needs to be some more setup here.
So she did opt to keep the wobble and the sigil as well. So has the option to play that and counter a non-attack action if Evan Herndon does end up doing that at the end of this turn. Which remember, he just declared no blocks on the Blast of Oblivion, no AB on the Aether Spindle to do this turn.
That's why we haven't been out a peek at the hand. We've definitely kept us in suspense. Perhaps now that's about to change. Somersault, Sigil of Aether.
That's quite a bit of damage. You can somersault this Flittering Charge, get it back, attack with it again, somersault it again. And in his hand, we know, Yuki doesn't, but we know that the spell here is not wobbleable.
That's right. It's really, it's very sturdy. Flittering Charge, of course, gets go again if an instant's played. So somersault is going to satisfy all those required conditions. And Evan is in a good position to start to race these life totals down a little bit more, start to put Yuki closer to that red zone. Preamp on Volzar as well, by the way. Nothing to sneer at.
So far, currently, both are players cosplaying each other. No blocks being declared, which is what you would expect in a relatively aggressive mirror such as this one.
Yep. And most of the time in this game will be taken up by people getting in the tank. It's Lightning Greaves being offered up.
Alarm bells probably ringing in Evan Herndon's side of the field here. We know Yuki Bender does have a Gone and a Flash in her hand.
The third flittering charge here. Evan doesn't even bother putting it back into the hand. It'll send it straight out.
And his last two cards are Sigil of Aether and a zero-cost Shock. So this amp on the Volzar will end up being used. Can play the Sigil to make the Volzar free. And now the Shock gonna come in for 6. But this is just vanilla damage. Yuki Bender happy to see that this
No disruption.
There's no disruption coming up. She kept the wobble in case she would need it, but now I wouldn't be surprised to just see her Oscilio it away.
Let's have a look here. Yeah, it looks like that wobble might be better apportioned into the graveyard.
Evan Herndon breathes in,
Braces.
knows a storm is coming.
Tying down the tops, battering the hatches. And that was a temporal wobble sent out. Yuki realizing, I don't need this now.
And she draws the second consign to Cosmos Shock. That was what she knew she was going to draw into. She opted 5, drew 4, Sigil, Temporal Wobble, left the other consign to Cosmos Shock on the top of the deck. Grabs it by discarding the wobble, and here we go. Sparks about to fly.
Yeah, both players here hoping to negotiate from a position of power because Evan reached for the equipment straight away. Blink was the discard. Wobble to hand, seduce secrets as well. All the equipment are getting onto the chain now.
He has a Sigil of Brilliance. He has a Sigil on the field as well, and a Temporal Wobble in hand. And we know Yuki Bender's spell on this turn is the Mind Warp. Now, she has consigned to Cosmos's though, so if she wants to play around Wobble, she can put the amp on the Shock instead of the Mind Warp.
I feel like you have to some degree, right? You haven't seen any of those wobbles from Evan yet. Okay, Lightning Greaves going to be activated. As expected, I think, by Evan. He knew that something was a-brewing. The Cumulo Nimbi were overhead, and they were churning. Sigil of Lightning now. Bouncing Gone on a Flash back to the hand.
Volzar currently on 2. The promise of a way more coming on this turn as the Lightning Greaves are popped. Evan Herndon staring down the storm that Yuki Bender is brewing. Gone in a Flash. Couple more shocks available to Yuki Bender as well. Mind Warp in Arsenal.
We talked about Temporal Wobble. It really has very quickly become a weather vane in this matchup. You're not needing hers, but it's the ostensibly correct decision just to trade it in for a better offensive option. Now she is at risk of running into one herself. It was Evan that hit her with a nasty Mind Warp in Swiss that disrupted her combo and knocked the wheels off.
And Evan Herndon kind of doesn't have too many options over here. Looking at his hand, he already activated Oscilio this turn, just has 1 blocking card in that hand and Etchings of Arcana. The other 3 cards in his hand are all instants, and this is a big tell to Evan Herndon. Shock played, Volzar not used yet, so Evan knows there is another spell that's going to be the beneficiary of the amp from this Volzar. What is that going to be? He is hoping that's going to be a Mind Warp that he can wobble.
Yeah, I mean, again, at this point, Shock Charmers, that Spell Void is not going to save you from a disruptive surge effect. But this is really... I mean, it's a 4-alarm fire for Evan in the back of his head. He now knows that something bigger is coming behind this. This is just damage, much as Yuki said the same thing on the previous turn cycle. So Evan is still poised, still braced for the follow-up. So what now? Evan with the hand on the table. Looking for an opportunity to snap off the wobble.
Both players contemplating over here, hands in their heads. Heads in their hands, rather.
I think Yuki is aware that she has made a pretty big telegraph across the table. She may as well have folded the card into a paper plane and thrown it at Evan's forehead.
Does have a second shock available, though.
the second shock? I never expect the second shock, brother.
Remember, she's only running 6. Unlike Evan, she doesn't have access to the full 9 shocks here. She's found 2 already so far.
Obviously, we have Lightning Greaves active here. So Evan, no fool, knows that there's certainly going to be some more action points generated. Gone with the Flash continuing to enter and exit the arena.
So Yuki does have a line here to play around the wobble where you hold the shock. You don't use the shock for an extra amp. You just send the Mind Warp, activate Volzar. If the Mind Warp gets wobbled, you can still have the amp go on the shock that you held back behind. But if she uses the shock here, then she will no longer have access to another arcane damage source.
She won't have an outlet for this amp, right?
Exactly. Because if you counter the Mind Warp and you still have an arcane damage source, the amp will still resolve. You can't counter the Volzar. But it looks like Yuki is falling into the wobble trap.
Here we go. Mind Warp out and wobble, wobble, mother lover. There it is. That will be negated. And Yuki says, okay, you had it. Slow rolled me, in fact. 3 arcane damage spells were deployed on this turn. Yuki trying to prod for some information. Trying to interrogate the visage of Evan Herndon for the presence of this temporal wobble, and that man is impassive as stone.
And that was a big blowout, Mitch. That was 8 damage prevented from 1 card, not to mention the disruption that was prevented as well by Evan Herndon. Life totals are even as we move over to Evan Herndon's side, but he still has all his equipment up.
Yep, Evan Herndon is about to tee off. Let's see what we're working with, though. Obviously, there looks like a Oscilio activation here, briefly.
Responding to the Sigil of Aether. Now remember, that's also the Arcane Barrier piece from Yuki Bender that was expended. All she has available for preventing arcane damage now are Shock Charmers and her 3 copies of Cloud Cover.
Sigil of Brilliance, Seduce Secrets. Okay, there was a ping there, of course. Sigil of Aether providing it. Here comes the Sigil of Brilliance into play. Volzar Amp 1, straight into Etchings of Arcana. No nonsense, no messing about.
Coming in for 5. Shock Charmers can be used here to prevent the surge, but that means Yuki Bender will no longer have any arcane damage prevention for the rest of this game. But how long more is this game going to go when you don't have arcane barrier anymore? Is this the best prevention you're going to get to stop an additional sigil landing on Evan Herndon's side of the field?
Yeah, it's these smaller turns you feel like the Spell Void is actually going to get the value, because outside of that, you won't prevent surge by preventing 2 arcane. And will you find a better spot for them? Also, what is Evan going to be digging for? More Sigil of Aether pings if there's the absence of any Spell Void after the fact? Cloud Cover finds its moment to get onto the table, preventing 3 damage. A very elegant way for Yuki to prevent this surge effect and not have to give up the Shock Charmers.
Very fortunate find for Yuki Bender over here, but that's why it's in the list. 3 copies of Cloud Cover. She, Michael Hamilton, these members from Invasion have decided to respect the mirror in this fashion. Not through null shocks, but through Cloud Covers and through extra copies of Temporal Wobble. We saw how impactful it was for Evan Herndon. Yuki Bender has more copies of that card as well.
Evan Herndon now starting to feel it. Yuki only had to part with 1 turn on that previous, 1 card on the previous turn cycle, and Evan had a middling turn by his and Oscilio's standards. There's a Lightning Press sent away.
This Gone in a Flash does have go again, thanks to the embodiment of lightning generated by the Sigil of Lightning.
What can Yuki do with a turn like this? Evan has already now gone down in life to 12, and Yuki will go the other direction.
Sigil of Solace, very strong find when you are the one that has lost the combo pieces, the Old Knocker, the Lightning Greaves, and the Arcane Bear that comes with it as well. Sigil of Solace is going to give Yuki Bender a little bit more of that buffer.
Does Evan have such a simple way to avert this surge trigger?
AB1. This etching is only coming in for 4.
AB1.
Exactly. There was only 1 lightning card played on this turn. That was the Gone in a Flash, which is going to go back into Arsenal. And remember, no embodiment of lightning currently on Yuki Bender's side. But we haven't seen a copy of Blink from her yet, so perhaps that is what she's playing towards. To hopefully find a Blink to go along with the Gone in a Flash.
Shock Charm is given here.
Aggressive stance from Evan Herndon. I think he sees the writing on the wall. He says that there isn't going to be another relevant surge effect the rest of this game. And he knows she's not running any null shocks. Leaving Spell Void up is very important to stop the arcane damage that the opponent's going to rely on to null your card. But he knows Decklists are open here in the finals of Pro Tour Yokohama. Yuki Bender has no null shocks. Herndon making the call that that is the last relevant arcane damage hit effect that he needs to prevent as we move on to his turn, 10 to 16.
Evan just drew up a shock card. There's Channel Lightning Valley in the hand for Evan Herndon. Pardon. We missed that Arsenal briefly.
Want to point out, Balance of Justice. Evan Herndon just drew a card on his turn of Sigil of Brilliance. If he activates Oscilio, Yuki Bender's Balance of Justice will be online. If he plays the Seduce Secrets that's in his arsenal, he'll draw a card. Yuki Bender's Balance of Justice is online. That is a call Evan Herndon has to make. Activates Oscilio. Balance online now.
Okay. Comet Storm Shock discarded. Evan, that Seduce Secrets, of course, is going to get a peek at Yuki's hand.
And here we see why. He has Seduce Secrets and Channel Lightning Valley as well. There's a bit of a saying, if you're going to turn on your opponent's balance anyway, might as well draw 4 or 5 cards on the same turn. If you just
I've not heard that
two,
saying before, honestly.
well, I'm happy to enlighten you here, Mitch. So he's going to draw 1 more from Seduce Secrets, probably going to draw 1 more from CLV, saying, I'm drawing 3 extra cards on this turn. Sure, have your 1 from balance.
See, where I'm from, they just say in for a penny, in for a pound, honestly. But same thing, I guess. Channel Lightning Valley, Sigil of Aether, Conductivity, Blast to Oblivion, and a card revealed off the top. It's a Temporal Wobble being shown.
Of course, you can't change the opponent's top card of the deck, but you have knowledge about it. And if it's a card like Wobble, very useful to know about that. Again, because he knows what Yuki's balance is going to draw him. Draw her, excuse me.
Big information there for Evan. So now, Sigil of Lightning is going to come down. Seduce Secrets has kind of done its work. Going to see more cards than just that. Is that double Sigil of Solace in the hand? Okay. It is. Here's Channel Lightning Valley. Volzar amped up. So we're going to open here with an Empowered Shock.
And Yuki happy to see the amp used so early on this turn, recognizing that Evan perhaps doesn't have a lot more offensive action coming out on this turn cycle.
Yes. 4 Arcane, still more than Yuki can cover.
Unless she finds a cloud cover, that in conjunction with Shock Charmers can prevent this draw from the Channel Lightning Valley. Draws into the wobble that Evan knew was there, so both players with full information of Yuki Bender's hand.
Still, no Sigil permanents in play yet for Yuki. That is going to matter when it comes to Temporal Wobble's use cases.
This is really funny, though. If Yuki activates Oscilio, Evan's balance will be online because Yuki just drew a card from balance. Yep. And if she draws 1 more from Oscilio's effect, Evan can use his balance and perhaps find that action that he's looking for.
Yeah, that would give Evan access to a 3rd card to draw.
A little bit of a balance staring contest happening here in the finals of Pro Tour Yokohama.
Okay, Sigil Conductivity comes down. That is an aura permanent with Sigil in its name for those keeping track at home.
Also, a lightning card confers 1 potential amp onto Volzar.
Definitely a question of where Evan's going to find gainful use of these lightning greaves in this game, if at all.
At 10 life, with his Spell Void gone, that is a question that I think he doesn't know the answer to either. Will he get the space
functionally
to activate those boots?
Functionally 16, I guess, because of the sigils. But still, it's getting tight. All right, here's the Channel Lightning Valley trigger. What do we see?
Another sigil of conductivity. Arcane Shelter here, actually a relevant keyword. We don't often see this in Oscilio games, but of course, both sides sending Arcane at each other. We saw Yuki Bender actually convert her sigil of conductivity for just Arcane Shelter 1 and an embodiment of lightning. So going to be using that on her turn cycle.
Pankaj, is this enough of a turn for Evan to really put some pressure down? Feels like you've gained a bit of life, you've chipped a bit of damage, drawn off Channel Lightning Valley, but that's not going to stay around. There's no lightning card to cover the flow counter.
He unfortunately hasn't quite found his combo pieces. We saw Yuki Bender find her Gone in a Flash. That essential combo card eluding the ex-US national champion. Our first seed here at Pro Tour Yokohama playing his Sigils of Solace, just trying to get a little bit more of a life buffer to survive Yuki's onslaught.
I must say, the contrast between this game from Evan and some of his previous ones in the top 8 is stark. I mean, the combo turns he was able to put together, what his deck fed him, what he was able to set up, to sculpt, showed really terrifying turns from Evan. And Evan's not been disrupted. He's not been dealing with mind warps or anything like that. This is just the way the cards have been ripped off the top.
Well, he was almost going to deal with a mind warp had he not, wobbled it away for a full 8 value and a disruption, and avoiding a disruption as well. As I believe we are, as Evan is trying to pass priority to his end phase here, Yuki Bender taking a moment to contemplate, I think deciding whether she wants Oscilio, recognizing that should she do that, Evan Herndon can activate his balance, goes ahead and allows the pass to happen.
Okay. That is the turn for Evan Herndon.
Embodiment of Lightning for Yuki Bender. Shock Charmers still up. A card she wants to make sure she has access to play around a potential Null Shock, which I do believe Evan Herndon has put in his arsenal. Just giving her a little bit of insulation.
Oscilio activation sends the wobble away again. Still not necessary. A second Sigil of Aether to hand.
And now that's one card drawn on Yuki Bender's turn. She's holding onto a Channel Lightning Valley. But remember, if that's your second card drawn, opponent's Balance of Justice is online.
We're
and
on Bodge Watch.
Evan Herndon's still missing the Gone in a Flash.
Obviously, there are always plenty of opportunities to draw into it. That's something Yuki's not missing, though. She's found a second opportunity to get Gone in a Flash into the red zone.
Gone in a Flash, a little bit awkward with Channel Lightning Valley. There's no way for you to get both the draw from Channel Lightning Valley and
Get
the
the Gone in a
bounce
Flash
back.
Yeah.
Gone in a Flash, as long as the Gone in a Flash is about to hit. So we might just see CLV used to bounce back the Gone in a Flash, because that also means the opponent's Balance of Justice doesn't come online.
Yeah. A very odd situation, which Yuki's actually trying to avoid drawing too many cards for free.
You want to draw either one card or 16.
Okay, exactly. Yeah, let it be either a trickle or an absolute tsunami. Okay. CLV in play. Here comes that Sigil of Aether down. Now promising a ping.
And no more action points for Yuki Bender. The Gone in a Flash, of course, was given go again by the Embodiment of Lightning, which we saw Evan Herndon use to some great effect on his way here to the Grand Finals. These post-combo turns that he's been able to execute off the back of extra action points generated from Embodiments of Lightning. Yuki Bender doing that a little bit here as well in the finals.
Sorry, yeah.
So Sigil of Aether and Gone in a Flash in the hand. Obviously Sigil of Aether not going to be amping or pinging until leaves play at the beginning of Yuki's next action phase.
Might also leave play right now should Yuki Bender choose to bounce it back to the Blast to Oblivion's effect, because she is holding onto an instant right now. And remember, CLV will not be drawing any cards this turn. It was played after Evan Herndon had already taken his first instance of damage on this turn.
That's important. But Yuki simply needed an instant.
And bounce back the Sigil. It'll just ping for one, which
can be
will
covered.
also... Well, Volzar can be activated on that
to amp the ping.
To amp the ping. So Yuki Bender actually going to have quite a little bit more of an offensive output over here. It is fairly face up, though. Evan Herndon sees the potential ping from the Sigil of Aether, which will be bounced back to Blast to Oblivion, sees the 3 points currently on Volzar, knows that if Yuki Bender plays, say, a Lightning Instant, the amp could actually go up to 4. This ping from Sigil of Aether, the requisite amp that'll happen should Sigil hit, not very relevant here, but the ping itself, so innocuous, could be very, very relevant against an opponent that has already used his Shock Charmers.
Evan's taken 3. Blast to Oblivion gets through. Yeah, no better time than the present to have a look through the graveyard and see what we're looking for. Maybe some more instances of those shocks. Maybe wondering if those combo pieces, or at least the pieces to have a blowout turn against Evan, are going to be in the next couple of hands. It's a close game, but crucially, Yuki has used all of those combo-based equipment. She has the Shock Charmers. For her, kind of an iconic card, if you think about it, considering her history with certain heroes in Flesh and Blood, namely Lexi. Evan, though, still has those Lightning Greaves.
And Yuki has the life lead to speak for it, for being the first one to combo off, so to speak. But can she leverage that? Can she continue the pressure? As I think she's contemplating what to bounce back here. Evan Herndon has found his one copy of Cloud Cover.
Is there any real... What is the way up here between the two options of bouncing back? Sigil of Aether gives you damage.
I'm pretty sure she's going to pick up the Sigil of Aether over here so that she has an outlet for the Volzar Amp as well.
Pick it up. And Volzar now will activate with the Arcane Damage trigger.
I think she was deciding whether she wants to be able to pitch away this gun in a flash, given that she isn't going to have an embodiment of lightning for the following turn. So going to hold on to the Sigil of Aether that she bounced back with Blast of Oblivion. 4 Arcane now coming in towards Evan Herndon. Has found a Cloud Cover, can prevent a little bit of it, but that will stymie some of his own offensive output on his turn. Looks like that will be the call.
Yeah, so instead of having the option on Evan's turn to throw that away to Oscilio, like Yuki's had the luxury of doing, right? 2 of those wobbles she has, thrown away for that effect. And Flittering Charge even pitched to cover this up. Evan is concerned about falling lower than 9 specifically.
I think also perhaps just had a bit of an awkward hand for Evan Herndon over here.
Another one, mind you. The previous one also wasn't particularly compelling either.
Also remember that had he just not AB'd the Arcane
didn't
Shelter...
want the Sigil to leave?
I think so. Wants to keep that Sigil there. He was already going to have an embodiment of lightning from the Sigil of Lightning popping in the start of this turn, and has a very good reason to keep the Sigil of Conductivity on the board, because that is a prime target for Blast to Oblivion to pick up.
Yep. Okay. Sigil of Conductivity, of course, stays around until that Arcane Shelter is triggered or it's removed forcibly like this.
Which is an interesting point of interaction in this game as well. Yuki Bender can go ahead and perhaps ping the opponent on their turn.
Before it can leave.
Before the Blast of Oblivion can bounce it back. Which will, of course, still give him the embodiment of lightning, but he won't be able to put it back in his hand from Blast of Oblivion's effect.
Which means that, a lightning card would be played. All right. Electromagnetic Somersault here is the instant play that is going to take the Sigil of Conductivity back to hand. Embodiment of Lightning token created.
And Yuki allows everything to resolve here. Somersault puts Blast of Oblivion back to Evan Herndon's hand. I believe the arsenal is that Null Shock, so does have an outlet for this Volzar Amp. Should he choose to use it? Blast of Oblivion. 4. Go again. Action point going to be remaining with Evan Herndon. Yuki Bender doesn't know this. He is representing that he has a spell in his arsenal that he can play after this Blast of Oblivion's Go Again resolves. So Yuki Bender needs to respect this physical damage over here. If that Arcane Damage spell, something like Etchings of Arcana, a 3 damage spell, that would be an extra 7 damage after this 4 damage. Your Spell Void 2 is not going to be enough to cover that if you take this full 4 damage here.
This one is a tough one. 9 life apiece. This attack representing almost the lion's share of Yuki's health. She is taking it. Ship the bill.
So she is safe, though, because she has a Sigil of Solace in her hand. So even if Evan had a 3 arcane damage spell over here, Yuki Bender was actually safe.
Yuki's asked Evan to wait on this.
Old Knocker activated. Yuki potentially trying to respond. Opponent is at 9.
Evan obviously unaware, of course, of Yuki's ability to gain that life. But posturing to try and force the Shock Charm as used here.
So interesting. I think Evan Herndon just using Old Knocker to play the shock half of the Null Shock in his arsenal.
Yeah, Old Knocker remains tapped here. Big decision to be made. Old Knocker, just back into play.
Yuki in the tank currently trying to understand what is the purpose of Old Knocker being tapped here. Lightning Creep certainly not going to be the outlet for that one resource.
Evan kind of displayed the card. that he was looking to play. Yuki had to stop him, so she had a window to respond.
And remember, both players know each other's deck lists. So a player of Yuki Liebender's caliber almost certainly knows it's going to be a one-cost shock coming out of Evan Herndon's arsenal. 6 damage going to be represented by this shock.
In it comes.
Oh, of course, Blast to Oblivion going to allow him to bounce back. The Sigil of Conductivity, play it again, which will confer 1 more amp on Volzar. 6 amp, shock coming in for 7 into Yuki Shock Charmers for 2, but she has Sigil of Solace. It is not the end of the road here for our ex-Canadian national champion.
But it's about as close as it gets. Evan wondering if he was on the precipice, the threshold here. But here comes the Sigil.
So she can survive this off the Sigil of Solace and the Shock Charmers, but she'll be down to 2 against a deck that has brought in 9 copies of Shock.
She would need a cloud cover?
She would need a cloud cover, but she's not going to be drawing anything more on this turn. She's going to go down to 2. If Evan Herndon finds a Shock,
what is the move here for Yuki?
gonna have to. Looks like 3 life was the call. A little bit of a missed math here, but still a lot. There is still potential for Evan to hit 3 damage.
3 sigils of 8 again.
Take a look at what he's drawing. That's 1 lightning instant. 2 lightning instants. No shock. Finally, the Gone in a Flash hits his hand. Does have an Oscilio activation, however.
Now, of course, those sigils. We're going to go digging. Channel Lightning Valley gets sent away. What do we have? It's a shock! He's found it off the top! Wow, and look at the exhalation from Evan trying not to telegraph. What has just happened?
Do you go for it? Do you just make the read that your opponent doesn't have cloud cover? Because if they had it, they would have played it on your shock the previous turn cycle? It's a risk, though.
Can Yuki not go looking? Sigil of Brilliance comes down. I mean,
He's going for it.
Activated.
He's going for it. Shock exactly for 3. Yuki, do you have another Sigil of Solace? Do you have a cloud cover?
To the hand, Sigil of Brilliance and a shock. Neither of those are going to bail Yuki out. We're going looking.
3 damage exactly. Is this going to be the top deck?
Yuki has to go for it. Reaches for Oscilio. Pondering that activation. Seeing that lethal arcane damage coming. She has 1 out. Feels like time has just stopped.
Activated. Let's take a look what she draws. Thumbing the Sigil of Brilliance to be discarded. Remember, Channel Lightning Valley also on the field. If Yuki can find a way to sneak that damage through from the shock that she's holding, potentially going to be an additional look to find the prevention that she needs.
The sky darkens. Channel Lightning Valley found.
Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Okay. Hasn't played any lightning cards yet. Opponent has Arcane Shelter 1 and AB 1. If you play CLV, play the shock as well. You can go over the opponent's defenses, maybe draw a card off of CLV, try and find a prevention effect or a healing effect. She's going for it.
Here it is. Shock played. Channel Lightning Valley, of course, preceded it.
This is it. The last top deck, potentially, of this game.
Yuki just going to bide her time on this.
She needed this instant, needed it to be 3, because Arcane Shelter and AB1. Evan Herndon realizing you'll get 2 draws. 2 draws. There's 2 CLVs on the field.
Draw off CLV. First draw. Yuki fighting to stay alive. Fighting for a survival. Unreal!
Cloud cover!
That is going to cover over this damage. That is going to keep Yuki in this game. Barely. But she will be alive for this Pro Tour Championship.
Also remember, this is Yuki's turn. Just by the way, everyone watching might forget this.
Going off here.
Shows him the cloud cover.
Balance of Justice activated here. Yuki's drawn 2 cards.
This is all after the Volzar results, just to be clear.
And what does Evan Herndon draw? Draws another shock.
What? Shock again? Can he cover over this one? Yuki Bender exhausted all the options. Dug deep to the top of the deck.
And remember, so
the amp passes. Unreal! Evan Herndon ascends to become Father of Storms here in Yokohama. Your Pro Tour champion. Off the top of the deck came the cloud cover. And Evan said, I'll do you one better. I'll dig for my out, my called shot. And he finds another one of those shocks. Takes the amp over. And still is able to finish the job.
And what a final sequence of events to end a Lightning Wizard mirror. Just for those who perhaps couldn't follow completely what happened over there. Yuki played cloud cover and Evan responded to the cloud cover with the second shock. Volzar amped that before the cloud cover even resolved, getting him the win. And we have our Pro Tour Yokohama champion.
Unreal. Just as those sigils were popping off, Evan saw an opportunity to go in. Both players dug into their deck to look for the answers, and they both found them. But it was Evan who, of course, was holding serve, and Evan who takes away the day. Let's have a look at our bracket, of course. A quick look back over how on earth we got here. We knew Oscilio would be looming in this format, and over the top 8, we had 3 sent through. We had 2 Arakni Marionettes, though. 2 decks that could promise to disrupt, that could promise to outrace, that could promise to outdo the Oscilios. But in the end, it was not to be. Evan advances through to the semis and to the final. And in the lower side of the bracket, we had Rhinar, Reckless Rampage, piloted by Eugene C, falling short against Yuki Bender in such a close game. Yuki falling just short there in that final match. An incredible Oscilio mirror, a bizarre Oscilio mirror, just as promised by Yuki coming into the game. So many small edges, but it's Evan who was able to get there.
What an incredible weekend, an incredible top 8, and an incredible finals. That's going to be one for the ages for sure, Mitch. Just the last few turn cycles, the priority windows passing back and forth, balance of justice being popped to find the offensive shock that he needed to cinch his W. I'm still shaking.
It's an incredible moment for Evan Herndon, of course, a national championship in 2024, but you could see just how much it meant to him to even be here in the room and have a chance, supported by his team, going up against their friend, respected colleague as well in this space, and give us one hell of a final. Seeing 2 Oscilios paired up in our grand final, we knew it was going to be volatile, it was going to be out there, but we could never have expected such a tight situation. Both players' decks at some point sputtering out a little bit, and then when it mattered, both players' decks giving them what they needed. It just happened that Evan was a step ahead.
We didn't see a gun and a flash come out from Evan Herndon at all. Old Knocker was used for 1 resource to send a shock at the opponent. And I think the flexibility of piloting the Oscilio deck is what has made Evan Herndon our Pro Tour champion. We've seen that throughout his run at the top 8, playing into Amulets of Echoes, playing to Disruption, playing into his deck, not giving him the combo pieces, still coming out on top.
Yeah, it's miraculous the way he's found ways around some awkward situations. I mean, let's think back to the first game of the top 8 where his opponent is the perfect hand. He has a Chelicera, he has an Amulet of Echoes. It's basically Magical Christmas Land as far as an Arakni Marionette player is concerned, and still Evan was able to find success there. Incredible. Now, of course, we still have some housekeeping to do. We still have much to be done today. We're going to be drawing our Compendium of Wraith booster box in the chat in the post show, but more importantly, we're going to be talking to your newest Pro Tour champion right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been Mitch Lazy and Pankaj Bhajwani so far to take you through an incredible Flesh and Blood game here in this grand final. For now, we're going to step aside briefly. We're going to take a breath, and then after this, we'll be welcoming your newest Pro Tour champion, Evan Herndon, representing Team PCG with a miraculous, masterful, maestro-esque navigation of some very stormy seas on Oscilio Constellar Intelligence. It was a zap-happy final, but in the end, it's the American national champion that takes the win. We'll be back after this.
and the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty cats of war, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty cats of war, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
Well, folks, it's scorched earth and the smell of petrichor in the air as our two lightning wizard maestros went at it and left it all out there for us all to see. Welcome back to the coverage desk. I'm Mitch Leslie. I'm joined by your newest Pro Tour champion, Evan Herndon. Put it there, brother. Incredible game and honestly, incredible run.
Yeah.
We were lucky to check in with you a couple of times throughout this tournament. Obviously, you had a couple of games dropped here and there on your way, but honestly, how many games in a row did you end up winning to get here?
So I lost round 9, so round 1 of day 2, and then won out from there.
Unbelievable. When you were sitting there, we watched your interview with Sam, and you sort of said, "Oh man, I'm so happy to be here." You know, what I mean, like honestly, this is such an achievement for me to even be in this game. Did you ever think of how it would feel to be on the other side of that, being victorious? Did you ever go, man, I wonder how I'm going to take this if I manage to win something?
Honestly, not really. I try to take it one step at a time.
Yeah. Feels like you really did. That game, I mean, was really exciting. There were some turns, though, where honestly your deck's serving up some more so middling turns. Like we never really got to see like the lightning greaves made use of as well. You really had to improvise a little bit there. Tell us, like in your now pretty extensive history of Oscilio games, how does that one rank? How does that stack up for you? And what was the experience like playing through some of those turns?
Definitely not like a normal game. Obviously, didn't see Gone in a Flash until the final turn when I had like shock lethal on the stack.
Yeah.
It's definitely a lot harder. But one thing with the Oscilio mirror, especially after I countered the spell.
Huge wobble.
Huge wobble. You can really like play a mid-range game plan, and I kind of figured like once I played the 2 sigils in that one turn where I like drew all those cards and then kind of hit like a big whiff, I was like, okay, I think I can like try to take it slow and probably get like a shock kill.
That wobble turn, you ate 2 shocks before that. So were you sure that there was going to be a mind warp behind those, or was it just like a principle thing not to use the wobble on pure damage?
Well, 2 things. You can't counter the shock, and also like I don't want to. The mind warp is worth so much value. So like into specifically like the Oscilio mirror and Mario, you don't want to like immediately cycle the wobble because they're always going to play their like big non-attack as like the last chain link usually.
Sure.
Either like Codex or the spell in this example.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously the instance is not, you can't interact with those, but you saw the mind warp come up when it did. Yuki's, she's discarding a lot of hers away. Like she feels like she's on the front foot for so much of that game. That doesn't end up being the case. Let's talk about that final moment there where you're coming in for lethal and you see the cloud cover ripped off the top for Yuki. What's your thinking? You're already on course. I'm sure you're thinking about playing to your outs there.
Yeah, so I mean, from that spot, I think I'm in like a somewhat reasonable spot to maybe still be able to win. I had the Mind Warp in my hand, so even if I didn't draw a Null Shock off the top, as long as I survive and get to my turn, I can probably kill with just the Null Shock, or not the Null Shock, with the Mind Warp.
Yeah, with the Mind Warp, yeah. What a run. Hey, a question for you, like have you kind of learned anything about yourself throughout this last few days? I feel like these experiences kind of can change us a little bit or sort of forge us in certain ways? Or was there anything, I don't know, that you're really thankful for about your journey that has sort of helped you handle these kind of challenges?
It's not my first time doing well in a tournament before, so having that like previous experience on stream and like being in these like high pressure top cut situations really helps. So
this is your trophy. How about you get your mitts on that one and show the people? Ladies and gentlemen, of course, your Pro Tour champion here in Yokohama. An incredible show. It's heavy, right? It's pretty darn heavy. Hey, look, I mean, before we let you go and celebrate with your friends, I know Team PCG is going to be ecstatic. You guys have been getting some pretty incredible results over the last few months, that's for sure.
Last 2 tier 4s is absurd.
Yeah, 3 out of the top 4 players in last 2 tier 4s. That is mental. Anyone you want to shout out to, anyone you want to thank to credit for, how far you've come on your journey here?
Thank you to my family. Thank you to Team PCG, especially Jakuzer. That's my dog.
The boy?
And Tarek. Those are my boys. Love you guys. And I said it like 3 times already. Shout out Matt Rins. He gave me the list and everything and made the sideboard for me. So
That's sick. And again, what's next for you? Like, what's coming up for Evan Herndon?
I guess next would be probably U.S. Nats for me.
Yep.
See if I can become two-time champion now.
The two-time. The boy, the two-time. Any other nicknames in your future? Master of Storms? Stormfather? I think I gave you that
We'll
one.
see. We'll see.
Hey, again, congrats. Thanks
Thank
so
you
much
so
for joining
much.
me as well. And it's been a pleasure just to watch you grow over the years and also see you perform at this level. So thank you.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and
I
gentlemen,
appreciate it.
I mean, Evan Herndon, give it up for this guy. Incredible showing here in an incredibly compelling Oscilio mirror in our grand finals. We're going to be back after, of course, a short break to wrap things up with the post-show. And then, of course, we'll be bidding you a fond farewell. But don't go too far because we will be giving away that box of Compendium of Raids in the chat. So stick around. We'll see you in just a moment.
What a pro tour it has been, my friends. I am so happy I got to share the last 3 days of incredible flesh and blood action with you. And what a deserving champion we have now crowned in the form of Evan Herndon. You know, Hayden, I said to Evan himself, I didn't want to make this about me, but I'm going to. You know how I operate. Shanghai, I saw my friend Evan Herndon. I walked up to him, I shook his hand, I said, pleasure to see you, my friend. I just have this sense this is your time. You are absolutely going to head to this Pro Tour, and you are going to dominate and bring home the trophy. And somehow I was right. I have no idea how I just felt it, but man, has it been such a long time coming for this dude. Think all the way back to that second at U.S. Nationals. When you come back the next year and one-up your performance, that shows me the type of mental fortitude that would eventually harden into making a Pro Tour winner.
Yeah, and watching your teammates over the last year just put up result after result. Of course, 2 teammates in the top 8 in Pro Tour London. He sees another 2 teammates in the top 8 of the World Championships in Philadelphia on the outside looking in, and has his moment this weekend going all the way. And Evan has felt so confident. He's played so well all weekend, and what an absolute barn burner of a finals we had as well.
I got to give a shout out to Team PCG, best team in the world right now. I don't think there's any doubt about that after a split performance at Worlds, first and second place, now taking first again. That's wild stuff. That's unprecedented stuff in the history of Flesh and Blood. I want to go ahead and take a look at the bracket one more time, remind ourselves of the path we went through, because it was wild, turbulent. Sure, we get to the end and we see an Oscilio mirror, but it was never that simple. Remember the Rhinars along the way. Remember the Teklovossens along the way. There was so much more to this top 8, and just the fact that we settled in this end state of Oscilio versus Oscilio, I don't think it's really reflective of what this format is. And in fact, you go over to the calling and you see a very, very diverse field, which we'll run you through as well. One more time, let's take a look at that bracket. Here you see now, it is the path that Evan Herndon took. First had to take down the fearsome Tommaso Viscido, no stranger to high finishes himself, kind of getting that reputation as Mr. 9th place before fate dealt him a kind hand and he snuck into this top 8. Ultimately fell to the champion, though, as did Bartosz the next time. 2 Marionettes back-to-back taken down by Evan Herndon. But it's that explosive mirror that we're going to remember for a very long time. The top deck for Yuki Lee Bender. It felt like we were seeing another Sigil moment, but Evan reset the conversation right away, activating Balance of Justice and finding the shock on the top he needed to become a Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, and it just felt like since Evan's last loss, you could just see it in his eyes. He wasn't going to lose another game this weekend. And yeah, what a top 8 we had. Of course, Victor in there as well. We saw the run of Eugene. So many stories this weekend. And Brian, so many more stories to unfold through the rest of this year, because the other thing that's going to change up is this Player of the Year race as well.
Absolutely true. I want to check in on the final standings. We'll make one more pass through. And remember some of the folks who weren't quite there in the top 8. Mr. 9th place this go around, Gordon Coe. Just another person who I feel is getting into that Evan Herndon space where you're like, okay, when is Gordon Coe going to go ahead and make himself a Pro Tour champion? Probably just a matter of time. And in fact, look at the names you're seeing across these first misses. They're well-known names. They're folks who very much are in the conversation for being top 8 quality. In fact, folks like Felipe Lima Cardozo, Sam Sutherland, Max Klein, these are fixtures in our feature match area, and all of them having really big tournaments. You look at the spread of these heroes too, things got even deeper as we moved into this next tier. Of course, we had a bunch of Gravy Bones start floating around. Dash.io still in the mix. There's a Kasai. Prism did her best to go ahead and pick up those final LL points, and even Syndra getting into the mix in our top 20.
I love the new names that we're seeing here as well, like you spoke about. Isaac Katsakis, Colin Erickson we saw the breakout weekend. Damien Riggins undefeated at the end of day 1, just couldn't put it together. But these are the names we should be watching out as we head towards Vegas and into the World Championships in Paris.
It's wild how much talent there is in Flesh and Blood right now. More and more great players enter the fold every single day. Here we see another run. Thomas Scoffier, Matthew Dilks, unique champions also appearing. Here we get our first Pleiades. We have an Ira. We have a Huntsman. We have a Jarl. There's just no end to the diversity we're seeing across these 11-4 and 10-5 records. We also have a host of Japanese players couldn't quite defend the title in their home country, but I love how much I'm seeing the names amongst these Japanese players diversify. These weren't the names I really knew going into this tournament, with some exceptions, but more and more Japanese players coming to the forefront and letting the world know they are a force to be reckoned with. One more page of standings here as we go ahead and find our first Vincent, our first Katsu in the mix. And again, just a huge focus on the diversity of countries represented here, covering all over the world, every single region showing up, putting players in the mix. And yeah, there was a lot of reset to that Player of the Year race that you mentioned, Hayden. It's going to be entirely different. And I got to give a shout out to Chile sitting down in 64th place. That was the winner of the first ProQuest in the history of Chile, Ignacio Alvarado, coming in and putting together a 10-5 record. I'm sure more great things to come from that Chilean community.
Sneaking into the cash there as well by 1 place.
Love to see it for that group. And there's so much more that I think these burgeoning regions of Flesh and Blood are going to add to the game. Of course, we just came from our first calling over in China. What does that region have to say about the future of Flesh and Blood? Imagine when we crown our first Chinese Pro Tour champion, when we start crowning our first South American Pro Tour champion. But for the time being, Pro Tour Championships heads back to America for what feels like the first time in a while. I'd have to unwind a little bit here, make sure I have my time right. But it really has been Canada taking a lot of the hype. Yeah. Europe has been very hot. So good for America for getting back on the board. Things are a little tough in America. I think they deserve a little win here and there.
Yeah, and it is really good to see as we head towards Pro Tour Vegas. National season happens beforehand, of course. So there's still more twists and turns. Omens of the Third Age happens beforehand. There's so many things that are going to change up before we even get to that next Pro Tour. It's gonna the texture of Flesh and Blood is going to look very different.
I'm so happy you mentioned the oncoming Omens of the Third Age, because a lot of the times when an event like this finishes and we go ahead and play an Oscilio mirror in the finals, you go, okay, well, this is the deck now. However, in the future, you guys all know there are bans coming that are very much targeting Oscilio. I will also tell you there are cards coming that very much target Oscilio. Very good Oscilio cards. Very good existing Oscilio, not Brocilio cards that will be part of Omens of the Third Age. And I think things are going to change a lot for that hero. I would not count it out, despite the fact that Volzar is picking up a pretty freaking dramatic nerf, let's be honest. That's because the cards are really good. And if Oscilio kept this weapon, things would get very scary very quickly. So still a lot to unpack there. I think there's still a lot to unpack about the CC format, even as we stand right now. Let's take a look at the calling top 8 bracket, and you see a whole different ball game here in the calling. In fact, no Oscilios in the top 8. We have a couple of Victors, a couple of Marionettes, a Rhinar, a Valda, a Gravy Bones, and a Kasai getting in the mix here. But it came down to a finals of a Rhinar versus a Marionette. Rhinar again in the mix here this weekend. It feels like people need to go back and start saying, oh, actually, Rhinar's a real deck. We need to consider this as one of the metagame forces. But ultimately, it was Nova Chan of Team Blue Pitch taking this one down, firing a shot back at me for stealing talent. Nova Chan says, I got this one. Don't worry about it, guys, and takes down the calling.
Yeah, a bit of a reset period for Blue Pitch as they bed in some new members, as they work towards, they have been one of our strongest teams previously. I have faith they'll get back there. They've still got some amazing talent like Nova Chan, now a calling winner on their team. And a shout out to our Rhinar player from Portugal there. And you said maybe time to revisit some of those brute cards. Don't tempt me with a good time, Brian.
Yeah, I think Valda is another hero that really deserves a look. We have a Japanese player, Ryota Kitanaka, piloting Valda Seismic Impact to a fine top 4 finish. Definitely going to be checking out that deck list ASAP and seeing what he is working with. Hayden, it feels impossible to go through a weekend like this and not come away energized to play more Flesh and Blood. And I want to remind everyone at home when the next opportunity they have to play Flesh and Blood will be. There are a host of upcoming events on the $2 million World Tour. We just gave away a big chunk of that $2 million today. A lot more still to be on offer, of course, though. And there you see the upcoming calling schedule, the world premiere schedule, the national championship schedule. So many big events. Excited to welcome everyone down to my hometown in Auckland for some action, but surely all the focus has to be on that Omens world premiere, setting up in Prague and selling fast. Do not miss that one, folks, please. Every single world premiere. I see sad stories from folks who waited too long. Don't let that be you. Grab your tickets today.
I want to shout out to Jakarta as well and our Indonesian community. You spoke about the South American community in particular. Of course, we're off to Sao Paulo in just a few weeks' time, but just equally as rising up is that Indonesian community there.
Good call out, Hayden. There's also the national championship season on the horizon. We'll go ahead and make sure to bring you coverage of that U.S. national championship. I'm going to call it now. Evan Herndon wins. Two-time U.S.
national champion.
Yeah, he feels hot. I think I'm going to just go with that pick. Next page of upcoming events, and the big one that stands out with that beautiful marquee, it is Pro Tour Las Vegas, just around the corner. The return of draft to the Pro Tour stage. I know you're hyped for it, Hayden. I am freaking hyped for it. Cannot wait to get draft back in the mix once again. I'm also excited to be offering another Silver Age calling as we head to Bangkok. Fans of Silver Age are going to want to take advantage of the opportunity to sling some spells in a very, very cool location. Set 20 world premiere. I know we haven't gotten to set 19 yet, but set 20 is just around the corner. I'm going to tell you nothing about it, except that you want to be at this world premiere in Seoul, one of my bucket list destinations. And when we found out we were going to be able to head to Seoul, I cleared my calendar immediately. I will make sure to get there and experience this beautiful city of Seoul. And I hope so many of you are going to come with me September 11th through 13th, 2026. And the travel never stops, Hayden. You play the game, you see the world. You create the game, apparently you see the world. I'm going to head off to Paris. And again, I want all of you to come with me as we go ahead and crown our next Flesh and Blood world champion. And you know what? Evan Herndon. I'm calling it now. He's just winning everything for the rest of the year. I think Evan Herndon will win every single Flesh and Blood tournament for the rest of the year.
Do you know what? I mean, maybe. But I'll tell you what, outside of that, what I'm excited for is to concede the narratives that started this weekend with some of these players. I just think this is a bit of a marquee moment in Flesh and Blood. Silver Age, first time on the Tier 4 stage. But also, the amount of new names that I hadn't seen before. Yeah. I know we've said it a few times, but it's really true. Many players that I had not heard of before this weekend, or I'd heard little bits and pieces of, making really deep runs this weekend. And there's so much more to happen this year. We're only at the very beginning of it.
It's crazy that we're just getting started. I would like to give away stuff now. I am ready to finally give away this box of Compendium of Wraith. Let's do 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The winner shall materialize. It is Evan Herndon, the winner. No. One more time, Ethan. Who's our winner? Javier Carroll 1631. Please make sure you are in chat. You will get the details there, and they will go ahead and get you your box of Compendium of Wraith. Congratulations. I need to get me some boxes of Compendium of Wraith as well, because I am hankering for more Flesh and Blood. I want to go play games. I want to open boxes. I just don't want this weekend to end. I've had such a good time, and part of that comes from all the incredible folks who work so hard to put on this tournament. I have to give a shout out to the folks at Girafol who ran this tournament in beautiful Yokohama. Incredible hosts. They took fantastic care of us all weekend long, as well as all of the players out there offered incredible side events, just great action. And honestly, the city of Yokohama, so welcoming. I'm telling you, obviously Tokyo gets all the press. Kyoto, Osaka, those are the cities everyone says, I'm making my trip to Japan. I got to go. I love Yokohama.
It's beautiful here.
Yeah, it's an incredibly beautiful place. It's a little bit lower key than Tokyo. I kind of call it like practice Tokyo.
Oh,
if you find Tokyo a little overwhelming, maybe Yokohama's the city for you. Yeah, I really can't say enough good things about this city and how welcoming they have been to Flesh and Blood. I got to give a shout out to all of our co-casters. Such a tremendous team we've established now. Mitch, Ponkage, Sam worked hard all weekend to bring you guys these incredible games. And of course, the folks behind the scenes. Ethan, Nathan could not do it without the former Savage Feats, now LSS team. And There's a billion other people that you guys will never get the chance to see, but all of those people should have your greatest thanks. Folks like Alex and Liv, who are putting together socials all weekend. There's, of course, the tournament, the Premier TOs, or excuse me, the Premier OP team. There's, of course, Trevor. There's Nico. There's Tom. All of these folks are so instrumental to putting on these weekends. I'm so thankful for them. But unfortunately, this tournament has to end. I thank all of you so much for spending your weekend with us, and we will be back to do it again in just a few short months in Las Vegas. Hope to see you there.
Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty Teklovossen, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. Oh, we'll know.
Fighting for survival. Unreal cloud cover! Evan Herndon ascends to become Father of Storms here in Yokohama. Your Pro Tour champion